All right. I think we got both of the YouTube streams up and going. Let me grab the TikTok stream. All right. TikTok is live and rolling. Awesome. Hey, welcome in, friends. Great to see you. I hope everyone's having a great week. We're halfway through it, friends. We're on hump day, which means 2 more days left, and we're gonna make it to the weekend. So thanks for being here. We had a lot of fun with Christina. I saw a lot of people. Thank you very much, by the way. A lot of people after the stream ended went and subscribed to her YouTube page. So big W last stream on getting Christina over the 1,000 follower benchmark all in one day. I thought it was really good. In fact, let me see where she's at now. Because I think we made it all the way to, or at least got pretty close to the 1.5 thousand mark. We were really close to it. We did. We hit it. We're at 1.73 thousand on Christina's page. Thank you to everyone who went and subscribed. She's going to be more active on YouTube coming up. So looking forward to that. Looking forward to getting a lot of our friends from TikTok ported over to YouTube. It should be pretty exciting. I'm excited for the crew to grow. Now, we should have some people loading up as guests. If you're watching on YouTube, you can join at tiny.cc/dzguest. If you're watching on TikTok, well, you should already know how to join. Just hit the guest request button at the bottom of the screen and we will pull you into the conversation. And give me 1 second, turn on my video camera in the YouTube waiting room before I forget. And we should be good to go there. All right, everything's good to go. Guest boxes are open, friends. Let me grab a couple of super chats while we're waiting for guests to load up. Godwin, great to see you, my friend. Thank you so much for the super chat, says Justin. Prophet of Doug controls the horizontal and the vertical. That is true. Verily I say, make allowance for all orientations or risk becoming oppressors. I can get behind this message, Godwin. That is the case. It is the case that there's no schism, and we certainly wouldn't want the horizontal or the vertical to oppress people on the other channels. Although I would point out, the horizontal stream starting to play a little bit of catch up. I saw just recently the horizontal stream is now almost at 1,000 members to the vertical stream's 1,500 members. So they're making some leaps and bounds here. Although Dr. Joe in the house has told me that my sweater is orange. If you're watching on TikTok or YouTube on the vertical, is my sweater red or orange? Now I'm worried that my color. I need some color correction over here. Let me see. Maybe let's see. Do a hue shift. Is that more red? Oh, try that. See if that's better. It's almost pink now. Fuck, I don't mind the pink though. I think that's red right there. All right, boom. We'll lock it up there. All right, friends. We've got at least one member waiting to get in on our guest queue. So let me grab our first guest, and we're gonna bring Dalton in as well. Some saying orange, some saying red. Well, you know, we do what we can. We do what we can. Let's bring Dalton in. Should connect here in a minute. Welcome, Dalton.
Hey, bud, how you doing? You know, it's funny. This mic you sent me, I only just discovered a couple days ago that this light on the other side is meant to be a mute button.
Yes.
So just now discovering that. So that'll be useful for this. And all I have left to come in the mail for our setup is the keyboard is coming in tomorrow, and then I'm gonna put everything together, and we should be
Awesome.
getting dual streaming pretty soon.
Well, I'm excited for that. I just got Ian set up today with his software to read out the super chats properly. When you get your software ready, we'll get yours all hooked up as well. And friends, I'm gonna grab. I got one, two, three. I got four super chats, and we're gonna bring AA Jokin into the conversation. After that, we'll bring in. Well, Jason was gonna get in, but Jason dropped. Abe the cat, good to see you. Says Justin, is it true you're writing a book? It is true. What's it about? Love the show. So I'm writing a book on the prophecies, my favorite topic. I'm a little over halfway finished with it. It's going to be beefy. It's a reference book, though. You don't have to read it straight through. You can just go to the chapter with the prophecy you're concerned with and see why Jesus didn't fulfill it. The first volume is going to be just on the Gospels. The second volume will be the rest of the New Testament. I had to do it that way because I didn't want to publish a 1,000-page book. Zakul says tithes for the Doug Saya and the Prophet Sherrod. But thank you. I appreciate that. Big W Zakul. And Tim, good to see you tonight, says, fellow whores, welcome to the aspect ratio. Wide are brothers for the know not, for they know not, I think you would mean, what they can't see behind the black side of bars of ignorance. Tim, I do not approve. This super chat, I love you, but there neither vertical nor horizontal is living in ignorance. This is not the case. And the musical monkey says Doug is not the author of confusion. Indeed, he is pleased with horizontal and vertical worship. There's no schism. A Doug to that. A Doug. And last one from our friend Handsome Cat says, are the icons and the statues of Jesus and Mary, etc., a violation of the second commandment because they act like somehow it's not? Well, I mean, kind of, not really. I think it is. Here's the problem. Is if you're Jewish, this would be a problem. If you're Christian, well, you got to remember, they don't have to follow the law of the Old Testament. Like, I mean, so for them, like, iconography isn't really that big of a problem. But the minute you point that out, that like, hey, if you're absolved from following the law of Moses, that includes the 10 Commandments, they don't like that. They want to like find a reason to say that you should follow the 10 Commandments, but also not follow the rest of the law.
I'm just now noticing the Christmas setup. It's nice.
Oh, thanks.
I'm a little bit behind, I guess.
No worries. You guys were saying that my microphone is peaking on TikTok. I turned it down just now. Let me know if it's still peaking, and we'll address it accordingly. Sorry, my cat plays
Much
with
better.
the volume knob because there's lights on it. I might have to find a way to dim those lights, and so it was cranked up pretty high. All right, let's get our first guest in here. The first guest that was in here dropped out already, and so but we do have another guest filling in. How you doing, Muslimah?
I'm doing all right. How are you?
Doing well, can't complain. Are you at least 18, and do you believe in God?
Yes, I am, and yes, I do.
Cool. And which God do you believe in?
I believe in Allah
All right. And why should we believe in Allah?
because it is the only true religion in the world. Our book has
I'm
never been changed.
I'm sure you believe that, but that doesn't mean anything to me. So saying that it's true is the conclusion. We already know that you hold that conclusion. We're asking what would be the evidence that that conclusion is correct.
It's very simple. Who do you think made all this world? You think this world just became from nothing?
No, I don't believe there was ever nothing. What's the evidence that there was nothing?
I'm not talking about there's evidence for nothing. I'm saying everything around you points to a creator
Well,
of
I
some sort.
disagree. Everything around you points towards evolution and an eternal past. Why would we believe that there was once nothing?
Basically, I'm just trying to warn you that you should become Muslim because you
We're
don't want to
certainly
go to
not
hell.
worried about Muslim hell, not in the slightest.
You should be. You
Why?
should be. Everybody in this chat
Why
should be.
why should we be worried about Muslim
Because
hell? Why would we be worried that
it
there's
is,
some
it
sort of a
is, it,
vengeful, bloodthirsty
wait,
sky fairy up
wait,
there
let
that
me.
that sends his prophet to diddle
Allah
children?
is
Why would
not
we
a
possibly want to believe that?
us. What is a sky fairy? Allah is not a sky fairy.
He's
Where
a
do
sky
you get
fairy,
this
yeah.
from? No, he is not a sky fairy. He's made of Noor. You don't even know anything about this, and you just want to jump to conclusion.
Where's his location in the Quran? Does it say?
Yes, he is above the throne.
And where?
Do you think that I would know the exact location of the
So
creator of the
so
world?
you don't know. So you don't know what the Quran says about his location.
The Quran says that he is above his throne.
Yeah, I'm asking where's the throne.
Where we would not know that.
Okay, so then you don't know where God is.
Why would I need to know where he is to know that his um, messengers came throughout time and told us what we need to know to go to heaven or hell? And you
I
are
mean,
picking hell
we
every
already
day.
we already know that you believe that. We're asking why should we believe that? Like just repeating what you believe isn't an argument for why anyone else should believe it.
Simply because I believe that if you think there is nothing after this world, nothing happens after you die, what happened? Can you explain people's near-death experience?
Yeah, I can explain them. They're hallucinations. That's why they follow cultural phenomenon. That's why, like, when a Muslim has a near-death experiment, that's not right, experience, their experience is very much in line with their culture. When a Hindu has one, it's in line with their culture. When a Christian has one in the Western world, it's in line with their culture, because this is your brain is filling in gaps and making up stories. You could just take some DMT and have a much better trip.
What is DMT?
What dimethyltryptamine sulfide or some bullshit? I don't know. Dalton, you remember what DMT stands for?
What is
No, but
this, like alcohol?
it's basically
It's
like a hallucinogenic, right?
it's it's dimethyltryptamine. Fuck, I was right. Except for the sulfide. I don't know why I added an S at the end of it. Dimethyltryptamine.
I
Okay,
don't
so
know what is this.
it's a naturally occurring hallucinogen that your body produces. So why would we trust the Quran when it says stuff? Because it says things that are clearly false.
Like what?
In chapter 21 and in chapter 16, it says that the mountains were placed on the earth so that the earth wouldn't shake.
Would not move. Yes, but this is not like the
Except
way you think.
Except
In
that's
it
certainly not the
is.
case. The mountains don't do anything to prevent the earth from moving or shaking.
Also, I do remember this, that the idea that the Quran has been preserved perfectly is also not true. You are aware that there were multiple different variations of the Quran prior to, like, the what's his name,
Well,
Uthman,
You're going
yeah,
to bring the
the
Quran.
but
You're
Uthmanic
going to
reform.
so
bring the
so
Quran
that
of
that is
Uthman.
true. But let's stay on the first talking point. So I don't want to get sidetracked on Uthman just yet. Ems is here
Ims is here.
for that discussion. But before we move forward, I want to know what you make of the Quran when it says that the mountains were placed on the earth to keep it from shaking.
I think that is the way that Allah wanted to explain to us before we would. It was kind of like, I guess the Christians call it parable. It's similar in Islam. We believe that, and if you pull up the tafsir, it will give you a better idea. The Quran says to go to people with knowledge, and I am not a person of high knowledge, so I would need to read the hadith
So
or
to
the
be sure, you
tafsir.
don't have an answer for it then.
Um, Maybe yes, but I know
So
this is, of
what's
course,
the
if it's
answer?
from Allah, it will be, if it's from Allah, it is going to be true. And
Well,
no matter
that's
where,
your conclusion. We haven't determined that to be the case, right? So I'm looking for a reason why that would be the case because I actually have the tafsir open, and I can only assume you haven't
what,
read it.
1 minute,
Because it says
some people
mountains which
in
stabilize the earth and keep it steady and lend it weight, lest it should shake
wait
with
one
the
second,
people, i.e., move and tremble, so that they would not be
excuse
able to
me,
stand firm on it, because it is
can you
covered with
wait one
water apart
second?
from 1/4 of its surface. So the land is exposed to the air, the sun, and its people may see the sky with its dazzling signs and evidence. So Allah says, lest it should shake with them, meaning so that it will not shake with them. So even the tafsir agrees with my interpretation of the passage, which is that the mountains are supposed to be preventing the earth from shaking.
Okay, give me 1 second. In your chat, a lot of people are saying they cannot hear me. I will drop down and I will come back up. Give me 1 second. But really, the whole point of this is that as a Muslim, it is my duty to tell other
Yeah,
people
we're not
about
afraid of
Islam.
your hell. This is useless. We don't care about your hell. We want to know why.
Okay,
Before
I
we're
will
afraid of
drop
your hell,
down
you have to
and I
make a
will
case that
come
your
back
hell
up.
actually exists.
Okay, I will drop down and I'll come back up. People were saying that they cannot hear me.
They
I don't know
are
what
kind of,
dropping's going to do for her.
I
Is she
think
going to
the
come
biggest
back with a
problem.
new mic?
I think the biggest problem that religious people have, a lot of fundamentalist religious people have, is that they're incapable of putting themselves into the shoes of non-believers.
Yeah. Well, you got to remember, most of their talking points in preaching is, in fact, with the idea in mind that people like around them in their vicinity already believe the nonsense, right? So, like, most people that are converted on like missionary expeditions and things like that, well, they already believed, like they grew up in the culture, they already believed the nonsense. It's just that somebody said something that finally motivated them to adhere to the nonsense. Like when I became a quote unquote born again Christian, it wasn't that I didn't believe the Bible before then. It's just that I didn't live a life that was like consistent with that belief. Like I didn't grow up in a religious family, right? So like all of this preaching, she doesn't realize that none of this preaching works on atheists. It only works on people that already like tangentially believe in this book of bullshit. Okay. Well, while we're waiting for her to come back, I assume she's coming back. We'll give her a minute. Well, let me grab a couple of super chats. Captain Hammer says the horizontal stream was predestined before the foundation of the earth. It's true. Watchers bear the seal of Doug. Indeed. Even though the horizontal stream came second, it was already in Doug's plan from the beginning. And Joshua says, what's up with John the Baptist? He didn't perform any miracles, but he had the spirit and power of Elijah. Could it explain Malachi and the messenger? So that's the thing. The problem with saying that he is the messenger in Malachi, I think is problematic because I think Malachi is the messenger. And in fact, I'm pretty sure a lot of scholars think so based on his fucking name.
It's literally his name. For anyone who doesn't know, my messenger in Hebrew is Malachi, which is Malachi's name in Hebrew.
Yeah, so Melech is king and Malach is messenger. There's probably some etymological history between the two of them. Anyways, the long and short of it is, yes, most people probably believe Malachi was the actual messenger. Long and short of it is, though, it's in Malachi, it says that John the Baptist is coming to turn the hearts of the children back to the hearts of the fathers so that God won't bring a curse on the land. None of that came true. John didn't do any of that. And Jesus literally did the opposite of that. He came to bring a division and a sword to turn mother against daughter and father against son, which is the opposite of what Malachi predicted. So I don't know how you would tie those together. Diabolo says, I was sinning, addicted to prawn, alcohol, drugs, and all manner of depravity. Then I prayed, switched to the horizontal stream, and turned my life around. There was nothing wrong, first of all, with any of those things, really, as long as you're doing them as a consenting adult and in moderation. And there's nothing wrong with the vertical stream. I don't think she's coming back, by the way. She's not here yet. Adam says, check out the new Gary Newman. My name is Ruin. I don't know what that is. I don't even know who Gary Newman is. But I certainly could. I don't know if this is to me or to the general audience. Do you guys know who Gary Newman is? Am I supposed to know who Gary Newman is?
Gary Newman. Wait a minute. That sounds like someone who's famous. Wait a minute.
Is a singer-songwriter? Oh, you're saying Gary Newman has a song named My Name is Ruin? Yeah, you have to spell that out, Adam. I have no idea what you guys, you got to remember, I can't read any of your minds. Okay. My Name is Ruin. Yeah, so it's a singer-song artist, and he's got a song named gotcha. Let me add that to the song list, and at least we'll have it on the song list for now on. Bada bing, bada boom. It's added. Thank you for that. Thank you for the suggestion. And Meg says, when you finally publish, I expect an autographed copy. Meg, I got you. And Adam says, the Russian Orthodox Church has ruled that holograms can be legitimate icons. Yeah, I believe that, actually. All right, let me grab two more super chats, and then I'll get another guest in here, because I don't think that last guest is actually coming back. I think for some reason she got some cold feet. PGEGEMGTM3. Thank you for the $20 super chat. It says, I've been talking to people I know who are New Testament good, Old Testament bad types. The look on their faces when they are shown that Jesus didn't abolish the law is priceless. Wouldn't be able to do it without your shows? Thanks. Well, thank you, GP. And this is one of my favorite talking points. I've been running it since the beginning, which is that Jesus and Paul do not agree theologically. And Christians will, like, when you show them contradictions in the Bible, they'll say, well, listen, they're not theological contradictions, or they're not important. Like, some of them will accept contradictions. This is a very important theological contradiction.
Yeah, I don't think an episode goes by on my show where it doesn't get brought up at least once. Like, it's a pretty big thing.
Every time it has to come up. And last one for now, Mike Infusion, thank you for the $10 super chat, says our previous obsession with Sharon Stone's vertical smile alludes to superiority of the vertical. Since Sharon Stone now sits at the right hand of Doug, vertical is the obvious truth. Listen, guys, there's no true stream. Every stream is equal. There is no male nor female, no vertical nor horizontal in the love of Doug and Sharon Stone. All right, let's grab our next guest. I don't know what happened to our Muslim guest. I guess maybe she's searching for a microphone still yet. How you doing, Jack?
Good. How about you?
Doing well, thanks for asking. Jack, are you at least 18, and do you believe in God?
Yes, sir, I do.
Cool.
And I am 19.
And which God do you believe in?
I believe in the Christian God. I believe that Jesus is my Lord and Savior.
Awesome. And what would be the most convincing evidence or argument for that actually being true?
The Bible. I mean,
You sure about that?
yeah, of course. Why wouldn't the Bible be true?
Cool. So what about the Bible would lend itself, like if I'm reading the Bible, why would I pick this book up, read it, and say, oh, this is all true?
Because it's 66 different books with multiple different accounts pointing to the same exact thing.
Same exact thing, huh? You think so? Have you read this book?
I haven't made it like I haven't read like the entirety of it.
Yeah, it
But
sounds
I've
like a
read-
talking point from a guy that hasn't read the damn thing.
My Bible's
I've
got
read-
73 books in it.
Fuck.
I've read the gospel. I've read parts of the New Testament. I've read a lot of the Bible, but I haven't read the entire Bible.
Awesome. So, I think it disagrees on a lot of stuff. It has a lot of internal contradictions. So, like, other than just historical contradictions, would you at least grant that it does say some things that are factually incorrect? Like the human race isn't 6,000 years old?
What's the proof that it's older?
We have settlements with human beings, like actually doing farming and agriculture from 12,000 years ago in ancient Anatolia, today modern Turkey.
How do you know that that's true though?
Yeah, because like we have dating methods, carbon dating, all kinds of dating methods. The same dating method we use to tell you how old Egypt is, and archaeology from Egypt and everywhere else, that same dating method also tells us that, like Stonehill, Turkey, and Kara Tepe, that these sites are 10 and 12,000 years old.
Okay.
Right?
I just don't understand why the Bible is automatically discredited when it's a historical book, just like anything else.
It's not historical.
I
How
mean,
is it
it's
not
pretending to
historical?
be. It's pretending to be historical. Like, so the fact that it's historical, whether it's quasi-historical or purely historical, means nothing as to whether or not the contents are true. So, like, we have the writings of the 12 Caesars and a bunch of other Roman histories, and there's a lot of claims in there that aren't true. But that doesn't mean it's not historical. So classifying something historical doesn't actually make it true. So, for example, we both agree probably that Matthew and Luke are pretending, at least, to give historical accounts of Jesus, right?
Why you say pretending?
Purportedly, then. They're purportedly giving historical accounts of Jesus, right?
I mean, they were eyewitness accounts.
They certainly weren't. Try this again. So Matthew and Luke, remember we're on your historical talking point still. Matthew and Luke purportedly are historical accounts of Jesus, right?
I'll go with you.
Okay. So, according to Matthew chapter 2, about what time period was Jesus born? Remember when he had to go into Egypt? Who does it say is king when he went into Egypt?
I'm I'm not gonna lie. I'm not. I can't give you this information off the top of my head. I'm not good at that. I've never been good at that, and I don't have a Bible in front of me. I have my plate of food.
That's okay. So in the Gospel of Matthew in chapter 2, it says that Jesus, his mother, and Joseph went down into Egypt until the death of Herod. Because remember, Herod was trying to kill Jesus. Okay. So easy enough. In Matthew 2, he's born during the reign of King Herod, and then upon the death of Herod comes back. Herod died about 4 BCE, which means Jesus had to have been born prior to 4 BCE. In fact, based on my reading of the text, it's most likely that he would have been born in about 6 BCE. That being said, in the Gospel of Luke, chapter 2, it says that Jesus was born during the census of Quirinius. That census was given in 6 CE, which means when you put the two gospels next to each other, there's a discrepancy of between 10 and 12 years. And that's being as generous as I could be. It actually could be more years.
Oh,
Don't you think like if this was from God that he would at least get like the birth time of Jesus right?
well, I mean, it's I don't know. I don't know how to look at that because there's a lot of different things that I believe that are different and have been changed and stuff like that. Like uh talking about the birth, I don't know if this is on like the same page that you're on, but a lot of people say that Jesus was born December 25th, which I don't believe that's true. I believe he was born in April, and I believe that April should be the beginning of the year. April is the first of the year. Uh, I
Well,
don't I don't
luckily for both of us, that's not really an issue that we have to worry about because the Bible doesn't really say specifically what time of year it was that he was born. So like I'm not going to hold your feet to the fire on December 25th just because that came from church history that didn't really come from the Bible. There
yeah,
is a
which I
case
also
there's a case to
I
be made
also
for
my
like
bad.
what season he was born in, but I don't think it's important for our conversation.
I just think the problem I come with is I don't really necessarily um uh how do I explain it? Like with churches, I believe that there are a lot of churches in the world that have been corrupt and that weren't how do I explain it? Um they were preaching about Jesus and preaching about God, but they didn't actually believe in Jesus. They didn't actually believe in God. I think that there's a lot of churches that were made by the devil to
I don't think you're going
to
to be able to.
contradict.
I don't think you're going to be able to substantiate that claim.
Probably. I mean, probably not. I probably can't substantiate it, but from looking at it and from looking at what Jesus told me in my Bible, he told me to live my life according to His word and Him. And then there's a lot of churches and pastors that haven't done that, and that's why I don't like when people tell people to go to church instead of getting in the Word.
Hmm. Yeah, like we agree that sometimes church gets in the way of being a Christian. I won't disagree with you there. But why would we believe that the religion is true anyways? Like what for example, your religion, like the premise of the religion is that Jesus died for your sins. He was prophesied by the prophets to come and do a bunch of stuff and then he came and did the things, right? But when I
Mhm.
read the Hebrew Bible and I look at what the Messiah is supposedly supposed to do, Jesus didn't do any of it, right? So, what could you point to that would suggest that Jesus really was the Messiah? Because, if he's not the Messiah, I mean, Christianity is just false right on the starting blocks.
Yeah, I mean that's the whole basis of Christianity, that Jesus is the son of the Father. He's the Jesus is God in human form. He came down. Uh, he was born of a virgin, lived a perfect life. He got crucified on the cross, rose 3 days later.
Hmm.
That's the whole basis of Christianity. That's the whole that's my belief. I don't believe in like a bunch of other stuff that churches would try and teach people that you have to believe in. That
Right. So what would be like? So we kind of know what you believe. What would be the evidence that what you believe is true?
well, like I said, I mean, I would go with the Bible, and the thing is the Bible is, at least from the way that I look at it, it's not just a book that was written by humans. There's eyewitness accounts in it, and it's God's word. It's said to be God's word.
What's the evidence of this?
That's what they said
So
in
who
the
said?
Bible, is that it's God's word.
Well, yeah, but the Quran says that it's all
Now, I
true as
don't believe in the
well,
Quran at all. I believe that the
right? But
Quran
my
was
point is, a
the
book
I believe
saying that something
I believe
happened
that the
is different
Quran
than
was
it
written by
actually
the devil,
happened.
actually.
Yeah, but like that. But listen to me carefully. You're saying that the book is true because the book is purporting to be like eyewitness truth, but so is the Quran. But you don't believe the Quran is true, right? So why would we believe that the Bible is true other than the Bible says it's true?
Well, the Quran is just one. It's just like one big book that tells you that Islam is the only true way.
No, not really. It's a collection of writings that like purportedly came from Muhammad that was put together after his death. Like people said, here's what Muhammad told me, and then they collected them and put them into a book. Not all that dissimilar than what we have in the Gospels, where they collected Jesus's sayings and teachings and then assembled them into a story.
Well, I also think we keep talking about the Quran. I also think that you kind of believe the word of Jesus more. It's more
Why? He was a
believable, more
liar.
easy to believe. I don't I don't agree with that. I don't think so. I think he's never lied in his life. He never told a lie.
Oh
But
no.
we look at
Jack,
we look at Muhammad and Islam, and I don't know why anybody would believe what a
Jack.
pedophile and rapist has to
Well,
say. Um,
Jesus was a liar because he said that no one has ascended into heaven. Was that true?
well, nobody's done it on their own.
He
It
didn't say
doesn't say
that.
that.
So
Nobody's.
the passage is on the screen. It's
You
verse
can't make it to
13.
heaven through
He says,
yourself.
"No one has ascended into heaven except the Son of Man." I'm sorry, except the one who descended from heaven, the Son of Man, right? So Jesus is saying up till now,
Hmm.
nobody's ascended into heaven, right?
Yes. Okay.
Okay.
So
Is that a
basically,
true statement?
what he is saying right there is that you can't make it to heaven without the son of him,
Well, he didn't
without the
he
son
didn't
of
say
God,
that.
without
That's not what it
Jesus.
The
says.
statement
He's
is, has anyone ascended into heaven?
nobody can make it to heaven without Jesus
That
Christ.
wasn't my question though. My question
Before
was, has
before
anyone
Jesus can
ascended into heaven before Jesus?
No, because
Oh,
you
okay.
can't you can't make it you can't make it to heaven because everybody is sinners. Through Jesus Christ, that connection was rebuilt with God,
Uh-huh.
and now
Yeah,
now we
yeah,
can make it.
we know the gospel story. We don't need the gospel story. So, what do you make of Second Kings, where it said that Elijah went up into heaven in a whirlwind? It's in, I always forget the verse number. Is it? There we go, verse 11. It says, as they continued walking and talking, a chariot of fire and horses of fire separated the two of them, and Elijah ascended in a whirlwind into heaven. So Jesus certainly didn't know what was in the Hebrew Bible. He should have known that Elijah ascended into heaven.
I'm not sure because I'm not sure like there's ascended in a whirlwind into heaven.
Yep, that's what it says.
I don't know, something I'd have to look in and read in and
Yeah,
look
and
into about.
Jesus also claims to be the promised Messiah. When John the Baptist comes to him and asks, "Are you the one that we've been waiting for, or should we expect another?" Jesus basically sideways, but he says, "No, I'm the one that you've been waiting for." So he's claiming that he's the Messiah, but he didn't do anything that the Messiah was supposed to do. And like he points to prophecies that he thinks are about him, but they're clearly not about him. So I'll give you an example. In Isaiah 61, there's a really easy prophecy. Have you read any of Isaiah or Jeremiah, either one of them?
I haven't.
Okay. So Isaiah and Jeremiah are both what we refer to, at least the second half of Isaiah, as exilic prophets. They prophesied just before, during, and after the Babylonian exile, depending on which one you're reading. That's about 587 to 539 BCE. So that's the time frame we're looking at. And both of them prophesy that after the Babylonian exile, they're going to be like completely restored, and God's going to exalt his chosen people. And we get a really interesting prophecy in chapter 61 of Isaiah. It says, "The Spirit of the Lord God is upon me, because the Lord has anointed me. He has sent me to bring good news to the oppressed and bind up the brokenhearted, to proclaim liberty to the captives and release to the prisoners, to proclaim the year of the Lord's favor and the day of vengeance of our God, to comfort all those who mourn." Now, you might ask, like, who's mourning and why are they mourning? Well, it's obviously the people that are in exile, but he's saying your time of exile is over. You don't have to mourn anymore. He says, give them garland instead of ashes and oil of gladness instead of mourning. And if you keep reading the verse 4, you get the restoration. It says, they will build up the ancient ruins, and they shall raise up the former devastations. They shall repair the ruined cities and the devastations of many generations. So it's a pretty clear-cut prophecy that God is saying, like, I've got good news. I'm sending you the prophet. The Spirit of the Lord God is upon the prophet for this good news. And the good news is that God's going to restore you. He's going to rebuild your cities. It's going to be just like it was before. It's going to be glorious, right? Do you think that I took anything out of context there?
What do you mean, like rebuild your cities up before, like how they was before? Put
Yeah,
everything
so
how it was before.
Yeah, so
Like, what do you mean by that?
The Babylonians came in on at least four different campaigns and destroyed the Judeans and took them captive and led them away into Babylon. And their cities were destroyed. They had to get rebuilt. And so this is part of the restoration promise, basically stating that your cities that were destroyed by the Babylonians will get rebuilt.
Okay,
Make sense?
so think well, from my belief, what I think that when you look at it, Jesus didn't come. He didn't come to restore our earthly.
Yeah, I know that's the problem. So if we go to Luke chapter 4, Jesus says that he fulfilled this prophecy, which he clearly didn't. In Luke 4, he's in the synagogue. It says the scroll of the prophet Isaiah was given to him. He unrolled the scroll and found where it was written. He reads Isaiah 61:1, although he leaves off the day of vengeance for some reason and adds in sight to the blind. That's not in the text. That says he rolled up the scroll, gave it back to the attendant, sat down. The eyes of all in the synagogue were fixed on him, and he began to say to them, "Today the scripture has been fulfilled in your hearing." But the scripture was not fulfilled in their hearing. That scripture was about the restoration of the Israelite people after Babylonian captivity. Jesus is like making up prophecies about himself.
I don't know. I would have again. So I'll have to like read into it. And I need to go through the Bible, and I think read more instead of just I because like I said, I haven't read through the whole thing, so I just kind of like read through just reading it, but I need to go back and read and write down so I can go back and forth and look at these things, and that's something I'd have to look at and read.
Yeah, fair enough. I mean, these are legitimate issues, and these are like one of the many reasons that we don't believe that Jesus was the Messiah or that he was even telling the truth, because he can't even be trusted to read the Hebrew Bible.
Okay, as like I said, I'm just I'm gonna have to go and read through and actually what's the word I'm looking for? Like I guess actually like break the Bible down. Like I
Hmm.
guess if that makes sense. Like
I think the word you're looking
that's
for is deconstruct.
I don't I don't know because I believe that Jesus is the only true way to heaven.
Well, you
Is
believe
the
that,
only way.
but you don't have a good reason for it.
But
Like
I just
believing it's one thing. We're trying to figure out why do you believe it and why should anyone else believe it?
well, all right. So I'm just gonna ask the one question, the question I wanted to ask y'all. I like to ask atheists, people like people that don't believe in God, not even people that believe in other religions, but just people that don't believe in God and a higher being. So if if Christianity is not real, if Islam is not real, if any of these, if any religion that believes that there is a higher being isn't real, then what's the point of us being here? What's the point of life? What's the point of
There's no
all of this?
inherent purpose of any of this. You get to determine
Like,
what your own purpose is. Like the purpose that I have is not determined by some guy in the sky. Like I determine what my purpose is. Dalton gets to decide what his purpose is. I don't have to have like a celestial dictator telling me what my purpose is.
My
yeah, but
purpose is education.
if if there if there is no higher being, then there's no reason for you to have a purpose.
No,
There's
the
like
purpose is
literally
what I want it to be. There,
because if there's no higher being, if there's
there's no
nothing,
purpose from God. I still have a purpose. Like just because
no,
there's
but no,
no
you
God
don't though.
demanding what my purpose is doesn't mean that I don't get to pick out my own purpose.
But if there's no higher entity in the universe, if there is no God, if
Then
there
you
is
can't
no
stop
anything
me.
up there,
You can't stop
Yeah,
me
what
from deciding my own fucking purpose if there's nobody to do
what
it.
what
I
am I
mean, yeah,
supposed to do? Just lay in my bed
but
all day and do nothing? That sounds
I mean,
boring.
Yeah,
really, like what would be the point of not doing that if there, like, you know what I'm saying?
why would we?
There's nothing.
That would be boring.
I'll never
Okay, but
understand why
I'm
Christians
saying though
think that
that's
atheism like just naturally leads to being like lazy and doing nothing and like just being
that's it.
like depressed. I'll never
I just
understand
read
this
a
about
comment.
Christians. It's the craziest thing to me. Like
I just read a
you
comment from
don't worry about the comments. Nihilism is not the
not because
inevitable
it kind of
result
helps
of
my point.
atheism.
Uh,
Nihilism is
so
only
so
what theists
if
think atheists are like. The atheists, by and large, aren't nihilists.
I
if
would say I would categorize myself as an optimistic nihilist. So there isn't really a point to anything, but as a result, I get to choose my own purpose and I get to be happy.
Mhm.
okay, so what's wrong with somebody choosing their purpose to just go around and kill people their whole life?
Well,
That
you're
would be
What's wrong
very
with
dangerous.
that?
different.
It
Yeah.
Where do you
it
get? How is that
interferes with
dangerous?
my well-being. It's dangerous to me. But to be clear, this is
Okay,
not a
lions kill.
this is not a problem in my worldview. It's a problem in your worldview because in your worldview, the God of the book tells you to like murder babies and do all kinds of stuff.
No,
Yeah.
I just what's like. So what's wrong with it then? If there's no God, because if there's no God, then there can't be any morals. Because we're just here.
Well, there's no objective morals. Like morals are still in existence, like, but they're subjective. Like we get to
No,
decide
there's
what
no such
morals
thing
we
as
want to
morals.
live by as a society. Like
How do
so,
you even have a conscience?
they're determined by human beings. Well, conscious is just a function of the brain.
How do you have that?
It's just what our brains do.
Like
Like
how do you
it's an
even have that?
evolutionary development.
Where does that even
We
come from?
we have it
So
because it
why has nothing
develops
else
within
evolved?
evolution. Jack, I know just to take 5 seconds and take a deep breath. I'm going to explain it to you. Okay. The reason why we have a conscious is because we've developed as a social species, and the empathy and the other things that we do as human beings that allow us to survive. This is what we like would consider our part of our consciousness. And other animals have it too. Dolphins have it. Fuck, even lions have it. Although I would imagine that a lion's moral code is obviously quite different than a human being's moral code. But like almost all animals that have good
So
abstract
what's the
thinking
difference
capabilities
between us and lions then?
have some level of consciousness. The difference between us is that we have much more advanced brains. We're able to reason and think abstractly, and we actually need to survive
How?
as a social species. Lions don't really have to be all that social. The pride is pretty
Yeah, they
small.
do. They they stay in pack.
I said
They
the
stay
pride
in.
is pretty small.
So I don't understand where that would
You
would come
definitely
from.
don't
Like
understand. We're social
how did we
creatures.
evolve and nothing else evolved?
Everything has
And
evolved.
what did we evolve from?
We evolved from
Where did we come from?
we evolved from a lower form of life through 3 billion years of evolutionary changes. And the reality
So where'd that
is,
come from?
where'd what come from? It came from the
What
planet
we evolved
Earth.
from?
The Earth.
Where did
Everything
Earth
evolved
come
from the
from?
Earth. Well, the Earth
Where
formed
did
as an
Earth come from?
accretion disk, most likely from what is essentially space dust.
So it just came from nothing.
No, it didn't come from
So
nothing.
life
There's
came
no
from
such thing as
life.
nothing, Jack. Why would we think there was ever nothing?
So life came from non-life.
Yeah, that's the case. In fact, everything in your body is non-living. There's not a single molecule in your body that's actually alive in the way that you're using the word alive. Life, in fact, comes from non-living material.
And we have no evidence of the supernatural. All we have evidence for is nature. So until such a time as you can demonstrate that the supernature exists, the only viable on the table option for where life comes from is by means of a naturalistic mechanism.
I mean, you breathe 20 to 25,000 times a day, and every time you breathe, you say the name of my Lord and Savior. You say
You
the
certainly
name
do
of my
not.
God.
You
Yes,
certainly
you
do
do.
not. You certainly don't.
Every time you breathe.
I've never once
That's
said
an
Yahweh while
adorable
breathing.
talking point, but I've never said the name of God while breathing. That's not how
You
I
do.
breathe.
You breathe in.
Didn't
Yeah.
say Yahweh
Wait.
once. Breathing
you
is
can
entirely
deny it,
open syllable. Breathing is open at the beginning and the end of the
but every
syllable.
knee will bend and
Yahweh
bow.
is got a.
Every
It
tongue
literally
will
starts with
confess.
a closed syllable. They certainly won't, and we're not like not even the slightest bit afraid of any of your threats about bowing the
It's
knees
not
or
a
going
threat.
to hell. Like until you can demonstrate
No,
that your God exists, there's no reason
there
for
is
anyone to
no.
ever worry about bowing to that celestial North Korean dictator.
Of course not.
Which, by
Of
the way,
course not.
now that we're talking about morals, why in the world would we want to follow the morals of your God, the God that says it's okay to rape women and kill babies?
When did God say rape a woman?
I'm glad you asked. In Isaiah, we're already in Isaiah, chapter 13. So God says he's going to punish the Babylonians. How is he going to do it? Have you read it?
I'm sorry?
Have you? He hasn't. I don't know why I bothered to ask. He hasn't read it. Isaiah 13 says he's going to punish the Babylonians, and in doing so, he's going to have the women raped. Verse 16, their infants will be dashed to pieces before their eyes. Their houses will be plundered and their wives raped. See, I'm stirring up the Medes against them. So God says, listen, I'm upset with these Babylonians now. I'm going to bring in the Medes to fuck them up. And those Medes are going to smash their babies' heads on rocks. And then they're going to rape the women.
If there's not a God, then why is that wrong?
Just follow. Why would we want to follow this is my question. Why would we want to follow a God that says that raping women is an okay punishment?
Okay, but you're saying that God's not real, so how is that?
That's a question
How is
that
that
you
even
haven't
be wrong?
answered. Try again. You didn't answer the question. That's a dodge. In fact, it's the second dodge, and now we're gonna have to open up the dodge counter. Yes, friends, I finally got around to starting the dodge counter. So we're already at dodge number 2. So I'll ask again: why should we follow a God that says it's okay to rape women?
I mean, I don't necessarily think he said it's okay. It's a punishment.
Dodge number 3. Why would we want to follow a God that is okay with punishing women with rape?
I mean, it's up to you.
Dodge number 4. Why would we want to? What would compel us to follow a God that thinks punishing women with rape is acceptable?
Again, like, what are you trying to get at here?
I'm trying to get an answer.
Because
I'm trying to get you to answer the question, which is why should we? What would compel us to believe? No, you're dodging. What would compel us to believe in a God that says that it's okay to rape women? Why would we want to follow that God?
If God isn't there, Then what makes it wrong?
Dodge number 6. I didn't say it was wrong.
It
I'm
can be
asking
a do-
you.
it
We'll
can
try this
it
again.
can be a
So, all
dodge,
right.
but
All right, Jack. You
but
dodge it all you want, but the counter is going to keep counting. The question was, why would
you're dodging my
anybody.
question.
No, you don't get to ask a question until you answer my question, which is why would
You
we
never heard of
want to
answering a
follow
question
a
with a
God?
question?
Yes, it's called dodging. And the question is,
It's actually not. It's actually been
why
used by some of the
would,
smartest philosophers that
no, it's a
you believe
dodge.
in.
I don't actually. You don't even know what I believe. So that's dodge number 6 or 7. I'll leave it at 6 for now. So the question again
I'm giving it
was
7 because
why would we want to follow a God that says it's okay to rape women?
again,
Do you believe it's
I
ever,
mean,
in your worldview, do you believe that it's ever okay to rape women as a punishment?
no, I don't think it's okay. I don't think it's right to.
But God
I don't think
does.
that's a right thing because I have morals.
Oh, but God doesn't then.
Oh, God is morals.
No, if you believe that your
That's
morals
where I
say
get
that
my
you should
morals from. Is
never
God.
ever rape a woman, and God says no, you can rape women, that means you don't have the morals that come from God. You have a different set of morals. You have subjective morals. So we'll try this again.
What's
Why would we want to follow a God that says it's okay to rape women?
I don't know.
There we go. We finally got an answer. Yes, the correct
Okay.
answer is I don't know. The reality is there's nothing when we're
I
talking about
mean,
morals, there's nothing compelling about a God, to me at least, that says that it's okay to rape women as a punishment. And the reality is you don't think that raping women as punishment is okay either, which is why the answer to the question must stay at, I don't know.
okay, so my question for you is if there's no God, then what makes that wrong? What's wrong
I
with that?
I didn't say it was wrong objectively. I
How
think
is
it's
that
wrong
wrong? Oh,
subjectively. So
so you think
we'll
it's
try
right.
this again. No, I didn't say that. We'll try
So
this
you
again.
think that women should.
No, I didn't say that, Jack. If you stop talking over me, you actually hear my answer. So again, I believe that morals are subjective, mainly because you can't demonstrate that they are objective. You only think that they're objective. So, being that
So
morals
morals
are
aren't a real thing.
subjective, we'll try this again. Being that morals are subjective, I can use my own moral capacity, my rational brain, and my thinking to come to the conclusion that I personally don't think that we should ever punish women by having them raped. That's something that I can do subjectively. Now, and if you want some sort of objective pronouncement, you would have to make a case for why objective morals exist. And I know that you can't do it. Also, Ian Raid, thank you for coming in. Good to see you. Can you make a case for why objective morals exist?
What's the difference? Morals is morals. You either have morals or you don't.
I do. I'm asking about objective morals. Can you make a case for
What
why we should believe in objective morals?
what's the difference? Morals is morals. You either
The
have morals
difference
or you don't. You
the
either
difference
believe
is
that
that
murdering somebody is
subjective
wrong or you
morals
believe
are
it's right.
depend no, that's not the difference. Okay. The difference is that objective morals exist independent of any mind, meaning it's just like a transcendental existence. Whereas subjective morals is something that is determined by a mind. So why should we be compelled to follow the morals of this book when you can't demonstrate A, that the book is true, or B, that objective morals even exist?
It all just comes back to it all just comes back to how do you even have the mind to make the decision for yourself?
Again, we evolved. We already covered this, and that didn't actually answer the question. Can you make a case
But
for why
what do
objective
you
morals
evolve from?
exist, or why that we should
How
actually? And
why are we the only things
the
that have
dodge counter
evolved?
goes back on the
No.
board. All right,
He
we'll get
does
Why
the
are
not want to
dodge
answer your
counter.
questions.
Dodge
why are we
number
the
1. So again, the question is, can you make a case for why
you
objective
haven't answered
morals
my
exist?
question.
That's because I asked you the question first and you ran from it.
No,
So we'll try
no,
again. Dodge number
I asked you this question 10
2.
minutes
Can
ago.
you make a case? No, you didn't. Can you make a case
Yes, I did.
for why
I've been
objective
asked you
morals
why are we
exist
the
or
only things
why
that have
we should
evolved?
follow the subjective morals of your God?
Hmm? All right.
Why is he so terrified to answer your question?
I don't know. It's weird.
I mean, I've been waiting for y'all to answer my question.
We don't even know
You
what your
don't
question
get. We
is
don't.
because you're still busy dodging ours.
I've
So the question is,
Yeah.
can you make a case
actually
for
I
why
asked the question
objective
before
morals
you asked your
exist?
question.
You were asking questions while you were not answering mine, so didn't even hear it. So again, can you make a case for why
Oh, so we're
objective
not
morals
listening.
exist? No,
I
I
see
was
what the problem
forcing
here
you to
is.
stop running from my question. It's not going to go well for you if you don't know the difference between dodging and not dodging. So, can you make a case for why objective morals exist or why we should follow the subjective morals of your religion?
Again, like I said, morals is morals.
Dodge number 3. Is there a reason why
I
we
don't
would
believe objective and
follow?
subjective morals is different.
Okay,
So
so
how
you
am I
don't.
going to answer the question
Well,
for you?
they are
Morals is
they're
morals.
definitionally different, Jack. That's how words
Where do you
work.
get where do you
All right,
get
so
the
we'll
two
try this
different
again.
things from? Morals
Okay,
is morals.
do you think that the word objective and the word subjective are the same word?
No.
Okay. So do you believe that when we add the modifier to the word moral, that they're the same? If I say an objective moral or a subjective moral, do you think that those mean the same thing?
You're not listening to my point though.
Jack,
Morals
you
is
answer
morals.
the
You either have
question.
morals or you
No,
don't.
you're wrong. There's
Objective or subjective. Objective or
all
subjective
right,
to the side.
Jack.
You
Jack,
either have
listen,
morals or you
Jack,
don't. You either
Jack.
believe morals or a thing or
You're
you
never
don't.
going to get anywhere by not answering my questions.
Dodge number
So we'll
one.
try this again. When you add the modifier to a word, like we know what morals are, when you add a modifier to the word morals, like subjective or
Where do you
objective,
get morals
it
from?
means different. We're getting there. You'll figure it out, Jack. Okay. So subjective means it comes from a mind. That's what it means. Subjective morals comes from a mind. Objective morals don't come from any mind. They exist independent of all minds. That's the difference. Now, if morals are objective, meaning they are the same no matter what any mind thinks, then that means those are the standard. It doesn't matter what I think, those must be the standard. If you believe in subjective morals, then that means you agree with me, which is we all have morals, but we don't agree on what is always moral because it's subject to our minds. So, unless you can demonstrate that morals are objective and not subjective, that means I'm not compelled to agree with your objective morals. And the reality is, you actually don't believe in objective morals either. You just don't know it yet because you believe that morals come from your God's mind, which make them subject to the mind of God. So you still believe in subjective morals. You and I both believe in subjective morals. The difference is I think they come from our minds. You think they come from God's mind, right?
Yeah, my thing is,
Okay.
where do you get your mind from? Where
We'll
is
try this.
your mind from?
We already covered this.
Where
It
is your
evolved.
consciousness
I
from?
hate having to cover the
It
same thing over
evolved
and over
from
again.
what?
It evolved from lower forms of life. Listen, if you haven't read like an
Okay,
evolution
so then,
textbook when you were in
boom.
school, that seems like it's your problem. It's not my problem right
No, see,
now.
that's
So
your problem.
Jack, you're not going to debunk
So
you're not going to
let's
debunk
answer my
evolution
question
in the
now.
next 30 seconds, and I don't want to pivot in the conversation. So well,
Let's answer my question now. Why are we
what's
the
your
only things that have evolved?
we're not. Well, in fact, I answered this 15 minutes ago.
So what else has evolved?
Everything on the planet has evolved.
How? How are we the
This
only things that have
w-
consciences, that have
we're not. Animals have
subjective
consciousness.
morals?
We're not.
Like
We're not the only animals
why
with
are we the only
morals.
one that know?
None of this
Okay,
is true,
so
Jack. You're just spitballing here and it's not working. Animals have moral codes as well. Animals, like elephants, even mourn their loved ones when they pass away. And they celebrate together when a new baby is born. When the new elephant is born, they all shout up into the air in celebration of having a new member of the pack.
okay, but lions also go out and kill, but it's wrong for us to kill.
So
What's
what?
Jack,
If you were listening, you would have heard my answer the first two times because we have a higher level of abstract thinking. The higher level you can think
where does that
abstractly, the
come
more
from?
it's evolved, Jack. Everything comes from evolution. So the reality is, the higher your level of
It
abstract
literally
thinking
just
is,
doesn't
the
make
more
sense.
complicated your morals are going to be. You're going to be able to go 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 levels deep in your moral thinking. Whereas if you don't have abstract thinking capabilities, which is clear that obviously not all humans have high levels of abstract thinking, you're going to have a lot less moral behavior.
that literally just did not make sense at all.
I
Like
know it didn't make sense to you.
we are
Yeah.
the only ones that
Do you
have
know what the word
Guys.
abstract
have
thinking
higher
means?
level, have a higher.
Do you know what
We're the
abstract thinking
only
means?
that we have a higher
Jack, do
level of
you know
thinking
what
than anything
abstract
else.
thinking is?
No, please tell me.
Okay. Abstract thinking is the ability to step back a level. So, for example, an abstraction in, say, electrical engineering or even in computer programming is having a list of ones and zeros. Now, you can take those ones and zeros and you can actually compile a code. You can write a program so that you can write an English code and it's going to get converted into ones and zeros, something that your processor can actually work with. The difference between taking written text and translating it into binary for your processor, that's called abstraction. We've taken one level of meaning and we've laid it over top of another level of meaning. We've abstracted it. So we're able to step back from what we're thinking and think about multiple levels. In fact, when I'm planning what I'm going to do in the next couple hours, I can plan multiple things at once. When I'm reading a book or watching a movie, I can follow multiple storylines at once. I can think deeply about the ramifications on multiple levels of what one decision would be. That's called abstract thinking. A lot of animals don't have that level of abstract thinking. They don't know that when they do something, it could result in 5 different outcomes. We can. We know this.
So how are we the only ones that have got there?
Because the
That's
thing
because
that,
we learned
that
how
allowed
to.
the thing,
We're the
well,
only
we're
ones.
not the only ones that can think abstractly. It's been proven that crows and other birds and quite a few animals can think abstractly. They can make tools. Different members of the monkey and ape families can do the same thing. We just do it the best. That's the one attribute that we evolved that was going to be our strongest attribute, whereas other animals had different attributes that they emphasize. For example,
You don't even realize it.
lions are
You
really
don't even
good.
realize it.
Lions are
You
really
prove the Bible.
good. Yeah, you can talk all you want while I'm talking. No one can hear you. So lions are really good at like killing other animals. Like they're good at hunting. They're incredibly strong. Their size to weight ratio is immense. That was their adaptation. Gorillas, same thing. Gorillas have and even chimps have a gigantic strength to weight ratio. That was something that they evolved that helped them survive. It just happened to be that the thing we evolved that helps us to survive was our great intellect. We're not nearly as strong as most animals our size. We're certainly not fucking as fast as animals our size, but we're way smarter than other animals.
Yeah, it probably helped a lot that we learned how
You know
to
who
cook
said it was gonna be like
meats.
that?
What, Jack?
You know, like this whole time you doing this, it just proves everything.
That you can't actually follow a dialogue
Just
because you're about to
proves
pivot
that the
back to
Bible.
God is real because the Bible said so.
Jack was super ignorant of science and decided to make it everyone's problem today.
Yeah, this is rough. Jack, did you graduate high school?
What makes science so real?
Listen,
I
there's
did.
nothing wrong. There's nothing wrong with if you didn't. I just want to gauge where you're at. Did you actually graduate high school?
Mm-hmm.
To be sure, I have a sister who didn't graduate, and she's delightful. I'm not saying it as a bad thing. I'm just trying to figure out if you actually
I
got to
said
take
yes.
biology class. Okay, did you pay attention in biology class?
Yeah.
Did you remember learning about evolution?
Mm-hmm.
Do you know anything about evolution? Do you remember any of it?
You know what I also learned about school?
Ugh.
About the school system?
He
About the
can't follow.
education
Another
system?
Guy
fucking
can't follow
dodge.
at all.
No.
All right, Jack. All right, Jack. You can't
just.
actually follow a conversation, and
So wait, hold
I
on,
think
hold on.
you
Wait.
failed to actually demonstrate the validity of your claim, which is Christianity is true. Do you have
So
one
why are
last
we
argument,
believing
or
that
should we move on to
so
somebody else?
yeah, so why do we believe that the education system is real? Why do we believe that the
The
education
It's
system
education
is
real.
system, it doesn't exist. The education system doesn't
like
exist. Listen, where
It's
you're
all a
at,
figment of
maybe
our
it didn't.
imagination.
Where I grew up, the education it definitely existed.
I went to school.
no,
It was
you
definitely
know,
real.
you know that the education system that you're basing all your beliefs off of, you know the man who created it said he wants a
Oh,
con-
conspiracy
he
incoming.
wants
Here comes the
no,
conspiracies.
no,
Oh
no.
boy.
It's not
Here we
it's not
go.
a conspiracy. It's his
Before
words.
The
before you
He wants a
know
man.
it,
nation.
we're gonna get
He
the
wants a
anti-Semitic
nation full
talking
of workers,
points.
not thinkers.
Who
He
said
wants
that?
a
Do you
nation.
even name it? Name the
John
guy.
D. Rockefeller.
Do you think John D. Rockefeller
He said,
invented science?
Oh God, there's the anti-Semitic conspiracy theory.
Yeah, here it comes.
said, I want
What
a
shape,
nation
Jack?
full
What
of
shape is the
workers,
Earth?
not thinkers.
Jack, what shape is the Earth?
It's flat.
Fuck.
Flat.
Motherfucker.
There's a firmament.
Yeah, there we go.
firmament
There
around
we go.
protecting
We
us.
knew it was gonna happen.
The other planets are the 7 fallen angels.
Oh my
Oh,
God.
the planets are fallen angels.
Yep.
Sure.
Gee whiz.
And what's the evidence that the Earth is flat? Let me ask you a question, actually. So, I've led a privileged life as an electrical engineer. I got to do a lot of really cool experiments, and one of my favorite experiments was writing some code for GPS tracking. Why is it that long-range GPS code only works when you factor in a globe Earth?
I don't know. I don't.
You don't know? Don't you think that's kind
Yeah,
of a big
because, I
a big
mean,
oversight when we launch satellites into
not.
space? They can only
I
actually
mean,
work if we
I'm
factor
not
in
an
that the
astronaut
globe,
or
the planet's a
electrical
globe.
engineer or anything like that. I don't believe anything like that. We live on a flat Earth with a firmament
How
around us,
come?
Fuck me.
How come
with
my?
waters above and below.
That's an adorable that you think that. How come my applied trigonometry textbook gives you formulas for GPS trilateralization that assumes
What
that
makes
the
your
Earth is a
textbook
globe?
more true than the Bible?
Because it works. When I apply the formulas, it fucking works. When I read the Bible, it says
Like,
things that are simply not true. It's full of contradictions. Jesus didn't fulfill a single prophecy, not one. It's full of lies.
I mean, we can sit here and do this all day, but
Well, I
I
can
don't
just
think
show
you
you.
can.
How many contradictions do you have to see in the Bible before it's no longer trustworthy?
I mean, it kind of honestly makes it more trustworthy
The more
because
contradictions, the
because it's
more
eyewitness
trustworthy.
because the Bible
That's
because the Bible because
crazy. I've never. This
the
is
Bible
cognitive dissonance like level 100 right now. Like
no
we're maxed
because
out at cognitive dissonance.
the Bible isn't one
And to
book
think I
written
almost
by
cut this
one
conversation
person.
short. Yeah, it's written by like 40 plus authors and they all contradict each other.
Yeah.
Congratulations, you got a
So do
contradictory
you know
book.
do you know how detectives solve cases?
Do
Topic
you?
Top Cat says my
Like,
mic is so loud. Top Cat, my mic is loud, but the reality is Jack's mic is actually just really quiet. Also, I'm
Jack,
I'm
don't.
pretty close to it. Let me move back. Try
Jack,
that.
you don't believe in education and science, though, so don't talk to us about how detectives solve cases.
well, I mean, when they take eyewitness accounts, the eyewitness accounts aren't the same.
Eyewitness accounts are the least useful modes of evidence in a court of law.
Mm,
If
Actually,
the
that's
for, if the
wrong.
if the forensic evidence contradicts the eyewitness testimony, we take the forensic evidence over the eyewitness testimony.
I mean, of course, you're going to take DNA over, but we don't have that. With the Bible, we have eyewitness accounts
You
No,
don't
we
have
what
eyewitness
happened.
accounts.
Yeah, we do.
No, you
Who are
don't.
y'all to say that we don't?
The manuscripts, Matthew, Mark, Luke, and John, don't have names on them. They were attributed by church fathers later on. There's not a single sentence in any of those books that would suggest that Matthew, Mark, Luke, or John wrote them. In fact, there's evidence within those books against that claim. John, there are multiple authors that identify themselves in chapter 21. Mark wasn't a fucking eyewitness to anything. He was the cousin of Barnabas, and that's if you think that is the Mark. There was no Mark the disciple. Luke wasn't a disciple. He didn't see shit. And I have no reason to believe that Luke wrote that, being that his accounting of events contradicts Paul's accounting of events. But according to the story, Luke was the traveling companion of Paul. So Luke shouldn't be contradicting Paul's writings. And Matthew, I have no reason to believe that Matthew wrote Matthew. He talks about his own conversion story in third person and copies it from Mark. What kind of a buffoon copies his own conversion story from somebody else, doesn't change it, and keeps it in third person?
I guess we will all find out one day.
Guess
Or
we
won't.
won't.
If we're right.
We'll
We
be
will all
dead.
find out the truth.
We'll be worm
Everybody,
food.
every tongue will confess
It certainly won't
God.
be the case.
that He is Lord and Savior.
Certainly won't
This is all he's got
happen.
left.
In fact, this contradicts the Old Testament. It says in the Old Testament that every tongue will confess that Yahweh is Lord.
Yeah, they will.
Yahweh and Jesus are different names. I don't know if you knew this.
Well, Yahweh is.
We speak
We'll get
Hebrew,
into the
so before
Trinity.
you,
Yeah, before you start spouting off about what it says in the original language, just know that we actually studied the original language. So in Isaiah, it says, let me grab it. Yeah. By myself I have sworn, that's Yahweh, from my mouth has gone forth in righteousness a word that shall not return. To me every knee shall bow. To Yahweh every knee shall bow. It didn't say to Jesus. It says every tongue shall swear only in Yahweh. Every tongue will confess Yahweh, the name of God. Jesus is not Yahweh.
Jesus is
no.
He's not Yahweh.
the Father, the Son, the Holy
The early
Spirit. It's
the
all
early
Yahweh.
Christians didn't believe
Now
in the
you're
Trinity.
going to super hell. Jesus is not the Trinity. He's one member of the Trinity.
That's not what I said. I said Yahweh is the Son, the Father, and the Holy Spirit.
No, Yahweh is
The
not.
Yahweh
Yahweh is the
is all of
Father.
them.
Yahweh is the
And
Father.
there is the Father.
Yahweh
the
is the
Son,
name of the
and Holy
Father.
Spirit.
Well, Jack, listen, you're going to burn in hell since you don't even know the Trinity right. This is bad for you. Now I'm worried.
Well, thank you.
All right,
Okay.
listen, Jack. We had a good time, but it's like 7:10, and I think we've kept you up long enough. We're going to move on to the next guest, but you should consider going back to school and figuring out that the Earth isn't flat, and that a book
I'm
about
not
talking
going back to
donkeys
school
and
where
talking. Yeah, I believe that
the
talking
man
donkeys
that
and talking
created it said
snakes
that he wants to.
isn't actually a book of truth. All right, go have fun with your conspiracy theories, Jack.
And Jack's off. All right. You have underneath your coffee mug, it's still got the price tag on it.
Yeah, that's about right. I just got it. I went through was that TJ Maxx the other day, and I was like, "Fuck, that's a dope look, this is a dope coffee mug." Tell me
That
that's
is
not a
pretty good
dope
coffee
I'm
mug.
just saying. I had to pick it up. Anyways, friends, let me grab a couple supers and whatnot so we don't get too far behind. We'll get our next guest in here. Adam sent out 5 DZ Debate memberships. Well, thank you, Adam. I appreciate that. And Carlos sent out 5 Deconstruction Zone memberships. Well, thank you, Carlos. But listen, Carlos is obviously playing some favorites because Carlos sent out 20 DZ Debate memberships. At this rate, DZ Debates is going to catch up with Deconstruction Zone on memberships. This is crazy. Thank you so much, Carlos. I appreciate that. And so does everyone who got a free membership. NoCo, thank you so much for 5 DZ Debate memberships. I really appreciate that, my friend. And also for the $50 super chat. Thank you so much. Says, hi, Justin. I know I'm a bit late, but I'm so sorry about your kitty, about Pi. Yes, thank you for that. It's so hard to lose them. Those 2 new ones are adorable. It's Wednesday night. Let's get the cooking. Rock hard for Doug. Well, thank you so much. Yeah, Pi's been gone now 2 weeks. We did bury him and lay him to rest, so he's in the ground. But Pi was an amazing cat. I knew he had some health issues when I got him, but I thought I could work with it. But it just, unfortunately, they came to get him.
I still haven't got a photo of Sharon, Doug, and Pi sent to me.
Sorry, I've been busy, buddy. There's no
I'm
moss.
gonna make some graphics for you.
No moss grows under these feet, but yes, I'll get them to you. I promise. I have them somewhere because I sent them to Benny and I sent them to Crystal before. I just have to find them again so I can send them to you, rather than retaking them. But yeah, thank you for that, Noco. And GL, thank you for the $20 super chat. Has tried to write a comment where I declared Arabic word for struggle against the horizontal stream and the people who watch it. But YouTube really don't like words that I was using. Anyways, boo to the horizontal stream. GL, thank you for the super chat. But there's no schism, okay? Horizontal and vertical are all part of Doug's kingdom. We don't have to be divided. A house divided shall not stand, and we don't want to be a divided house. Doug Life, good name, says your videos along with the line and atheist experience have been incredibly helpful with deconstruction. I was also there to witness the coming of the Messiah a few days ago. We're up to 20,000 eyewitnesses. Could you imagine if Jesus had 20,000 eyewitnesses that gave testimony? But I've got at least 20,000 eyewitnesses. In fact, maybe more than that, probably 50 or 60,000 based on the viewing of the videos. And RD Killer, thank you for the super chat, says, why or why not is the Chicago style hot dog the ultimate hot dog form? I don't know why. Where I grew up, no one even talked about the hot dog from Chicago. It wasn't even a thing. No one cared. It sounds like it's only a thing if you go to Chicago. And like, I don't know. Here, hot dogs are just hot dogs. Some are good, some are not. Really, whatever works for you, whatever kind of hot dog you like, that's the one you should eat. And Nick Trail says, hello, Justin from Deconstruction. Hello, Justin from the Deconstruction. I've been trying to send you my tides for Doug. I've been having a problem with super chats. Forgive me. No worries, Nick Trail. We appreciate you being here. We really love and appreciate you, my friend. And Doug appreciates you. And Ryan, thank you for the super chat. Says, please ask the next Flurf why ships disappear bottom up over the horizon. No matter how much you zoom in, it's the only easy, I think you mean way. It's the only way to observe evidence their simple minds can hope to comprehend. Well, I do typically. The reality was that guest was already too far gone. No line of questioning was ever going to convince him. He was gone. And Drew, thank you so much for the $20 super chat. It says, hail, hail, Faraday and Volta. We all know that cats are God. Indeed. Cats are gods and all dogs go to heaven, which is a real problem for atheists. But we're working with it. You know, there are contradictions in our worldview still yet. And RD Killer says, that's it. I'm converting my contact lenses to only receive horizontally polarized light. What? This is unacceptable. There is no schism. No schism. And last super chat for now from our friend Narcissa. Good to see you, my friend. Says, Justin, put the kitty back on your head. Well, first of all, thank you so much for the $20 super chat, Narcissa. And the kitty is, well, one of them's sleeping. He's in front of me here. So right now, Volta is asleep, but Faraday here is chilling with me. Faraday is the cuddler of the two of them. He likes to nap as well, but he's really only happy if he's napping like in your lap. Whereas Volta will just sit in front of the keyboard and nap just fine. He's not quite as cuddly, but Faraday, he has to cuddle. He's my cuddle bug. He's real sweet. He's the one typically you see on screen. But when they're both awake and wanting to play, you'll see both of them trying to climb up on top of my head. Thank you for the super chats, friends. We're going to go ahead and get our next guest in here. Simon was next, and then it's going to be Zombie Lover 84. All right, hold on, buddy. Simon, welcome in. Are you at least 18, and do you believe in God?
Yes, I believe in God.
Simon, we just talked to you like the last 2 days.
Yeah.
All right, Simon, we're to be fair, you're nice, but we're kind of bored of having the same conversation over and over again. So we're going to move on, okay?
Fine, thank you, bud.
All right, cheers, bud.
Zombie Lover. I wonder if that's a reference to Jesus.
I kind of thought so. I mean, to be fair, when you assume, you make a ass out of you and me. But the reality is I did assume that that's kind of what that was for. I think Faraday is going to take a nap up there, so I got to be careful. Let's grab Zombie Lover from the queue, and we'll make sure echo cancellation is turned on. Oh, did I accidentally click it? There we go. I meant to click the dodge counter. There we go. We don't need the dodge counter up. All right. Let's bring in Zombie Lover.
What's up?
Welcome, Zombie Lover. Are you at least 18, and do you believe in God?
Yes, and yes.
Awesome. And which God do you believe in?
The ancient ones.
So multiples.
Yes, multiples, absolutely.
Yeah, do they have names?
Do they have names?
Cthulhu would be one.
That's it? Just one?
Wasn't he made up by H.P. Lovecraft?
Narlathotep, Yog-Sothoth.
Let's see. Yeah, Cthulhu is a cosmic entity created by H.P. Lovecraft.
Absolutely. He is my god.
Okay. All right.
Well,
yeah, I know you're just fucking around. Don't do that again. All right, let's get in our next guest. Looks like it's going to be Sojourner Apologetics and then Jeffrey after that. So let's get Sojourner in here. Sorry, I'm having trouble clicking on him because my cat is in the way. Give me just 1 second. We'll get it. Get him pulled up.
You cannot disturb the cat. That's the rule.
Never. Nano says, "Is that a Christmas sweater or Chinese Republic?" What? I don't even know what Chinese Republic is. A Christmas fucking sweater. Stay rock hard for Doug. Praise be upon him. Indeed, may the courts be with you, Nano. Yes, it's a festive Christmas sweater. And I like to enjoy this season. I especially like to enjoy the winter seasons are where I live. It's long and cold and arduous. At least you can have a little bit of fun by spicing it up with like festive type things. All right, so Journer, welcome in. Are you at least 18, and do you believe in God?
Yeah, I'm 32, and I do believe in God,
Cool. And which God do you believe in?
the Christian God, Yahweh.
Awesome. Yahweh and Jesus?
Correct.
Okay. What would be the greatest evidence or argument for the Christian God being real?
So, from my point of view, and this is my first time seeing your live or anything, and I just tuned in not long ago. It was with I forget the guy's name when he got into flat Earth and things like that. That was when I tuned in. My personal most convincing evidence for God, and you actually laid out your point of view on this, is the transcendental argument for God, moral objectivism, things like that. And you did touch on that as soon as I tuned in. So that's typically the route that I take.
You want to do the moral argument then?
Yeah, I heard you lay out relativism, and it definitely sounded like the last caller who you got into that with didn't understand the terms.
No,
I think
no, it doesn't.
Yeah, I think you laid it out very well.
He sounds like a Buddhist monk now.
Sojourner, did you drop your phone? What just happened? Is he down? Is he down under? Where do they blow those giant horns?
He was
Or is that
meditating.
Swiss? Is he in the Alps? He's in the Alps. Okay, he's back. Sojourner, okay, we'll try this again. So you want to run the moral argument for God? That's perfectly fine. For philosophical syllogisms and argumentation, we run a timer. I give 10 minutes per argument. Every time you say a word that needs defined because it's not part of the common vernacular, you lose time on the clock. Go ahead.
Yeah, sorry about that, by the way. That was something with my headphones. It does that to my mic. I don't know why that happens. But I would just like to pick up right where you left off with the caller on moral relativism. So you believe that all moral values are relative or subjective to the person who holds them. Do I understand your point of view correctly?
Yeah, until someone can demonstrate that objective morals do in fact exist, that's what we're left with. We have no other choice. So in order to move away from that, you would have to demonstrate that objective morals do exist.
Okay. Do you believe that they are relative or subjective, let's say, in the same way that someone's favorite color would be relative or subjective to the person who holds that opinion?
Yes, and again, you're going to make an argument that you don't like subjective morals, and that's irrelevant. The question is, can you make an argument for why they are actually objective? Because whether or not you like them is irrelevant to whether or not that's what we're stuck with.
Right. So if moral relativism is the same type of relative or subjectivism.
All right, Sojourner, I'm going to stop you because we've heard this argument 1,000 times. If you don't have an argument for why objective morals exist, your complaint with subjective morals is irrelevant and we don't care. So do you have an argument for why objective morals do exist?
Yeah, I believe that they do. And if I could just ask you a question.
We believe that you believe that. We're asking, why would anyone believe that?
I wasn't offering that as a proof.
What's the evidence that they exist?
So, like I said, I was going to lay out my argument, I guess, more in the form of a question, if I could do that without being cut off. If morals are relative and subjective in the same exact way that, say, a favorite color is relative or subjective, then do you also believe that a value judgment like good and bad doesn't actually exist since it's completely based in personal opinion? There is no such thing as actual good or bad.
they're subjective until you can demonstrate that there's something objective. That's all you're left with. So again, I'll ask for the fifth time. Do you have an argument that would demonstrate that morals are objective?
Yeah. If
Because
morals are
what I keep hearing is complaints that you don't like subjective morals.
no, it's not a complaint. So now that we've got that out of the way, that morals are relative in the same exact sense that a favorite color is subjective, and that good and bad value judgments don't actually exist. They are all also subjective or relative to the person. Then, according to your worldview,
They do
Well, here
exist.
goes.
They do exist. They just exist subjectively. So again,
Well,
until
right.
you
But-
can
but if the
demonstrate
thing-
that objective morals do exist, it's irrelevant whether you like subjective morals or not. So for the
I
15th
totally
time,
understand that, but what
for
I
the
mean by it doesn't
15th
exist.
time, do you have an argument for why objective morals do exist?
Sojourner, for example, if I wanted to present an argument for evolution, I don't need to poke holes in creationism. I can just present arguments for evolution. In the same way, if you believe in objective morals, you should be able to present the argument for objective morals without having to poke holes in subjective morals.
I understand laying out a syllogism, but and so I guess I'll clarify what I meant by good or bad value judgments don't exist. I know that we make them. I know that in people's minds or opinions that they do hold a good or bad value judgment depending on what it is that they're observing. What I mean is that if a thing, let's just say good, if a good value judgment can mean anything based on whoever is holding the opinion and it can't be defined objectively, then it doesn't actually exist on its own. It completely depends on the person who is making the observation. So if that's the case, according to your worldview, if there are two people that we're looking at, one, and I would assume this is you, just by hearing you speak, I assume that this is you. You don't think, or you don't have the desire to molest a child, but if somebody does, there's nothing wrong with that.
How is this an argument
And it's-
for
and it's
objective
no
morals
different than
and
someone's
not
favorite
just
color?
complaining
Again,
about subjective morals?
Yeah, still a
But is that your
complaint.
worldview?
Still a complaint.
No, but is that your worldview?
So still no, it's not. But also it's irrelevant. So we'll go
Then how is
dodge
it
number.
how is it not? That's
Dodge number
contradictory.
1, not an argument for objective morals. Try again.
You just contradicted yourself.
I didn't.
You did.
No, I didn't.
So, if morals are relative and favorite colors are relative and good and bad is relative, then to you, if a thing is bad,
Sojourner, do you remember the
you just said that
the
it's
example I
also
just
bad
gave
for other
you?
people. You
So
just said
do
it's
you-
bad for other people.
Sojourner, do you remember
I
the example I
didn't.
just gave you?
So you don't think it's bad. You just think it's someone's opinion.
So again, I believe that I can say something is either good or bad, and that is a subjective opinion. Now, I come to that using rational faculties, using logic, using empiricism, and things like that. But it's still subjective. And again, whether or not you like subjective morals will never be an argument for why objective morals do exist. So you're at dodge number 1, which is technically like dodge number 4 or 5 at this point. So every time you don't give an argument for why objective morals exist, I'm just going to add to the dodge counter, and everyone's going to make fun of you until you actually give an argument for objective morals.
Well, being made fun of by someone or a group of people who don't think it's objectively wrong to molest a child doesn't really carry much weight.
So go ahead and give me
can't
the argument
demonstrate
for
that
why it's
objective morals
objectively
exist.
morally wrong.
Is your worldview that it's not objectively wrong to molest a child?
There's no such thing as objective morals. Give me the argument for why we should
it was a
believe that
yes or no.
morals are objective.
yes or no.
Dodge. I gave you the yes or no. So
you
there's
didn't.
no objective morals. So there's no such thing as objectively morally right or objectively morally wrong. So you're asking a question that doesn't deserve an answer. So again, that's dodge number 2. Can you give an argument for why morals are objective?
It's not dodging when I'm asking you yes or no questions
Okay, dodge
to
number
actually fully
3.
understand.
Can you give an argument for why morals are objective? You can say no if the answer is no. You're welcome to do it. I already know that's the answer. Just go ahead and be honest, or I can keep increasing the counter. Can you give an argument
when I use
that ends in
when I use
morals being
logic, reason,
objective?
knowledge, things that I do have a justification for in the transcendental argument, I observe that morals are not relative. You say that you observe reality,
Then
and that you say that they are relative.
give me the argument for why they're objective then. It doesn't matter if you don't like subjective morals. Until you can demonstrate that morals are objective, you're stuck with it. So again, what's the argument?
I'm trying to find the words to suffice the.
Yeah, I know, because you don't have an argument. Just say no, I don't have an argument for objective morals, and be honest.
Sojourner, do you remember the example I gave you before? I'll tell it to you again. I don't need to poke holes in creationism in order to prove evolution, in the same way you don't need to poke holes in subjective morality in order to present an argument for objective morals.
So we'll try again. Do you have an argument that would result in objective morals being true?
I don't think that I would in the
There we
terms that
go.
I don't.
That's all you
and I
needed
don't
to
have an
say.
issue with that. I don't have
Okay,
an
we
issue
got
with
it.
that.
So the answer is no, you don't. You should have said that from the beginning. Okay.
Okay, so do you have the same argument for why moral relativism is true? I
Yeah,
can ask you the same question.
because it's the default position. Until you can prove
It
objective
doesn't
morals
matter.
exist,
It's still a
the
claim that you have to justify.
Yeah, it's the default position.
It's whose default position?
To be fair, unless objective morals exist, you are left with nothing else other than subjective morals. And we know that subjective morals exist. In fact, even in your worldview,
You can flip the argument right around.
Even in your
if morals
worldview,
are not relative, then
even
you're left with
in-
objectivism.
you're not. Because you would have to
It's the exact
demonstrate
same
that
argument.
morals can exist outside of the mind, and you can't do that. But we know that morals do exist and comes from minds because we observe it happening. In fact, we observe it
Okay, then
happening
prove
even
that they
in
don't
your
exist outside of the
fictional
mind.
holy book, because in your fictional holy book, it comes from whose mind? Where do morals come from in your religion? Wait, I'm sorry. Sojourner, did you say you were a Christian?
Yes.
Okay. Where do morals come from in your holy book?
God.
Okay. Is God a mind?
God has a mind, yes. God is a being.
Okay. And did your God determine what would be morally right and wrong?
No, that's not the Christian position, but
So your God
regardless of getting
didn't
into
your
the
God
Bible.
didn't decide what is morally correct or not?
No, so just to lay out the Christian position, things are good or bad if they mimic or move away from the character of God. God doesn't say this is good because I say so, this is bad because I say so. Things are good or bad if they reflect the character of God or not. But that's irrelevant because the argument that you laid out was
that's
that
not
unless I
even
prove
that's not even
objective-
that's not even in your book. You just made that up. In your book, God gave laws on what he decided were going to be morals, and then he changes them over time, which means God gets to decide what moral is. So, for example,
No, that
at
means
one
that God
point in
gets to decide
time,
what
your
his
God
laws
said
do.
that it was morally acceptable to own slaves. Now, you believe as a Christian that he changed his mind, even though that's not really in the Bible. But if you can change your mind on whether or not owning a slave is morally acceptable, that means that God's mind is determining what is and isn't morally acceptable.
No, that's
Yeah.
that's not the Christian position, nor is that what
Yeah.
the Bible says.
Oh, no, it definitely is what the Bible says. Leviticus 25
It's
says
not,
you can
but
own slaves.
once-
It's okay.
once
I'll read the
again,
Bible
now-
for you.
now you're dodging- now you're dodging your own-
we're used
your
to
own
apologists.
criteria.
We're used to apologists that don't even know what the Bible says. We will
Bill Bros never
gladly
read the
You're dodging your own criteria.
we'll gladly read it to you. No, I'm demonstrating the validity of my argument, which is that your God's
you're not.
morals change over time. In verse 44 in Leviticus 25, he says, "As for the male and female slaves who you may have, it is from the nations around you that you may acquire male and female slaves. You may also acquire them from among the aliens residing with you and from their families who have been born in your land. They may be your property. You may keep them as a possession for your children after you, for them to inherit as property." And it says in Hebrew, forever, property forever, leolam. So your God says you can own people forever. Is that not slavery?
It's definitely slavery. There's no issue with that, though.
Okay, so is slavery objectively morally right or morally wrong?
Depends on the type of slavery.
Give me the one that's not good.
Chattel slavery.
What is chattel slavery?
It's the exact type of slavery that was in the United States of America.
Be a bit more specific, please.
What's the definition of chattel slavery?
I don't know the definition of chattel slavery offhand.
It means that the slaves are owned as property. In fact, it's transferable, transmittable property, which is exactly what we see in Leviticus 25, where they're property.
So
and you can pass them.
You think
You can pass. That's a whataboutism. We don't care. We're talking about God saying that you can own people as property and their children and pass them down to your children after you pass away. Do you think that we should be owning people as property?
So we already do.
He's
called
dodging.
prisoners.
He can't answer.
I'm not.
Do you think
You
being a
keep saying
prisoner
God,
is?
but you haven't,
Do you
you
think
haven't
being
justified the
a?
own
Do you think
criteria
being a
that you laid out.
prisoner? Do you think being a prisoner the same as the African American slave trade?
No, that's why I said it depends on the type of slavery.
Oh, okay. Well, we're talking about the type of slavery where you own somebody as property,
The state
and
owns
you
prisoners as property.
treat them as property, and then their children are born into slavery. Do you think that if someone in prison has a child, that their child should go to prison?
No, I don't believe that, and that's not what happens.
Oh, yeah, because it's different. Yeah, because going to prison's not slavery. In slavery, though, your children
It
become
is.
slaves
It's literally defined that
after
in the U.S.
you.
Constitution.
It doesn't matter. In actual slavery, your children can
So
become
you're wrong.
slaves having committed absolutely no crime, correct?
So these were also prisoners of war.
Dodge number
There's no issue there either.
two. So
There's no issue there either.
in slavery proper, when you have a child, that child becomes a slave, right?
Do what now?
That child becomes a slave in traditional slavery, right?
I wouldn't say traditional. I would say in a form of slavery, sure.
Yeah, the bad type.
Wouldn't necessarily say that because you haven't defined that this type of slavery is the same type of chattel slavery that was in the United States.
I never said this is exactly what we had in the United States. I don't know if you're actually paying attention to the conversation.
So before you
Dodge,
as a moral relative,
like
call this
Dodge number
immoral.
4, 5, 6, I don't even know Dodge number you're on this point. I'm talking about the slavery within the Bible, and I'm using your morals. This is an internal critique. My morals are irrelevant. Do you believe that owning another human being as property for a life, and then their children, having not committed a crime, that you compel them to work without any pay, and you can beat them if they act up? Do you think that is objectively moral?
That's not what happened in the Bible. So
We'll try
no,
this again.
that's not.
Do you think that is objectively moral?
You can't create a false analogy and then say it's
Do
dodging.
you think that's objectively moral? I didn't ask you if it was in the Bible.
Do I think that owning a slave as property and then their children being born into slavery and then beating them, not paying them, and mistreating them is morally objective? Yes, I think that is morally objectively wrong, and that's not what happened in the Bible. So
There
it's
we
irrelevant.
go. We finally got an answer. Now I'm going to show you in the Bible where it says you can do exactly that, because again, you haven't read this book. We're used to that for people who have apologetics in their name, having never read the book. Now, we're going to
I've
turn
read the
to
entire book
Exodus.
cover to cover multiple
Well, you
times.
must have forgot to
But
read
you still-
Exodus
you-
and Leviticus,
still-
because then
you still haven't fulfilled
I know
the
you're going to try
criteria
to
that
dodge
you
all you
laid
want.
out.
You're not going to let it happen.
You've dodged your
So
own. You've dodged
Leviticus,
your own argument.
we're actually
You got
demonstrating
to run to the Bible to try to find a
we're
contradiction, and you
demonstrating
can't
the
fulfill your own
validity
criteria.
of my argument. My argument is that you believe slavery is morally wrong objectively, and the Bible disagrees with you.
Nope, didn't
In
say that.
Leviticus,
Didn't say
in
that as a
Exodus
universal
21
statement.
says, if his master gives him a wife and
You're
she
doing
bears
very
him
poorly.
son.
You're doing very poorly.
Yeah, I'm sure nobody agrees with you here. If his
He
master
really
gives
doesn't
him a
want you to read
wife,
the Bible.
I know. If his master gives him a wife and she bears him sons or daughters, the wife and her children shall be her. Okay, so God does prescribe that children will be born into slavery. Great. Now, if you go down later in the chapter, he also says you can beat them. It says, when a slave owner strikes a male or female slave with a rod and the slave dies immediately, the owner will be punished. But if the slave survives a day or two, there's no punishment because the slave is the owner's property. In fact, in the Hebrew, it says kesef, which means money. So you can beat your slave so severely that if they unalive a couple of days later, you're not going to be held liable for it because it's presumed to be an accident. So you can beat them pretty harshly. You think that's morally, objectively moral?
That's not what the text said, but you keep dodging the entire basis
it
of
does say that, so we're going to make you read it. It
You
says,
haven't
if the slave...
you haven't proved that moral relativism.
So it says if he wants to pivot so hard, he'll never get to do it though. If the
Exactly the same
slave
argument
if
in
the
the beginning.
slave survives for a day or two, I'd run from the Bible if I were you too. If the slave survives for a day or two, what does that mean?
From your own argument. You're
What's it
running from
mean?
your own argument.
I'm demonstrating my argument and everyone sees it but you. So it says
No,
if
you
the
haven't
slave
demonstrated that it's
survives for a day or
default position.
two, what's it mean to survive for a day or two?
You haven't demonstrated your default position.
My default position is that there's a contradiction in your worldview, and we're showing it right now, which
What
is
does
why
that
you're
have to do with moral
which is why
relativism?
you're
that you
you're
said is
actually
the default?
terrified to actually follow
Who's
right now.
terrified?
So
You're terrified of your own argument.
I'm demonstrating that morals are relative because you believe that slavery is objectively wrong when the Bible doesn't, which means by default morals are subjective or relative. They change over time and culture. So we'll try this again. If the slave survives a day or two, there's no punishment. What does it mean to survive for a day or two?
You haven't proved that it's the default position. You keep running from it.
Dodge,
You're going to a Bible that
dodge
you
number
don't believe in.
two. All right.
To try to
Apparently,
prove
I
a
got to get the dodge counter back on the board for this Dodger. We got to. I was gonna say a dodging Dalton, but I wouldn't want to besmirch the good name of Dalton.
Yeah. Hey, dodging David.
We got a dodging David in the house. Dodge number two. We'll try this again. What does it mean to survive for a day or two?
What does it mean that moral relativism is the default position?
Dodge
unless,
number
like you said, you can
three.
prove that.
What does it
Unless you
mean
can
to
prove
survive
that,
for
then
a day or
the antithesis
two?
is the default.
He's so terrified. What does it mean to survive for a
No
day or
one's
two?
terrified. You're dodging your own criteria.
Dodge number four. What does it mean to survive for a day or two?
You're dodging your own argument.
I'm
Dodge
getting
number
secondhand
five.
I'm
Yeah, this
getting
is
secondhand
embarrassing.
embarrassment.
Keep in mind, this is God's best. This is sojourner apologetics. God has empowered him to do apologetics, but he's terrified to answer questions about the Bible. He's already at dodge number five. What does it mean? What does it mean to survive for a day or two?
I'm holding you to your own worldview, and you can't.
I know,
defend
and I'm demonstrating it, and you're running from my demonstration. It's embarrassing.
not.
I hope your
You're
mother's
reading
not
out of a
watching
book.
this.
You're
So we'll try
misreading
this
out of a book
again.
if you don't believe in
What
it.
does it
Try to
mean
prove
to
your
survive
default
for a day or
position.
two?
Prove your default position, like you said.
Dodge number seven. What does it mean to survive for a day or two?
No one's dodging.
Dodge number eight. What does it mean to survive for a day or two? You get two more dodges.
That's fine. If I'm
Dodge
dodging,
number
answer how we got to
nine.
this.
What does it mean to survive for a day or two?
How did we get here from your own criteria if I'm the one
Dodge
dodging?
number
boring.
10. I explained it 5 times, and you're too dishonest to understand it. So we're going to move on to an adult, okay, baby?
That was embarrassing. They
That's
never
embarrassing.
like. Why don't Phil Bros like the Bible?
They
Someone
hate
needs
the
to do a
book.
study on this.
I'll never understand it. They'll do anything but read this book. And he failed to understand the argument that I laid out twice, which is if you believe slavery is morally wrong now, objectively, but it wasn't when God said you can do it, that means morals are relative. It's
I
crazy
never noticed
he
it
couldn't get that.
I never noticed it until you pointed out that every time they try to make an argument for objective morality, it's really just an argument against subjective morality. Which
Yeah, they have no argument. Listen, what he could do is he could run a transcendental argument for objective morals. It'll never work. None of them are good. The problem with the moral argument is it always rests on, well, we don't like subjective morals, therefore there must be objective morals. But like that kind of nonsense doesn't work here because like just because you don't like it doesn't mean that that's the case. Simon, thank you for the 20 Canuck bucks. As viewers of the vertical stream, we must all unite against you don't need to unite against the horizontal streams. Together we shall form the orthodoxy. Long live there's no schism, Simon. The horizontal and the verticals are together. The verts and the hors are one.
my biggest and only regret in life is having made a joke about a schism. It's
Dalton, this is the work of the devil.
this is on me. I take the blame.
Drew, thank you for the super chat, says his argument for objective morals is that he doesn't like subjective morals. Indeed, Drew, that is the case. My argument is I don't like it. In fact, his premise number 1 is wah. Premise number 2 is boo-hoo. And the conclusion is I don't like subjective morals. Adam says, sorry for that. I got all hard for Doug. Don't worry, it happens. So, yes, Gary Newman, the author of Cars, I don't know that either, has a nice new track that atheists might enjoy. It's called My Name is Ruin. Hope you enjoy listening to this track. Well, thank you. I appreciate that, Adam. And also, just keep in mind, I don't know shit about pop culture. I have no idea who any of these people are. You have to really spell things. You have to dumb it down for me and really spell it out for me, or I won't catch it, you know?
I think he was the forefather and pioneer of electric music.
Yeah, I wouldn't have known that. But it sounds dope. Helping make a deconstruct. Good to see you. Says, praise Doug and Sharon for this cookout. Dalton, you keep saying you're going to stream to YouTube, which means horizontal. Only one right answer, by the way. Actually,
It's both
it's
horizontal
gonna be both.
and vertical. I started on the vert, and I will always be loyal to the vert.
It's going to be dual, friends. But we can explain why later, why you need dual and vertical and horizontal. There's actually an algorithmic reason why we do that. That being the case, it's not critical. Now, Carrie says, why is this the only book that it's acceptable to start in the middle? Isn't that crazy? I'll never understand these people that do apologetics that literally have no idea what's in the Old Testament. How did you start like 2/3 through the Bible? Stray Heathen says, whores for life. But also, what is the Ethiopian Bible? Is it more than a collection of extra canonical scrolls or extra canon scrolls? No, it's roughly comparable to an Orthodox Bible with a little bit of additions. It's written in like an early form of Ethiopic. That being said, I think it does include the Book of Jasher. I have to double check on that.
It also has First Enoch in it, so it's got all the cool books.
Right, but there's nothing like unique about it. It is archaic. It goes probably all the way back to about the 6th century, but there's no reason to believe that it's older like than our biblical manuscripts, like, or you know, our non what's the word I was looking for? Well, non-Ethiopian manuscripts. There we go.
Remember, kids, the concept of the canon was created by the man, and it's arbitrary and completely invisible.
That is the case, actually. The canon didn't come from God. If you get that argument, which it will come up, make them demonstrate that it comes from God. They won't be able to do it. Stephen says, I bought a Catholic study Bible, 2nd edition. What the hell? No, for $12, I apologize. You need a 3rd edition. I'm a vertical traditionalist, but I love all in the name of Doug. Well, thank you. I appreciate that. But listen, I've owned a copy of the Catholic Study Bible 2nd edition. I got to tell you guys, the 3rd edition's way better. That's just my personal opinion. The 3rd edition is just dope.
I have this one Bible from Word on Fire, which is a Catholic organization. It's not really useful for anything really, but it looks great. It's got this leather with gold, and the pages are like that kind of like plasticky kind of paper. It's probably my most expensive Bible, but it's not really good for anything.
No. But that's how they get you. They get you on the look and feel. Too shame nobody actually reads it. Gretchen says, I was never a nihilist until MAGA happened. I get that, actually. And Herbie, good to see you tonight, says, I accidentally clicked on the vertical stream, and oh, the horror. Although it meant I could see Justin's jumper properly. So many cats. Well, listen, that is true. You can't see my delightful sweater unless you're watching on vertical. That's just one of the benefits of vertical. And Simon says, your cat is adorable. Use this $5 to buy that kitty some treats and tell your kitty, psst, from me. I definitely will, Simon. I appreciate that. And Known says, we need a dodge counter scoreboard. I think we got it, don't we? Top 3 are banned from calling until someone beats their score. Oh, interesting.
Oh, I see now why the person thought you were wearing a China Republic shirt, because probably all they can see is it's red and there's a yellow star.
Oh, yeah, I could see that'd be the case. Yeah, fair point. But no, it's not a Chinese Republic shirt. Luke says, animal abstract thinking and crows play games with clear rules. That's true. Hold funerals for their dead and pass information from generation to generation. So true. And so do dolphins. Dolphin will pass down learned behaviors as well. Let me grab 3 more super chats. We'll get Jeffrey in here. And then after Jeffrey, we're going to grab Source. Big James says, maxing out my heresy by watching the horizontal stream on a vertical monitor? That's crazy. I didn't even know you could do that. Wild. Well, listen, we're just glad you're here either way. And Carlos says, will we get another Santa stream? Oh, we definitely going to get another Santa stream. Or Doug versus Jesus stream this time of the year. We should do another Doug versus Jesus.
Do you dress like Santa for the streams?
There'll be some Santa streams.
Okay, I'll buy a elf outfit.
There's some deep stream lore you don't know about yet. Steve says, glad to see Duncan joining you tonight. I don't know. You mean Dalton?
That someone, okay, I had a guest who was like this like Jamaican guy. He called me Duncan. And so it's a running joke now. Everyone keeps calling me Duncan.
Well, that's interesting. Well, we're glad to have you in here, Duncan. Okay, let's get in Jeffrey. See what you've done now. It's just going to catch on. We're going to grab Jeffrey from the YouTube queue. Jeffrey, how are you doing? Are you at least 18? And do you believe in God?
Hello?
Yeah, Jeffrey, are you at least 18? And do you believe in God?
It's working. I can't hear anything.
You can't hear me?
Yeah, for some reason, I can't hear anything right now.
Hold
on. It was
on.
working.
Hold on. What about now? Give me a second. Can you hear me now? Jeffrey? Jeffrey? My mic is
I can't
working.
hear anything still.
I don't know why you can't hear me. My mic is working.
I can test output, but for some reason it shows
Can
nothing.
you hear me, Jeffrey?
Apparently not. Maybe he's got a bad connection. Okay. Sorry, Jeffrey. Come back when you get a better connection, okay? I think his connection's given out. I dropped him just now, and it took him a while to drop. I'm curious if his connection's just kind of shitting out on us. All right, let's grab source.
Topic title.
What?
Topic title.
What?
It's missing.
Oh.
Topic title.
There you go. Thank you. Appreciate that. All right, we're going to grab a source from the queue. Welcome in, source. Are you at least 18, and do you believe in God?
Yeah, 18, believe in God, yep.
Dope. And do you believe in a particular God?
Not really, no.
Okay, so you don't believe in like Jesus or Hare Krishna or Brahma or anything like that?
I mean, I think they all kind of got something going on that sort of working. I don't, as far as this, when you get into the specifics, I think it's almost arrogant, I think, you know.
Fair enough. Is there one God or multiple gods?
I really couldn't say. I don't know. I mean,
Okay.
I just kind of, you know, talk to one, but, or maybe I think anyways. I don't know. Maybe I got that wrong. I don't know.
Okay. So what would be your best evidence or argument for why God exists?
I mean, I would say my best evidence would be, I mean, now, you don't want anecdotal evidence. I assume that's kind of not really going to convince anybody. So I'd say, and now the thing is that's how I came to believe. I don't expect a logical argument to convince anyone, but logically, which is something I tried to, you know, puzzle out after I saw the things that I saw, was, you know, if existence exists, and it seems to perform a lot of operations. You know, there's a lot of stuff that existence is doing, and it seems to do so with an innumerable amount of systems that all seem to work in concert to bring about an innumerable amount of outcomes, you know, as if it's processing like more data than any computer that we can even fathom. And if it's doing all that, then it seems more likely that there would be existence.
What is existence?
Everything that exists.
So, like, do you think existence is something that, like, is
Has
a
agency?
description?
Yeah.
Or do you think existence has agency? You think existence is sentient?
Well, I think that it's more likely that something designed it than that. in order for it to do what it does with the amount of economy it does and the number of things that it does, it just seems more likely to me that there would be some kind of design that seems to imply more in the, like, whatever God is. I would think that no one would disagree, of all the different conceptions of God. I don't think anyone who believes in God would argue over that it's the thing that designed existence. You know what I mean? So that's would be the only
So
conception I would really say that I would stick with.
what would lead us to believe that God designed it or something designed it? So, for example, if I was going to design a planet with human beings on it, I wouldn't have done so where 97% of the water was poisonous and where certain parts of history, upwards of 30 to 40% of all children will either die in the womb or within 6 months. It doesn't seem like a good design.
Well, I mean, you say good according to whom?
Well, do you think that a good designer would make it so that babies don't survive?
I mean, do I think a good designer would make it so that babies don't survive? I mean,
do you think that suffering's good?
If it were up to me, man, if I were the designer, we'd all be fucking immortal.
Right.
Everybody live forever. We'd all be happy as shit. But I'm not the designer, so I also don't think I'm qualified to make an Earth. I don't think I have the ability to do that. So it'd be like walking into a science lab and questioning the scientist about all of his findings. You know what I mean? Like, who am I to I could say, oh man, you got that all wrong. You're looking into the microscope.
You are allowed to do that in science. That's the problem.
But the other problem is we don't know that
I'm not allowed to do that. I'm not a
No, but the problem with the analogy is that we don't know that the scientist exists. Like in your analogy, we know the scientist exists and we can't question it. In the real world, I'm questioning whether or not the scientist even exists. Like I walked into a lab and I'm like, I don't think there's a fucking scientist that's been here. It looks like the janitor came in here and kicked open a couple of drawers and fucked everything up.
I mean yeah, but I'm saying though, it performs it. You kick open a bunch of drawers in it. Well, what operations does that perform? What functions and outcomes does that bring about? Besides,
it fucks it up. That's what I said.
Yeah. Well, I mean, to say that it's not designed would almost be like equivalent to like, well, we just threw a hand grenade into the woods and it poofed into existence this mechanism that performed all these systems that all work in concert to create an insane amount of functions. Like that just seems unlikely.
I don't see why that's a problem. That's how evolution works.
Yeah, it's not complexity that's the hallmark of design.
I mean, to say that if there's intelligent, well, it is kind of. I mean, if we,
the way we know things are designed is by the way that we know things are designed are by comparing and contrasting them to that which naturally occurs.
Well, no. So if I'm making the argument. See, no, that's not true. If I'm making the argument for that which naturally occurs is designed, then I would actually have to separate.
I know houses are designed because we have direct evidence of builders building houses, and also houses do not grow in nature. Therefore, they're not natural. They're designed. That's how you compare and contrast.
Well, I mean, where we draw the line, we tend to draw a line at artificiality where we get involved, or where what we perceive as intelligent things gets involved. So, and if we were going to do that and say, well, we can take all of the things that were intentionally designed and then compare them to all the things that we could say weren't. Well, then we could see a significant difference in those two outcomes. Yeah. If I just take a bunch of nuts and bolts and throw them on the floor, it doesn't turn into a clock, right? You know what I mean? Never have we ever seen anything that wasn't intentionally designed come together.
A spillage, we did. A spillage of nuts and bolts is by definition not designed. That's one thing that is not designed, which is why we know there's a distinction between things that are designed and not designed. But the reality is you're making the assumption that we can't find some sort of complexity in the universe without design. Why would that assumption be true?
Well, compared to the only other alternative that there can be, which would be that it happens spontaneously. So I'm not saying that this is definitely how it is or anything like that. I'm just saying it seems significantly more likely that this was all built
based on based on what calculations.
Based on what calculations?
How did you calculate the likeliness of either outcome?
Well, well, I'm well, if I seen a guy standing over a woman with a knife that was just killed by a knife, and he's has a wild look on his face, I don't know the statistical calculations that he killed her, but I would say that it's more likely that he killed her. You know,
But
I couldn't calculate the numbers.
we could make the calculation though based on
Well,
statistics. That's
I can't
actually
do that.
doable.
I'm not a
So
statistician.
a guy holding a knife over a dead woman, that's hallmark. So first of all, we know that men kill women with knives. Therefore, that's another piece of data point, right? But we don't know that God creates universes. We only have one universe to look at. There's no sign of intelligent creation going on here. Every time we look at the universe, it seems to indicate that we evolved. The reason why things are intelligent is because of evolution, and that most of the universe is pure chaos.
Well, I wouldn't argue. I don't feel that anything that you just said is actually refuting anything that I'm saying. I mean, the chaos thing. So chaos, you know, if something is a pattern beyond what we're able to calculate, it might appear to be chaos to us, even though if we were able to process that information, there may very well be a pattern. Like, for instance, let's say that we're hovering in
Well,
space. Like, I'm sorry, what's that, buddy?
maybe is not an argument though. Like saying, well, maybe there's a pattern. That's not really an argument.
Well, I'm not saying I'm saying that I strongly believe that there always is a pattern. I mean,
You believe it, but
let's think about
what's the
this for a
support
second,
for the
right?
claim?
What's the support for the claim
Yeah,
that?
yeah. Like I think we already know what you believe. Restating your
Well,
belief, I don't know if is going to get you
well, I
anywhere.
mean,
We want to know the
how
support
many
for
times?
your belief.
Oh, yeah, sure. Well, how many times has the sophistication of our knowledge increased throughout history? I mean, if
It's
it
always
continues to
increased.
do so, if
Yeah,
it will, it always
because
has.
that's how
So if it
evolution
continues
works.
to, and it's just right. Evolution is extremely intelligent. You know, it's
Right.
an amazing process. Uh, it seems almost as if that was designed. Evolution seems designed. I mean, you could look to a thing that and say, oh no, this looks like chaos,
You think
but if we
evolution
were
was designed? Why? Does the thing that
because I
designed
think
it want carnage?
I imagine so. Yeah. If it happens, I would assume that if I was to say that God was all powerful, then yeah, I would say everything that
Wait, so
happens the
God's
way
not
that
powerful? How powerful is your God?
well, all of the available power, I would say he probably is and has.
How powerful is that? Is he powerful enough to stop the earthquakes and volcanoes and tsunamis?
You know, I really couldn't say, man. I don't know.
Well, how do you create the universe if he couldn't not create volcanoes and tsunamis?
Well, I mean, could I stop the? Okay. So I'll give you a little bit of a specific conception that I have, I guess. Which, and believe me, man, this has been changing over time. So I'm not even saying that I would stick to this, but I would say to answer that, it would say something like, well, in the same way that many of the functions in our bodies are involuntary, but we can take voluntary control over those involuntary functions. I think a lot of existence is that way. So I believe it's an agent. I think a lot of the systems are set in motion and they operate, involuntary for the most part. But that the mind that has jurisdiction over all that has the ability to take voluntary control over it, if that makes sense.
Did God know when he created the earth that there would be natural disasters?
Yeah, I would think so. Yeah.
Does he want natural disasters?
I mean, if it happens, I would say that yeah, yeah, sure.
Why does he want natural disasters? Or is it a he or she or neuter?
And it, we'll just call it an it.
Okay. So
Uh,
why does it want natural disasters?
Cause and effect.
It wants natural disasters for cause and effect. Do natural disasters have to exist for cause and effect to exist?
Well, if the effect is from a natural disaster, then I would say that yeah, I mean, a specific effect would need the cause that caused it to occur. Yeah,
So
I don't see how it could happen.
do I need hurricanes to exist for me to do causes and effects?
No, that's. I'm sorry. Maybe I misspoke. What I mean is, like, let's just say hypothetically. Now, where we're talking about cause and effect on this scale, we can't really track it all. I don't think we have the processing power to do that. But let's say that, like, God wanted a painting or statues in Mount Vesuvius or whatever, and so the volcano would have had to have to erupted in order for people to be frozen in stone, in order, or at least that would be the way that he made it happen. So does that make sense? Or if 100,000 people were supposed to die in an earthquake, then I imagine the earthquake would have to occur. Oh, sorry about that.
Yeah, but does it need to? Does it have to? For example, if God wants humans to exist and he has a particular outcome, or it is not a he, has a particular outcome for humanity, does it need to use natural disasters to reach those outcomes?
Well, I mean, I think of it like the dominoes falling, and I would say that like there's so many that move in so many different directions working together that in order to change one, you would have to change all of them.
Right,
So
but I just need a yes or no to the question though. Like, does first of all, does God have outcomes for humanity? Goals?
for all of humanity, is
Yeah,
that what you mean?
yeah,
So I'm sorry, just to clarify, you mean like for the human race? Does the human race
yes,
have a?
yes.
I
Does God have
I
goals?
I mean, whatever happens, that would be the goal. Yeah. So, right.
So,
I don't know God.
what's
I
the
couldn't
goal?
tell you what's the goal for all of humanity. I don't know, man. Hopefully not like Battlestar Galactica or nothing like that. Maybe
Okay,
hopefully to live a million years, bro. And travel the stars. That'd be cool. I really couldn't say though, man.
is the God benevolent?
Uh, I don't really think that that's relevant.
It,
I
it
think
certainly
that
is relevant. Yeah.
well, not really. I mean, you just
No,
got
it
done
is
talking
because
about
if the
how
God
there's
is
good and
benevolent
bad are
and it turns
relative.
out that it needlessly creates natural disasters, which is contradicting the benevolence, then yeah, it certainly needs to be
Well, that
determined if it is.
well, that would only be true if we're absolutely certain that death is bad.
I didn't say anything about death.
Well, no, you're saying disasters kill people, therefore
I
they're
didn't say that.
bad. You don't. No, that's not the implication of what you
Do you
said.
think do you think that the person who becomes a vegetable for the next 50 years and is dependent on caretaking from their family is bad?
I don't see how whether or not I think it's bad is relevant.
It is relevant. Do you think it's bad?
I, I mean, are they my family member?
Would you prefer it? Would you
I
like that
mean,
to
I
happen to
have my.
you?
It's like I started off saying, bro. If it was up to me, we'd all live forever, and we'd all be happy all the time.
Okay, so
You
yes,
know,
a building falling on you and turning you to a vegetable would be bad
not
for you.
ideal. I would prefer that not happen. Sure.
Okay, so that would be bad. Okay. Now, does God have the power to make sure that doesn't happen to anybody?
I mean, it's possible. I suppose. I don't. I would
Okay.
say if he made the power, if he had the power to make it happen, then he probably had the power to make it not happen, right?
You got it right. Yeah. And so is God still benevolent or the God you're describing sounds evil?
Okay, so the idea of benevolence. What is benevolence? What is that?
Benevolence is sometimes a generic word, but it means you're loving, caring, generous sometimes. The God concept, the theistic concept, is typically omnibenevolent, meaning they're all loving.
All loving. So and I mean, so what the hell does loving mean? I mean, loving is I beat my girlfriend the other night because I love her so much. Is that like love? Do you know what I mean? I didn't really beat
Do
my
you think
girlfriend either.
having a building topple on people is loving?
Uh, I don't know what happens to people when they die.
I didn't ask about dying.
Well, I'm assuming that they're dead if a building toppled on them, right?
No, sometimes they're dead, sometimes they're not. Again, having a building collapse because of an earthquake, is that loving?
You know, uh, the best way that I
If
feel I can answer that.
if
Oh, go
I
ahead.
put a bomb underneath a building and caused it to collapse, would I be doing something loving?
If you did that,
Yeah.
I doubt it.
Okay, if God did it, would it be loving?
Well, see. The best if here how about I trump you one? What if God
I
threw
know
somebody off a
I
house
don't need
head
a
first?
Trump. I want an answer to the question. If God put a bomb under a building and caused it to collapse, would it be a loving move?
Well, is there people across the street that were the terror? If wait, you mean God personally puts a bomb under a building?
Yeah.
I don't understand. I'm
You
sorry.
don't
You're
understand
gonna have
because you don't like where the answer to the question.
no. See, the
Okay.
outcomes from a bomb
All right.
exploding over
Source,
time are
you're not
impossible to
you're not
predict.
willing to be honest, so I'm going to move on, okay?
No, that's not true, buddy.
Nah. That is true. Everyone sees it but you.
I I don't think he even knows what it is he believes about God.
I don't think he knows at all. Yeah. If he doesn't know if putting a bomb under a building and watching it collapse on everybody inside is bad, he's deeply confused or dishonest. It's got to be one or another. I think it's both, actually.
I don't know why so many guests engage in Jordan Peterisms. Well, what do you mean by benevolent? What do you mean by love?
What if
Sounds
the
like Mark the Joker.
metaphysical substrate to reality requires bombs placed underneath buildings to... That's crazy. Trump failed. It says horizontal has declared war on... No, it hasn't. The horizontal and the vertical are not at war. These transgressions... There's no transgression, Trump. So we will settle for cupcakes as a peace treaty. Listen, if cupcakes is what it takes, I'll find a way to get cupcakes out. Okay, friends? We'll make it happen. And Ninoa, thank you for the pronunciation. I appreciate that. Ian is starting to convince me back to objective morality. Why do you disagree? Because I don't believe in transcendentals at all. I don't think anything exists transcendentally, and Ian does. So until someone can demonstrate that transcendentals exist, I don't believe that to be the case. He does believe in the ideas of like forms and whatnot. I don't believe in forms, but that's just something we disagree on. Author Jack says, I prayed to horizontal Doug and he cured the ED because in both of my penises. Praise horizontal Doug. Author Jack, I'm fucking impressed that you've got two. One is already way more than enough some days. Two, let's just say it's a double handful. Space Lord says, caller, so the tag argument, loud droning noise, me, perfect sound effect. Yeah, that is fucking, when people come up and say they want to run tag, like I know it's a reflex. My initial thought is, oh, this guy's an idiot. What are you going to do?
It's a reflex, but it's a justified reflex.
I think it's justified. Nightman Cometh says, imagine calling yourself an apologist and not being able to run apologetics on your own book. What a buffoon. I know, he was so bad. Listen, if you have the word apologetics in the title of your username, you better at least know what's in your book. That should be requirement number one.
Do you think you would have fun talking to someone like Cliff Knechtel?
I mean, I already know all of his bad talking points. I would have fun. I don't think Cliff would. I mean, it'd be like a cat playing with a mouse. It just... there's no way he could stand a chance. Like the last time he got cooked was by Alex O'Connor, a guy who doesn't even know the book. I mean,
that was good.
Imagine putting some guy like Cliff in a room with you and I. I mean, he'd come out so bloody and banged up, someone would have to call an ambulance.
God, I kind of want to sneak onto one of those campuses just so I can talk to him.
I know, right? It'd be fun. Dr. Fudge says, what exactly is wrong with starting from the basis of I am a human and I feel bad when humans suffer and want to live with other people who feel the same way and work against people who disagree? The reality is even theists will agree with that notion, but they'll say, well, that notion comes from objective morals. The problem is they can't demonstrate that to be the case. And David says, hey, babe, wake up. New schism just dropped. Got my popcorn. Is it the Dalton schism, the name schism? What's the new schism?
Ugh.
It is now. That's the new schism. 9040 says, after long discernment, studying our redemptrix. Sorry, I know the word, it didn't come to my mind. Redemptrix, Sharon, obviously. Standing tall and thin, it's clear her blessing is for the righteous vertical. Rock hard for Doug and faithfully vertical for Sharon? Simply what's FF? Simply... I have to think. I don't know what the FF stands for, but thank you for the super chat. Law 527 says the guests tonight must have been really happy Saturday night because they're all members of the Los Angeles Dodgers. I like that. Yes, they are. They are certainly all Dodgers tonight. But I got to be honest. I mean, is there ever a night where they're not? Like, can you think of a night where there wasn't like a whole just a lineup of dodging? Oh well. Our baby pace counter is at 0. We got to get some baby pace going. Wraith says, how do flurfers explain bubbles? They can't. They're going to talk about buoyancy. They have no idea what buoyancy is or why it happens, but they're going to say that's the cause of gravity. I missed the old days of flurfism when they used to appeal to universal acceleration until simple mathematics proved that universal acceleration couldn't possible because you hit terminal velocity already, and then you wouldn't be able to accelerate anymore. You'd reach the speed of light. Matter can't go past the speed of light. Heretics, filthy heretics.
I think it's obvious. I think it's obvious bubbles are flat to everybody.
Well, you're just finding the level, obviously. Heretics, filthy heretics. Minimized horizontal, held vertical. It's the true revelation. Repent to the true Doug. Doug and Sharon are one. Again, the schism, guys, there's no schism. This is not happening. You're not looking at a schism right now. And Doug Life says, truly I tell you, some who are watching the stream tonight will not taste death before they see the Son of Man coming in his kingdom. That's one prophecy I hate to tell you is probably not going to come true. AR, good to see you. Thank you for the super chat. Says, my personal conspiracy theory is that Justin is on the vertical stream and the other twin is on the horizontal stream. I placed Justin based on which stream I last got a gifted membership from. Actually, I agree with this tactic. This is a good tactic. And to be fair, my twin brother is actually pretty damn sharp. If he got into this line of work, he'd do a really good job of it. I got 2 more super chats. Snowball says, watch Gavin Ortland's. I actually like him as an apologist. New video about prophecy, and it did my head in. I don't know why I do it to myself. Words never mean words. Please tell me you saw it. I did not see it, but I got to be honest. All these goofy apologists are going to start putting out these videos because we're cooking them. They have to.
He's probably pushing the same like idea that IP pushes, that prophecies are just conditional, and if prophecy doesn't come to pass, it's because the conditions were met.
Exactly. Yeah, which is nonsense. Not all prophecies are conditional. Some of them are strictly not conditional. They're statements about what must occur. And last one from Razor says, whenever an apologist starts saying whatever or I don't know, it's a sign that they don't know, they have lost, and are just stubbornly continuing for their own ego or credulity. And agreed, Razor. Nailed it. And it also demonstrates the lack of explanatory power of their worldview if they run into what we might refer to as like a simple problem. And the answer is, I don't know. Well, then your worldview lacks explanatory power. To be fair, there are some things we don't know, and that's okay. But if the thing that you don't know is something you need to prove that your existence in that worldview exists, then we got a problem. All right, let me grab next in line. It looks like it's going to be Z from the YouTube queue. I see mostly friendlies in the TikTok queue. If you're opposition in the TikTok, hit the guest request. We'll get you up in line. Dragon Glasses is not opposition. Techman is not opposition. And Stay Woke, I told you to never come back here. You're boring. No one likes you. You have the same bad arguments. You lie and pivot, and no one likes talking to you. So you're not getting up here. I already told you after like the 5th time we talked that you're done here. No one cares to listen to you drone on and on and on in a monotone voice while you dodge every question that I ask you. So we're going to take Z from the YouTube queue. How you doing, Z?
Hey, how's it going? Can you hear me?
Yeah, we can hear you. Z, are you at least 18
Okay.
and do you believe in God?
Yeah, I'm 33 and I believe in something. I think it's God. I would say like I bounce around through different religions because I've kind of studied a lot of different religions, and I kind of just feel like, it's the elephant thing, where the analogy where there's 50 states and there's an elephant laid over all 50, and each state kind of just says like, hey, I see this, like it's a foot, and then another state's like, I see a trunk. And it's like we all just see the same elephant.
Well, that's
right?
certainly an interesting take on the classical Buddhist analogy. But what's the evidence?
I
that there's
believe
anything
in
there?
So you do
So
believe
I
in
mean, do you
God,
know
which
about?
is fine, but what we're trying to figure out is why you believe in a God. What would lead one to believe in a God like you do?
Well, I mean, death probably, right?
Well,
Like
that's
it.
not that's not evidence for God. That just means you're afraid of dying.
No, I'm not. I'm definitely. That's what God is trying to do, I think, right? Is keep us from being afraid of dying, because like we see so many people in history have died. Like dying is just everything dies. So I
We
mean, we start to
agree.
learn about. Yeah, I mean, we start to learn about like esoteric stuff, right? Like cycles and
No, cycles are not
just
esoteric. There's nothing esoteric about cycles.
so maybe my what I'm trying to say by esoteric is like this this um so, things that are fundamental truths, right? That we can kind of see across all things, like as above, so below. So just things that we see ourselves as, in a way, maybe are just kind of a reflection, a mirror of things that are happening in places we can't see.
Yeah,
I
those
have.
those those are words, but what I was hoping for was an argument or a piece of evidence for why you believe in God.
So I'm getting there. I just think that duality is part of everything. It's a fundamental truth, I would say, correct?
What does duality have to do with God?
It takes you there, right? So
It does,
once you
it
see
certainly
that,
doesn't take you there. I'm asking you to provide the bridge. What does
yeah,
duality
I
have
could
to
do
do with
that.
believing in God?
By the way, I really like your blackboard in the back,
Oh, thanks.
your Egyptian symbolism stuff.
Yeah,
That's really cool.
it's
I've
a
never seen that
translation
before.
chart between Egyptian, Phoenician, Hebrew, Paleo Hebrew, and Proto-Sinaitic. And I think I got
Yeah, that's
Greek and
pretty cool.
Old Greek in there too.
I'll have to get one of those too, because yeah, it'd be cool to look at that.
I
Anyway,
I
so the
hate
bridge
to
to,
be the bearer of bad news, but it doesn't exist because I had to make it by hand. But if I could make a copy for
oh,
you, I would.
that's why I'd never see it. That's
Yeah.
cool though. I would pay for that.
It's a cool piece.
Definitely.
Hit me up.
I'd I'd
Maybe
pay I'd pay you like $300.
fuck, I'd do it for way less than that. Send me a DM, we'll talk about
Okay.
it. So
All right.
so
So
anyways,
duality being a bridge, I would
uh-huh.
say that so I can show you heaven and hell, right? If I say that there's limits to this universe because there's only so cold something can get and there's only so hot something can get. Through science, I heard a really good quote one time where a scientist said, uh, a little bit of science takes you away from God and a lot of science brings you back.
Unfortunately, that doesn't provide an actual argument for why God is real.
So, yeah, I haven't even explained anything yet. So, I mean, it's just be open to different ideas of I think that a lot of religious beliefs are wrong in a way, like a lot of what they say is wrong, but I think there's gems in there that really lead the world to something that we want to see. So there's nothing local. Like in science, they're going to tell you you're going to take probability, you're going to take statistics, you're going to take quantum theory. You're going to realize really, qua- you know,
Have you taken
qua-
quantum
qua-
theory?
loca- yeah, I've taken all of these things. So you'll realize
Sounds
there's
about
no such
right.
thing as locality. So there's no such thing as locality because, I mean, I'm kind of jumping in between atomic
So
states,
we don't exist in
probability.
space-time?
That's a tricky question because space-time, I think, is just a manifestation of duality. So
Dr.
we have a
Blitz is
singular,
literally dying right now. Don't let Dr. Blitz hear this, guys.
we have a
His ears are burning.
singularity, we have a singularity, we have
Nope.
duality,
We don't have a
and we have a
singularity.
trinity,
We
and we
don't
have
have
a
a
what?
trinity.
So what about do you know about protons, neutrons, and electrons?
Yeah, I'm familiar with the atom.
So they're the fundamental, atom. So it's like science, right? We're going back to science.
Where
We see
where
that
did
the atom.
where did you take your
Go ahead.
class in quantum physics? Was it at a college?
Uh, yes, if you go to Central Washington University,
Okay.
Then you would know that
it's here.
most physicists don't accept that there's a singularity anymore.
I think that's not true. I think a lot of different scientists believe a lot of different things. I don't think you have everybody convinced. I would just say, just keep an
So,
open mind. Let's not just jump to just saying denying anything just yet. I would just
well,
say
I didn't
potential
deny anything. I
singularity,
just didn't
potential
hear.
singularity,
I didn't hear an argument for
duality,
God existing yet.
and a trinity. I think that the religions kind of have perverted what we
This is
these
crazy.
these facts that we have.
What do
And
you
the
think a
facts
trinity
are
is?
the Trinity, I believe, probably is electrons, neutrons, and protons because they're the
That's
three
Those are different
fundamental
things.
that's not a
atoms.
trinity. Those are three different things. The Trinity is an explanation for how Jesus and Yahweh and the Spirit are all God, even though they're distinct from each
Do
other.
you
But
do you know how
a
many do you know
proton,
how many do you know how
a
many protons,
proton,
neutrons, and electrons are in a
a
carbon atom?
proton and a neutron and an electron are all entirely distinct from each other.
Do you know how they behave with each other?
I mean, they behave differently. Like, so for example, when there's a unbalance inside of an atom and you've got an unstable electron, it's easy to transmit electricity when you, like, for example, through copper, where you don't have an insulating effect because fucking unstable ionization. So,
I mean,
like,
it's just about the
but
crystal
none of
lattice
this,
structure in the in
but
the
none of this actually assists
allotrope.
you in getting to God. We're trying to
Do you know what
figure
an
out.
allotrope is?
I don't even know what an allotrope is, but I'm trying to figure out
You don't know what an
what
allotrope is?
I'm trying to figure out what protons,
I can
electrons,
tell
and
you.
neutrons
I would love
have
to
to.
tell you because it's
Well,
very enlightening.
Z, I
Like
don't
so,
care. I
do
don't
you know
care.
how many?
I don't care about physics.
Okay,
I care about God. We're talking about God.
but this is just duality. The coldest state that
This
you
is
can
not
ever
do.
reach in the
All right,
universe
all
is
right.
complete stillness.
And we're not going to do this again anymore. I don't have patience for
All the
this.
buzzwords. All the buzzwords. Stop trying to make magic sound scientific.
Yeah, science isn't magic. There's no trinity in the atom. It just happens to be that the atom is made of three particles. That's not what a trinity is. This is silly. This is nonsensical. Your God doesn't exist. Nothing you said was an argument for God. Okay, let me
That's
grab. Mhm.
I was saying that's partialism.
Fuck
Atom's made
it.
up of
Yeah, it's
three parts.
partialism. Well, he wasn't a Christian, so it's okay. If he was a Christian, we could have held his feet to the fire on the Trinity, but he wasn't. He wasn't actually a Christian. Cameron says, Justin, I gotta find something else besides transcendental argument that you and Ian disagree, so you can beef with him a little. I would pay for that match. Well, I don't know why. Why would anyone want to watch Ian and I beef with each other? Like, we're on the same team. And to be clear, Ian's way smarter than I am.
Satan, why are you trying to sow discord amongst the congregation?
Yes, in fact, that is the case. Okay. I got just a couple of super chats. We'll get our next guest in here. Friends. Oh, where did I leave off? Science lover. I apologize to the science lover how painful this probably was. DZ is a two-state quantum system or a qubit, both vertical and horizontal. Fucking A. Two-state systems are the simplest quantum systems of entrance. Since the dynamics of a one-state system is trivial, Wiki, there is no schism lest we condemn ourselves to triviality. Agreed, science. Listen, science lover, I love this super chat. Thank you so much for proving through science that there's no schism. You heard it here. Science has just proven there's no actual schism. And M. Jolk says, how to summon M's. Call Justin and utter the spell, I'm a Muslim, and the great almighty M's will appear in a blaze of glory. That is the case, actually. Unless he's on like a medical rotation
Twice
or
this week.
something.
I don't know how he does it. Twice this week, I've had Muslims show up on my page, and M just suddenly shows up like a thief in the night. He's just whoosh, there and then gone. It's crazy.
He's dedicated.
I don't know where. He's their worst fear.
Era says, Numbers 31, Yahweh doesn't believe there's anything objectively wrong with essaying a child. Agreed. And you know what? We could have got there tonight with that guest, but he was dodging the whole time. Matt Rock says, morality is godly defined and objective. I don't know what godly defined means, except that slavery is totally a relative matter for acceptability. God couldn't challenge their culture. Indeed. Yeah, God had to bend to the whims of humanity, of course. And Big Mac Sauce, great name, says, you're dodging your own argument as you're literally demonstrating it to him while he goes, nah, 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 boo-hoo. That's exactly what happened. Yes. He didn't want to hear the demonstration of my argument, which is why he couldn't hear it. And Tim says, creationists, especially the young earth ones, believe every word Genesis says. I don't even think Phil Collins was a good drummer.
Whoa, hey. Phil Collins made great music, dude. Chill out.
I did not expect Phil Collins to be catching strays tonight. That was not on my bingo card. I don't know. I always forget who did.
You can't watch Tarzan and not think Phil Collins is a great musician. Come on, guys.
Fair. Or some of his classic stuff. Zombie Lover says, sorry for trolling, trying to have some fun. No worries, Zombie, it's okay. Horizontal for life, by the way. Been watching you since Hanji? Shit, you've been here a long time. Thank you for that. What the fuck happened to her anyways? Love your work. Cheers. Okay, so I don't talk about Hanji's business because Hanji's not here to talk about it herself. All I can tell you is that she's no longer helping out with the show, and we love and support her, and you should find her on TikTok and follow her and tell her that we all love her. Cryptic says, who are the nemesis of our singularity of minerals? Doug, a strong acid, a particular collider? I want to know so I can avoid it. Doug is indestructible. Everything is made from Doug. Doug forms the crust and the center of the earth, and everything in space is how Doug came to be formed. There's nothing that can destroy him. He would only simply change forms, but he would still transcend. And Tim says, canon describes what officially part of a story. Canon, old nautical projectile launcher, both destroy ships. That is the case. That is the case. And last super chat for now from our friend Booget says, if there's no schism, explain track 5 of Tool's third album, Checkmate, Shale Doug and his Granthean. I don't know anything about that particular song, but now I have to listen to it. Thank you for the homework, Boogan. I appreciate that. All right, we're going to get Nate Animations in the box next, and then I'd like to grab Jack next, but heads up, Jack, your connection is showing me that it's weak. If you have Wi-Fi, we need you to connect to your Wi-Fi before we bring you in, or your connection's going to sound terrible when you get here.
Hello.
Nate, welcome in. Are you at least 18, and do you believe in God?
Yeah. I do believe in God, and I'd like to say that I was scrolling and I just came across your live, so I don't really know who you are. I don't really know what you believe in. So is it kind of like, is it cool if you just tell me, what you kind of believe in as well? You know what I mean? Like what core values and beliefs, so I can at least ask you some questions.
Yeah, my name is Justin. My friend down in the corner is Dalton. Neither one of us believe that God exists. We find no evidence nor valid argument that would lead us to believe that God exists. Therefore, we do not. And since no one can actually demonstrate the existence of their God, we're left with the conclusion that God is only imaginary, unless you have evidence or an argument that the God that you believe in does exist, which God, by the way?
The God revealed in the Bible, Jesus Christ, God and the Holy Spirit, God the Father and the Holy Spirit. Yeah.
Dope. So what would be the evidence that that particular God exists?
Well, I want to start by historical. I just want to start historical facts because there's different types of. I asked somebody else. There's different types of evidence I can give, but I'll start with the historical, which what I know. I'm not gonna lie. I'm not as educated as I'd like to be, but I'll try my best. And you might silence me, which could happen, but I'm not sure. So we know the Bible has over 25,000 manuscript copies, more than any ancient work in history. So the prophetic accuracy, especially about Christ, and archaeological confirmations establish it as historically untrustworthy and divinely preserved. And
sure, yeah. How many of those manuscripts were actually like anywhere close to the beginning of the lineage? Because it turns out like 3/4 of the manuscripts that we have were done in the medieval period.
I'm not sure. I'm honest. I'm not sure, and I'd like to make another point on that as well.
We have zero
Um,
early manuscripts prior to the 5th century. We have
okay, I'll
fragments.
keep
We
that
got a
in
couple
mind.
of fragments.
I'll keep that in mind. Do you believe that Jesus at least existed?
Yeah.
I see no reason to
Maybe.
think that he was entirely made up. So I think there probably was a guy named Jesus walking around, Palestine, teaching and preaching. But I think the
Okay.
Jesus of the book, like when it says Jesus did this, Jesus did that, Jesus said this, I don't think that Jesus actually exists. I think a lot of that
Yeah.
story is made up. But do I believe there's a real guy named Jesus? Sure.
Okay, yeah, because I feel like what's really important we have to question is the foundation and origins of how the church started. And the reason why I said the church survival matters is because the disciples that followed Christ, we understand that they went from fearful to bold. So they're willing to
No,
Well,
die
we
for
don't know
I
what
don't
that.
they
accept that.
saw. And the Roman Empire tried to wipe Christianity out, but it instead
We we
conquered
don't
Rome.
No,
we don't accept
no,
that the disciples
So
were
again,
scared and then
I'm not trying to
bold.
argue. I
That's
just want to finish. I just want to finish my point, and I
no.
want to
But
ask you a
but
question.
you but you're doing
Um,
multiple points at once, and we want to do like one point at a time. So the
okay,
first
all
point,
right, fine. How about this? How did the church originate and start, and how come 2,000 years later the church still stands because it's built on truth? How is it that the church came into conclusion, came to start, and why is it that it stands 2,000 years later? Because I understand there are people like Jesus at the time who claim to be who claim to do miracles and stuff like this, and all of the movements died out. Why is it that Jesus is the one
because
who
of
we have to actually
Constantine.
call something significant? There had to
the
be
i
some significant
the
there.
identical same way that Islam started, based on mythology, and is still here today. No different. Do you believe that
Okay, but
Muhammad split the moon in two?
no, I don't.
Do you believe that he rode a horse that could fly?
No, I don't. And the
Right.
reason why I say
Okay.
this is
So there's
because
almost no distinction between the start of Islam and the start of Christianity. They started as a persecuted people group as well. They had to fight their way. And then once they became more powerful than their neighbors, they spread it by the sword the same way Christianity did. Once Christianity became the official religion of the Holy Roman Empire, they spread it by the sword. That's why it's still here.
okay. What about your standard for truth and morality? What's your standard for truth?
My standard for truth is observation, right? So things, when we say the word true, we just means that the claim is in alignment with reality. So, and sometimes things that we think are true are wrong. Sometimes we learn later, like once upon a time we thought the earth was flat, and then we learned that that's not true, right? But we can only
Okay.
determine what is true based on what we can observe.
Is science one of those things? Does science fall into one of those things? Because I heard chat about science and you were heavy on that. Does science fall into one of your beliefs about truth and morality?
Well, science isn't a thing that is either true or false. Science is just a process that we engage in.
Which is also by humans, and I feel like a science explains the how, but it doesn't explain why. And morality assumes a standard. So I'm asking you, where does that
Well,
standard come from?
Well, sometimes science does explain why. It just depends on what the question is. Like, why what? Like,
It does.
why do humans have moral codes? Oh, because
Yeah.
we evolved to have
But
moral codes
exactly.
because as a social species,
Yeah, you're
it
right. It does depend on
benefited
it
our
does,
survival.
yeah, it does depend. So where does your moral so like I said again, where does your moral standard come from? And how do you know what's true and what's false?
So those are two different questions. Morals and true or false are different. The first question we'll tackle in a second. The second question we already answered. We know what true and false is
Okay.
based on observation. That's the only tool we have. But the
I know
first question,
that ties into the morals as well, because how do you know that something is true? How do you know something's you know what I mean? How do you know
well,
something
Because
is
it
again,
conforms
false?
to
something
reality.
being true is different than whether or not something is morally acceptable. Those are different claims. So I can
Okay.
say it's true that I'm sitting in a chair right now. That's not a moral
Yeah, you're
claim.
right.
I'm just fucking sitting in a chair.
I think what I'm trying to ask you, I'm phrasing it wrong, is how do you know what's right and wrong, not what's true and false. I'm
There
phrasing
we
that wrong.
go. Fantastic. Okay,
Exactly.
so we
Yeah.
don't believe in objective morals until someone can demonstrate that objective morals exist. If no one can demonstrate the existence of objective morals, that means we're left with moral relativity or subjective morals. And I know for a fact that even in Christianity, you don't believe in objective morals. You believe in divine command theory, which is, of
I
course,
believe
subjective and relative.
Well, I kind of do believe in objective morals because I believe that there is a lawgiver. I believe that these laws were written on our hearts. I believe that this is just what we know because of God, honestly. So I'm gonna wait for your response as well. Didn't mean to cut you off, but
That's okay. So if you believe that morals come from God, that means they're subjective. They're subject to God's mind. So did God
I
decide
believe that
what
there's a
was
lawgiver. I believe
did
that there's a
God
lawgiver.
did God decide what was morally acceptable?
He didn't decide, but God, it aligns. God cannot go against what his nature is. God cannot sin, for example. So and it all ties back, and this honestly all ties back to the garden. And I also want to, I don't think I heard your point clear. Is when I asked, so your morals basically, does that come from what you can observe, and is that basically human agreement as well?
It comes from our logic and our reason, and not everybody agrees sometimes on what should be acceptable and what shouldn't be acceptable.
Doesn't
But
that
it,
make it
but
seem
again,
like
we
your
Nate,
morality?
we actually haven't finished the point yet, which is
Okay,
you don't
sorry about
believe in
that.
objective morals. You do believe that morals come from your God, not from some transcendental existence, because your God is allowed to change over time what he accepts and what he doesn't accept. So, for example, you believe most likely that you don't need to follow the law of Moses, correct?
Yeah.
Okay, but God says that by following the law of Moses, you'll be doing what is good and right. And part of that includes dietary laws, part of that includes owning slaves, all kinds of stuff. And you believe that God
But what
changed
you're
on that.
forgetting, it's not that he changed, it's that he fulfilled prophecy, and that's what you're
Well,
forgetting.
he didn't do
And that
that
means and that
either,
means
but
your morals.
he didn't do that either, but that's a separate topic. We're not going to go there yet. So if God says by following these laws, you're doing what is good and right, and then later people don't follow those laws and he's okay with it, well, that means that either one, he's just okay with you no longer following the laws, even though you're doing things that he doesn't want you to do, or they're relative, they change over time.
Well, yeah, you're right. You can say in a sense that it's changed because it's not that God. Yeah, you can say it's changed because Jesus did change them because some of those things were just, I don't, I honestly, I'm not educated enough to know why, but I know that Jesus, I mean, who am I? Who are we to question God, how he works and how he does his things? You know what I mean?
Well, I don't think that
Jesus
Jesus
was
changed him, but
pre-pro-Torah.
let's not. That's another talking point. We don't want to get distracted on that yet.
Yeah,
What I'm
exactly. I
trying,
just want to stay on, I just understand the moral thing because I just want to,
right?
because what I was trying to say is that means your morality then changes with opinion then, right?
No, yours does as well. That's what I'm trying to demonstrate. So your morality is not actually objective. It just depends on God's mind. God is deciding what is moral, what is not moral, and when something is moral and not moral, correct?
Well, I'm not sure. I'm not exactly sure about that. I'm not, I would say I would just honestly, I wouldn't know, honestly, about that
Well,
response.
if it's always moral to follow God's laws, that means you should be following those laws. If it's moral to disobey those laws now, and it wasn't moral to disobey them then, that's the definition of moral relativity. Something that's okay for one culture but not another is morally relative.
Hmm. So you're confusing God's moral law, which never changes, with ceremonial and civil laws then.
Oh, no, I'm certainly not. Nope.
Because ceremonial and civil laws, like you
Nope.
said, dietary laws,
I didn't say that.
Those
sacrifices,
those are
Nope.
yeah,
those are
those are
post
ceremonial slash
those categories
civil.
are post
Nope. I didn't
Those are
bring
those
I didn't
categories
I
are
didn't
post
I didn't
biblical
bring those up, Nate.
innovations.
I didn't say anything
Yeah, but
about
I
ceremonial.
know
I
what I'm
didn't say
bringing
anything
up is
about
that,
ceremonial laws.
yeah, you kind of did because when
No.
you talk about
Did
dietary
I
laws and sacrifices
I didn't say
and
anything about
purity, and we talk
sacrifices.
about this,
I didn't
you
say
didn't talk
anything
about
about sacrifices.
you didn't say dietary laws
I
at
said
all.
dietary laws, but that wasn't actually part of our conversation. Our
I
conversation,
know, but that falls into that category, and that's what I'm talking about. That also ties into moral because there's moral laws and there's ceremonial slash civil laws. So the
yeah,
moral laws are
they're all
rooted in
all of
God's
those laws are
character.
moral laws. Every law that God gives is a moral law. Like disobeying God in any of His laws is immoral.
Do you mind if I get my? Do you mind? Let me grab my Bible. Let me open my Bible real quick because
Yeah,
You're
I know
not
you
gonna
believe it, but I still would like
you're not
to
gonna find
read
the
read
categories
from
of
scripture.
moral, civil, and ceremonial laws in the Bible. That's a
Well, I can list some
post-biblical
off the top of my
innovation.
head on it. I can list some
But
off the top of my head.
the Bible doesn't categorize them into a trifold
Well, God says,
category.
don't murder, don't steal, love God, love your neighbor. Those
Yeah, but
are moral laws.
yeah, but there's a lot of moral laws. I don't know if you've read all 613 of them. There's a lot more than that.
Definitely
So
don't
for
think I have, but you get the
so for
point,
example,
though. You get the
should you, if your woman is sold to you as a virgin, you pay the bride price for a virgin, and then she doesn't bleed on her wedding night, should you be allowed to stone her to death? That's not ceremonial, and it's certainly not dietary.
well, something similar happened when people brought a woman who was caught in act of
That
adultery.
doesn't answer the question. Try
That-
again. Should you still stone a woman if she is not a virgin on her wedding night?
I'm not sure. Forgot. I'm not gonna lie. I forgot that scripture.
Okay, so it's in Deuteronomy
Yeah.
22, and the reality is if you don't believe that women should be stoned for not being virgins, then what that means is that the law, the moral law, changes over time. You're a moral relativist.
Well, I don't think it was. I'm not sure. I think more. I mean, like we said before, I feel like we're not talking about God's character. Moral law. I'm already telling you what God is in the Bible, and I feel like you're kind of changing it. I feel like
What
because
I
I'm saying moral
what I
law,
change?
that's reflecting because we don't get what I mean by moral laws. I'm talking about
These
God's eternal character,
there's no
love, justice,
these
holiness.
the laws that aren't moral are also eternal according to the book of Zechariah.
And also about Deuteronomy, I want you to, I'll pull up the verse and read it myself. I want you to hence give me the context of the verse if you know the context.
Yeah, the context of the
So
verse is
what's the
simple.
context?
It says if a man goes into his wife on their wedding night, and he accuses her of not being a virgin because she didn't bleed, then you go to the city gate, you go to the judges, and they will spread out the marital cloth, which will either have blood or not have blood on it. And if there's blood on the sheet, the man pays a fine for lying about his wife's virginity. If there's no blood on the sheet, then you get to stone her. I can read it for you if you want.
Okay, go ahead, read it.
Yeah, I'll put it on the screen so you can see it as well. It's in Deuteronomy 22. We went verse, was it 13 where it starts? Yeah, suppose a man marries a woman, but after going into her, dislikes her and makes up charges against her, slandering her by saying, I married this woman, but when I lay with her, I did not find evidence of her virginity. So you understand the evidence is obviously if she bled, right?
Hmm. Yeah.
Says the father of the young woman and her mother shall then submit the evidence of the young woman's virginity to the elders of the city at the gate. The father of the young woman shall say to the elders, I gave my daughter in marriage to this man, but he dislikes her, and now he's made up charges against her, saying, I did not find evidence of your daughter's virginity, but here is the evidence of my daughter's virginity. Then they shall spread out the cloth before the elders of the town, and the elders of the town shall take that man and punish him. So he pays a fine. And then in verse 20, it says, if, however, the charge is true, that evidence of the young woman's virginity was not found, then they shall bring the young woman out to the entrance of her father's house, and the men of her town shall stone her to death because she has committed a disgraceful act in Israel, so on and so forth. So,
All right. Okay, sorry about that. The biggest key takeaway I see immediately is that these laws they're talking about are about justice and order, and not about a moral, you know, just view for all cultures for all time.
so
That's
it's
for that
relative then.
time.
So this is a law that's relative. It applies only to one culture.
Well, it's a civil law, which is a specific.
Well, all
Well, it's
all moral laws are civil laws.
well, a civil law is rule specific to Israel to govern
Okay,
society, which
so
includes
then
marriage.
Israel has a different set of morals.
Well, they have it was temporary for that time. It wasn't for
So
all
It's
cultures for
not
all time.
temporary.
that's
It wasn't
relative.
for all cultures for all time.
That's relative then. That's relative morals.
So those verses are civil enforcement though of
It,
moral principles.
I
That's
I
not moral
agree.
law
Yeah,
change.
those are moral principles, right?
Yeah, but that's not moral law changing.
Okay. Do you think in America we should punish women that aren't virgins on their wedding night?
I don't believe that because not even just America,
Okay,
just
so
because that's
so the,
obviously I don't believe
so then
that
there's
because
no we
I
shouldn't
don't
punish. So it's not morally it's not a moral transgression then for a woman to not be a virgin. We shouldn't punish her.
yeah, sorry about that. No. Can you repeat the question? I'm sorry. I'm like just kind of all over the place because it's kind of just the biggest crowd I guess I've spoken to. People watching makes me a bit anxious, but
Yeah,
um,
and not
yeah.
to
And
not to pile on, but you've probably come in through the vertical live stream, right?
no, I literally was yeah, I was just scrolling and I seen it honestly, and
That's
I just
right.
try to and what I do, I
So
spoke to people before, I spoke to crowds,
you're
but I just
um
spread the gospel.
you're on you came in through a vertical live stream. There's probably about between 5 and 700 people watching. There's also a horizontal stream which you didn't see that has almost 2,000 people watching and another 600
Yes.
almost on TikTok. So no pressure, but there are a lot of people that are going to see this. So think about your answers
Okay.
carefully
Yeah,
so
I'm
that
trying to think. I'm
Mhm.
trying to not change. Like, may the Lord have mercy if I'm changing or twisting a scripture, which I don't want to do.
Oh,
But
he's
then
on
again,
TikTok.
I'm feeling
Sorry,
good,
you didn't come through YouTube. You came through TikTok. I apologize. I wasn't paying
Yeah,
attention.
I came through TikTok. Yeah.
Okay, so you got about 578 people watching on TikTok right now, and about 22 to 2,300 watching on YouTube. And so I don't say that to make you nervous. I just say that to say think
Yeah, no,
carefully.
I'm definitely
Don't
not nervous. It's not my first time, but
yeah,
it's
not
just
your
like
first rodeo.
it's just not
Okay.
the biggest. It's not the biggest. I've only spoken to like literally groups of in real life 20, 30
Hmm.
people, maybe 10 people, just spreading the gospel. And I've been a Christian for probably only
Hmm.
about 2 years now, so I'm not gonna act like I know everything, but
Hmm.
I'm gonna try my best to not twist scripture and try to answer it to as best as I can. And then again, no
Perfect.
one has perfect knowledge of scripture, so
So was it ever morally acceptable to own people as property?
Not according to God doesn't say that we should own nobody. No, we shouldn't own anybody as slaves. I know when you bring up the term slave, that doesn't mean a different thing in the times at that, in different
What
context.
what's the definition of a slave? Like to you, if I said slavery is bad, you probably have an idea of what bad slavery is. What do you think that
Well,
is?
yeah, slavery in the sense that people think about it is someone being basically just when people think slavery, you think someone being held captive, just listening to whatever someone does and being kind of abused in a sense,
Yeah, you get like
kind of that
beaten
way.
if you don't listen and you don't get
Yeah.
paid for your labor.
Yeah, sure. But
So
that's
that
not the
was
type of slavery
that
that the
was
Bible
never
talks about that you're
morally
listening
acceptable
for.
then.
But it's not what you're going to twist. You're going to take a verse out of context, which is not what the Bible
I
is.
can
Because
assure you that I know all of the context, and I know that you don't, which is why you're using this bad apologetic. Leviticus, God literally says not to own their own brethren as slaves. For the men, at least, the women you can take slaves. It says, if any who are dependent on you become so impoverished that they sell themselves to you, you shall not make them serve as slaves. They shall remain with you as hired or bound laborers. They shall serve you until the year of Jubilee. Then they and their children with them shall go out from your authority. They shall go back to their own family and return to their ancestral property, for they are my servants, who I brought out of the land of Egypt.
Mhm.
You shall not be sold as slaves are sold. You shall not rule over them with harshness, but you shall fear your God. So he's saying, listen,
yeah,
of
I
your
know this. I know this.
well, you didn't
I'm
know all of
familiar.
it. You're not
Okay.
didn't know all of it. It's
Okay.
why this you got to just keep listening. So he says,
Sorry.
of your
Yeah.
male Hebrew brethren, don't treat each other harshly by making them serve as slaves. Treat them as hired workers. Then he says, as for the male and female slaves who you may have, it is from the nations around you that you may acquire male and female slaves. You may also acquire them from among the aliens residing with you, from their families who are with you, who have been born in your land. They may be your property. You may keep them as a possession for your children after you, for them to inherit as property. These you may treat as slaves. But as for your fellow Israelites, no one shall rule over the other with harshness. So he does say that you can own people as property.
Okay. So now read Exodus chapter 21,
Oh
verse
no,
2.
you didn't want to do that. So again, these are male Hebrews. And if you read all the way to verse 7, you would see why this is a problem. It says, when you buy a male Hebrew slave, well, we already read a male Hebrew slave in Leviticus 25 serves for a temporary time period. But it says, he shall go out and serve 6 years. In the seventh, he shall go out a free person without debt. If he
God,
comes
so
in,
yeah, God commanded rest for servants every seventh year, Sabbath.
No,
that's what
no,
it said.
he didn't. So this is about a temporary male Hebrew worker. He works for 6 years, goes free in the seventh. But if you read one more verse, we'll learn about the women. It says, if he comes in single, he shall go out single. If he comes in married, then his wife shall go out with him. If his master gives him a wife, and she bears him sons or daughters, the wife and her children shall be her master's, and he shall go out alone. Because the women and the children are permanent slaves of the slave master, even if the temporary Hebrew worker comes in and gets free after 7 years. And again, these
Okay.
are Hebrews. Leviticus
Okay.
25 says that you can own foreigners forever.
But I know that regulates, that's not the modern slavery it's talking about. It
I didn't
regulates
say anything about modern
certain
slavery.
I know, and when you said that's what you implied that when you first asked me when like
It,
thinking about
it is
slavery, what I think
chattel
of that.
slavery.
But it regulates servant relationships in ancient Israel, and
What did it
Israelites were not
regulate?
to dominate one another. Israelites were not to dominate one another ruthlessly, so the law protected workers
Well,
and
except
guaranteed
for
rest
except for
and
women and
dignity.
foreigners. Women and foreigners are permanent slaves.
But this is where you're forgetting. This is my point. You're forgetting about God's moral principle in all this, which says
What's
don't
the
exploit and
principle?
don't oppress. Don't exploit, don't oppress people, pretty
So
much.
slavery is not
So
exploitation.
his moral principle never
So
changes. So
to
the
be sure,
civil law applies.
owning another human being as property is not exploitation.
It was regulated servitude
I didn't
designed
I
to
didn't ask
protect
about if it
people.
was regulated. I asked, is owning another human being as property exploitation?
They didn't own. See, you're twisting it in the sense of owning them. That's not that they
No,
owned them.
they did. It says in Leviticus 25, you may acquire them from among the aliens residing with you and from their families who are with you who have been born in your land. They may be your property. Property is something you own. It says you may keep them as a possession for your children after you, for them to inherit as property. These are people who are possessions. They're owned. They are owned by somebody.
Okay. Well, I already said the context and you just reject it. So I already said it. Right,
What
Leviticus
context?
25.
You just saying the word
Because
context doesn't fix anything. And
all I
Leviticus
would say
25 and
Leviticus
Exodus
25.
21 are different contexts. Exodus 21 is
I said
talking about
no. I said about
Hebrew
Leviticus
slaves,
25.
and Leviticus 25 is
Leviticus
talking about foreign slaves.
25 regulates servant relationships in ancient Israel.
Yeah, I know, and it
Slave.
says you can own slaves forever.
And that means that what they're saying is to not dominate one another ruthlessly.
Only if you're a male Hebrew.
To be fair, yeah, as Justin said, the only people that you need to treat fairly are your fellow Israelites. Slaves who are Gentiles, that doesn't apply
Read
to
40.
them.
What's 42 say again?
42 is about the Hebrews. It says, for they are my servants who I brought out of the land of Egypt. The people who God brought out of the land of Egypt are Hebrews.
Okay.
So
So what does that say? What does that say?
So the foreigners you can treat harshly. That's why it says, as for the male and female slaves who you may have, it is from the nations
But that
around you
seems
that you may
God.
acquire
But that
male and
seems like
female slaves.
I know, but that seems God forbids ruthless domination.
No, he
Over
doesn't.
Because
Hebrew slaves.
the way
Over
it's being
Hebrews.
painted here is that slavery here was more like a servant or indentured work. I don't know where you're
It's
getting.
not. It says you can keep them as possession for your children after you, for them to inherit as property. In fact, in the Hebrew actually says le'olam after or before property, before or after. I forget the order, but it basically means property forever. It's you never get to go free. So listen, if you are owned as permanent property and you can pass them down to your children when you die, and when they have children, they're now your property. That's just called slavery.
Okay.
So if slavery is objectively wrong, you've got a problem because God is saying you can do slavery.
Well, I do know that they were meant to protect people, to preserve justice, and to
How is this
maintain social
protecting
security.
them?
Because the laws, like you read about ownership, prevented exploitation
No, it didn't.
Only
and
for Hebrews.
and it
Owning
preserved.
a human being as property for life is exploitation. That's the definition of exploitation. And then when they didn't do exactly what you want, you could beat them. When a slave owner strikes a male or a female slave with a rod and he slave dies immediately, the owner will be punished. But keep in mind, these are fucking Hebrew slaves. There's no rules against beating foreigner slaves. It says, but if the slave survives a day or two, there's no punishment, for the slave is the owner's property. So if you beat your slave so severely that a couple days later it passes away, you're not held accountable for that. It could have been an accident. Who knows how he died? Is that exploitative?
Yeah.
Nate, don't you think it's weird that before we even started reading these passages, you accused me of not knowing the context and saying I was going to take it out of context? Why would you jump to that conclusion? Why would you assume that I haven't read this book?
Because most people do. That's simple. And I thought you were going to take one verse and not give the context of that singular verse most people have spoken to. You know, that's it. Just general, just my experience.
Mm-hmm. Most Christians I've ever talked to have never read this book.
I've only really stayed in the New Testament, to be honest. I only stayed in the New Testament after that. I never really went to, I'm like in the Old Testament, but like I said again, I haven't like finished reading my whole entire Bible. Even though I try to read it every single day, I haven't still finished it. That's why I'm only staying in the New Testament.
As someone who used to practice Judaism, it always, and where the Torah is studied meticulously every week, it always sickles me when I watch Christians try to exegete the Torah.
It can be painful. So I did all that, Nate, to point out that if you believe that slavery is objectively morally wrong, it's always objectively morally wrong to own another human being, then either A, God told them they can do things that are objectively morally wrong, or B, his morals change over time. And if they change over time, then you believe in subjective, relative morals. You don't have objective morals.
I believe he completed his plan.
It doesn't matter if we're talking about objective morals. Having a plan is independent of objective morals. To be fair, he didn't complete his plan, though.
Well, the moral law is eternal reflection of who God is. So.
Are the feast days? The problem is that there are laws that aren't part of your moral law category, which according to the Hebrew Bible are also eternal.
Okay.
So let's talk about the other topic that you brought up, which is namely, you brought up, I don't even know how it came to the conversation, but you brought up that Jesus fulfilled a bunch of prophecies.
That is true.
Can you point to one? Because I've never seen one yet.
Let me get I read English version.
Yeah, this is my favorite part.
Yeah. Nate, are you Reformed?
Also, I don't even think it would matter if you don't even believe in what I talk about Jesus. So you don't even believe in Jesus or anything else.
We can pretend to be Jews who believe in the Old Testament.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, just pretend that we believe the Old Testament is true for a minute.
Do you believe the Old Testament is true? Isaiah, go to Isaiah chapter 7, verse 14.
Oh boy. Okay. I'll put it on the screen.
They always go to Isaiah 7:14 first.
They love it, probably because it's the first prophecy in Matthew. To be fair,
it's
almost the first one.
It's almost Christmas time. It's
You're
thematic.
Right. It's this is the perfect day for this. Okay, so in Isaiah 7, do you know the context? Do you know the background?
Not sure. I know that it's a prophecy that Jesus fulfilled though, because it says in Matthew.
No, he definitely didn't. Matthew's lying. So in the beginning of the chapter, we learn that the king of Judah is being attacked by two other kings, King Pekah and King Rezin. That's the king of the northern tribes and the king of the Arameans. They have made an alliance. They don't like that Ahaz is against the alliance, and they want to depose him and put another king on the throne. That's why it says, in the days of Ahaz, son of Jotham, son of Uzziah, king of Judah, King Rezin of Aram, and King Pekah, son of Remaliah of Israel, went up to attack Jerusalem, but could not conquer it. When the house of David heard that Aram had allied itself with Ephraim, the heart of Ahaz and the heart of his people shook as the trees of the forest shake before the wind. Okay, so he's terrified. He's like, fuck, my kingdom's going to fall. This is bad. So God sends Isaiah to give him a first prophecy. You're not concerned with that, but it is important that the prophecy was supposed to make him a little more confident that God's going to rescue him. The ending of that prophecy is, if you do not stand firm in faith, you shall not stand at all. And then the second prophecy is the one that you're concerned with. And this starts in verse 10. It says, again, the Lord spoke to Ahaz, saying, ask a sign of the Lord your God, and let it be as deep as Sheol or as high as heaven. But Ahaz said, I will not ask, and I will not put the Lord to the test. Then Isaiah said, Hear then, O house of David, is it too little for you to weary mortals, that you weary my God also? Therefore, the Lord himself will give you a sign. Look, the young woman is with child, and shall bear a son, and shall name him Emmanuel. He shall eat curds and honey by the time he knows how to refuse the evil and choose the good. For before the child knows how to refuse the evil and choose the good, the land before whose two kings you are in dread will be deserted. And how is that going to happen? Verse 17, the Lord will bring on you and on your people and on your ancestral house such days as have not come since the day that Ephraim departed from Judah, the king of Assyria. Okay, so the prophecy says to Ahaz, by the way, this is to Ahaz. He's saying there's a child right now that's already been conceived. And before this child knows right from wrong, the two kings that are attacking you are going to be laid waste, namely by the king of Assyria. So if this was something that was for the days of King Ahaz, 730 years prior to Jesus being born, how could Jesus have fulfilled it?
Oh my gosh. Forgive me, Christian brothers and sisters. I'm low I'm just not I'm low key feeling Christ right now. I'm feeling Christ right now. I'm not sure. I'm not sure.
So the reality is this prophecy could only be applied to Jesus if A, you don't know how to read Hebrew, which Matthew couldn't. He was reading Greek and he screwed it up. And B, if in fact you believe that context is irrelevant, because every prophecy you find in Matthew and in John, so on and so forth, are entirely stripped of the original context in which the prophecy was given. They're just random, out of context quotations. Now, I understand that this is the first time someone's told you that, and I understand that you probably think I'm a lying asshole for saying that. I can promise you I'm not. I was once a Christian. I was once engaging in online apologetics like you. It was a long time ago. I'm 40 plus now. I was doing this when I was 20. A friend of mine who had already read all the Old Testament, she went to Bible college, challenged me and said, you should read those prophecies in the original context and see what you think about it, because I don't think Jesus fulfilled it. So I did, and turned out she was fucking right. So the
But
reality
can I tell you
is,
why? I can never leave Christianity though, because I know Jesus is real. Even without
no, you
my
don't.
lack of understanding, I can tell.
No,
I can't give you
you don't know it.
my
You believe it.
experience. It's not that I believe. I know it because I know it
No,
because I can't give you
no,
my
you believe it.
experiential. I can't give you my experience. If I were to give you my experience and you say it wasn't true, it would be my emotions or feelings or chemicals
Well, yeah,
with Christ.
your experience is
Or
meaningless.
Satan.
Yeah, if
Yeah,
Jesus if
exactly. I
Jesus
believe
didn't
that.
fulfill a
But
single prophecy, then he's certainly not the Messiah, and Christianity is not true.
what do you think about Micah chapter 5, verse 2?
I think that's going to make it even worse for you. I think Micah 5, first of all, was about a physical king, but also Jesus just didn't do it. So in Micah 5, it says, But you, O Bethlehem of Ephrathah, who are of the little clans of Judah, from you shall come forth for me one who is to rule in Israel, whose origin is from old, from ancient days. So this is talking about an actual king who's going to rule in Egypt that comes from the line of David. The Bethlehem of Ephrathah is important. This is actually a lineage, not a city. It's not saying that this person is going to come out of Bethlehem. It's saying it's going to come from the loins of David. Bethlehem and Ephrathah are actually ancestors of David. That's the lineage that gave you King David, which is why it says whose origin is from old. He's referring to the lineage, not the city. That being said, Jesus never ruled in Israel, and he certainly wasn't from the line of David.
Hmm. Okay. Well, I think, you definitely did teach me some things. I have to read my Bible more, educate myself more. Maybe one day I'll come back when I'm more educated, and then I'll be able to answer. But I appreciate your time. I appreciate you for speaking to me, and of course I'll be praying for you. And I really am not trying to run. I
All right.
genuinely admit that you
I don't
did,
know why apologists always end with "I'm praying for you" as if that's meaningful to us. Why would you do that?
because I know what it's like to have a hardened
Why
heart.
not? Why not? Why
I
not
know
just
what
pray for us
You're,
in silence and not tell anyone?
oh, so
Yeah,
now
I mean,
we have hardened hearts. You know what would
I mean,
change
yeah.
my mind is not softening my heart. My heart's not hard. I need evidence, and the reality is the evidence is against
I know, but
Christianity.
even the evidence of God? Do you believe that you don't believe in God? Do you believe God exists?
Not until there's evidence.
Evidence is all around us. You being
I've
yourself
I've
is
not
evidence.
seen I've not seen a single thing that would point to that. No, when I look at humans, I think of evolution, not God.
Does this even make sense?
Yep.
How are what do you think about the origins of the universe? How did the universe come into existence?
There is no origin. It existed forever.
So you believe that the universe existed forever. That's kind of similar as God. So you kind of do believe God exists.
No, the universe is not sentient and it's not a
Do
creating
you believe
entity, and it doesn't
do you believe
exist
it was
outside of
created?
space-time.
Do you believe it was created?
No, that's what it means to exist forever. It means it's not created.
Oh, so you do believe it exists forever. So how can something and we live in a how can something exist forever when we our whole entire life it falls out of place if something has
How
to be created?
how can it not?
Something has to you have to be created.
No,
Your parents had to have been created.
no, nothing is technically created. We're all made of fundamental particles. Like, for example, every particle that's in my body existed before this configuration existed. It came from outer space, and then we formed the Earth, and everything
That
in
doesn't make
me
sense. How can it
came from the
come
Earth.
from outer space?
Every particle that makes up my body pre-existed my birth.
You weren't existing though. That would be your parents. I'm taught before your parents,
We'll try this again. So
before dinosaurs.
I'm a configuration of particles. Every particle in my body existed prior to me being born.
Okay. So what? All right. So what
So
about? So do you believe in
just to be
evolution?
sure, what? Yeah, I do. When a human is born, those aren't particles that come out of non-existent. They're made of existing biological materials, namely the body. And then
Yeah.
once you have a clump of cells, you have to feed them. Every atom in my body existed prior to me existing.
I don't disagree with that. I'm saying before humans, before everything, at the very start when there was nothing, because you have to understand that there was genuinely nothing, nothing.
There
No,
was never nothing.
So there
I
was always something.
disagree. I disagree
How
entirely.
did
Why would we believe that there was ever nothing?
so how do you know?
How, because if you can't get something from nothing and we have something, then obviously there was never nothing. The question,
How do you know that this is always
the question
existing?
is why would we want to believe, or what would compel us to believe that there was ever nothing?
Well, I know, I'm just asking you, how do you know that you can say you don't know. You can say you don't know. You generally don't know how the universe came into existence. You don't know if it's
To be
everlasting.
sure,
You don't know
I
if it's
don't believe it came into existence.
okay. Well, you
So
don't know it's everlasting, but it's
the
always
evidence that we have is that it didn't come into existence. It always existed because, again,
how do
you
you know
can't
that?
get
That's what I'm
something
trying to
from
ask.
nothing, and we have no evidence there was ever nothing. And even the data that we have is leading me to believe that we're in an endless cycle of big bangs, big crunches. And for example, like the latest DESI data is indicating that dark energy is not constant. That eventually, the acceleration of our expansion is going to decrease enough that we'll actually start decelerating and will collapse back in on itself until we have another bounce or a black hole bounce, and we'll have another expansion. But it's also true that we have literally no idea how large the universe is. Our current observable universe might be a speck in a larger infinite universe.
Okay.
Now you could totally disprove Justin's syllogism if you can demonstrate that something could come from nothing.
That is something can't come from nothing. That's why I believe that there is a God, because something can't come from nothing. Because when
Right,
you say nothing, there's
but
generally
but that
like even
assumes there was nothing.
even the Big Bang. So why assume that there was something? I feel like there's more evidence
Because
that there
we
isn't
know
nothing.
there's something. We have zero evidence that there was ever nothing. Not one,
Even if
there's not a single piece of scientific data anywhere that would suggest there was once nothing.
and someone said, "Where did God come from?" I believe He always existed. That's what I believe. I
Same
believe
as the
He
universe.
created.
The difference is that we
So
know the universe exists. We don't know God exists. There's no evidence for that.
there's I feel like there's pretty more evidence. So
You
how
haven't
do
listed
you?
a single piece of evidence yet.
I already did. I said yourself. You're part of
That's
God's.
not evidence. That's a claim.
You already left His evidence
That
viewable in
that
this observable
me
world.
existing is not evidence for God.
So even all right. So let's say everything did exist. How is everything fine tuned to the point
It's not fine
that
tuned.
it is?
It's
Because I
not
know you
fine
hear the
tuned. That's
argument.
why babies are born with bone cancer. 97% of the water on Earth is poisonous to drink,
Well, that's
and
because of
why
diseases.
earthquakes and natural disasters kill 200,000 people a year at
Well, yeah,
random.
that's because of sin. That's because of
So
humans. That's
it's not
not
fine
because
tuned then. Like if you have to make an excuse for why it's not fine tuned, then it's not fine tuned. You've defeated your own argument.
fine tuned. Doesn't mean some fine tuned in my sense. I'm not saying that humans are perfect, that death and these things don't exist. I'm saying that humans created to be this way, but
We
that's
didn't
also
create
another
it.
topic. That's because of
We
sin.
didn't create
That's because
anything.
that's sinful. Yeah, we did.
So to be sure, if you have to explain the lack of fine tuning with sin, you're admitting that there's a lack of fine tuning. So and again, if you want to transition to, well, the fall is the reason why we have all this nonsense, man, you're going to cook yourself even worse than you already have been cooked, because God was under no obligation after the fall of Adam and Eve to make natural disasters, was he?
He didn't make it. That's
No, he
because
did.
that.
No,
Well,
try
look,
again. God knew that Adam and
well,
Eve was going to eat the fruit because he's got omniscience, right?
yeah.
Okay, so and then did he decide what the consequences would be once they ate the fruit?
It's not. But you're forgetting. He didn't do.
We'll
It's
try,
not
we'll
like he
tr-
didn't
we'll
do
try this
anything
again.
about
Answer
it.
the question. Did he decide what the consequences would be?
It's not that he. It's hard to explain. It's not that he
It's
decided.
not hard to explain. You're running from the question. So I'm asking
I'm
you,
not. I'm not. I'm
after
really
they
not trying
ate the
to
fruit,
run.
after they ate the fruit, did he decide what was going to happen? Could he have just forgiven him?
No, because the
He
reason why is
couldn't. So
because
God's not all
no,
powerful. Holy shit.
he could have, but he
Okay, so
wants
he
us to
could
live
have.
life.
Okay, so he
Thinks
decided then not to.
I know. He's not that he decided not to. You're twisting the whole entire point of why I was even there, why the tree was placed
Nate,
there in the first place.
I think you're getting dizzy trying to figure out the right exit from this argument, but it's not going to work. I just need you to calm down and think about the questions I'm
Okay,
asking you,
I am.
because
I am.
I
All right, we have to
promise
ask this
you,
though.
Nate, I
We have to ask this
promise
though.
you,
Why did God?
Nate, hold on. I promise you that this will go way easier if you just answer my questions rather than trying to run away from them.
I'm
Because
not trying to run away. I'm
because the
trying to
more you
ask
run
what.
away, the more you run from them, the more I'm going to have to drag you back to them. So these are not hard questions. So number one, did God have to respond to the eating of the fruit with natural disasters, or was that a decision that he made?
That's something that happened because the world became cursed because of
I
sin.
didn't ask
That
you about
person.
that. It was a yes or no question. Did God have to respond to the eating of the fruit the way that he responded?
Well, then your question would be assuming that God has to do something that
I
we
didn't
approve.
ask. I didn't. Again, I just need a yes or no.
It's not a yes or no question. That's just a trap.
It is a yes or no, because if God has to do anything, that means he's not all powerful. So all powerful entities don't have to do anything. So again,
He's all powerful in the sense that he can't go against himself. I already said it. He can't. He cannot sin.
I
God
didn't
cannot
ask you
sin.
if he could sin. I asked you if he was all powerful. I can't. I don't think
Yeah,
he can
he's
do
all
illogical
powerful.
things. I think he has to stay within logic. No one's saying he can do
He wants to
illogical
stay
things.
within himself.
So we'll try this again. When Adam and Eve sinned, did he have to create natural disasters as one of the consequences?
I'm confused on how I didn't answer. I want you to actually elaborate how I didn't
Because
answer.
the answer is a yes or no, right? So what I'm waiting for you to say is either yes, no, or I don't know. When Adam and Eve sinned, was he
No,
required to change
no,
the earth
no,
so that natural disasters would exist?
no,
Great. Okay.
no.
He
He didn't
wasn't
have to
required to
do
do
it.
that. Now, he could
No.
have chose to still give the three punishments. He could have said women will still have painful childbirths, men will have to dig
Yeah,
by the sweat of their brow, and the
that
snake will have
wouldn't
to
work
crawl on his
for.
belly. He could have said those are the three punishments, no natural disasters. He could have done that, right?
Yeah,
Okay, fantastic.
but that was
Now, so
but
what
that
that
was the direct
means,
consequence, though.
Nate,
Yeah,
just pay
and that's
attention.
a
You're
consequence.
listen, and you will get to the end of this argument faster. So what that means is if this is a decision that he made, that means he could have decided otherwise, right? Oh, he
Yeah,
could
yeah.
have. Okay. You
But can
got
I
it.
answer the first one?
God,
Can I give my response to the first one? I said
God
no.
could, we're not done yet. So God could have done the natural disasters, or he could have not done the natural disasters. We finally come to the conclusion that he didn't
Yeah,
have
but
to
you
do
know
it.
why he did it though. We have to understand
I,
why did he
I,
do
I
it.
know why. I'm not asking why he did it yet. I didn't ask. That's not a question I'm asking. I'm asking, did he have to do it? So the question has already been answered. Number one, he didn't have to do it. He chose to do it, correct?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Now, do you believe that natural disasters are good?
No.
Okay.
But
So
if you're
so that
asking,
means
you're
that
going
means
on
that God, Nate, I
I just
know
want to
you
say
want
that
to run
you're
away
going
from
on
this
different.
question, but it's not going to work. You just have to pay attention.
No, I'm not.
Okay.
You asked me.
Nate,
I can respond to your last.
I don't want you to respond yet. We're not done with the line of questioning yet. All I need are yes nos. That's it. After we're done with this with the walkthrough, you can ask any question you want to, but we're not done yet. Okay. So number one, God chose to do natural disasters. Number two, he didn't have to do that. That was a decision that he made. Number three, natural disasters are bad. We got that far in our talk so far, which means God chose to do something that in fact was bad. He wasn't compelled to do it. He chose to do it. Do you see the problem?
Well, when you say chose, he didn't impose the suffering. It's
He
not that.
didn't.
That's what you're trying to imply. You're trying to imply that he imposed suffering. He did not arbitrarily impose
He
suffering.
did. He
Those
caused
are
natural
consequences.
disasters.
Yeah, but you're acting as if God. You're trying to frame. I know how you're trying to frame God. You're trying to frame God as if he imposed suffering, and
He
that's why I
did.
know that's what you're trying. But is that your main point?
Yeah,
Am I right or wrong?
if you cause natural disasters, you're causing suffering. Yeah.
God, well, the key point, God allows natural consequences to follow
No, no,
sin.
no. He
That's
caused it.
different.
No, he caused it. Did God create the
He,
rules for sin?
he allows
Did
natural
God
consequences to
create the
follow.
rules for sin?
It's not, well, well, if you can say, honestly, I'm honestly gonna say no, humans did, because
No, try
humans,
this again. God created the consequences of sin. Before any human was ever made, God decided when human beings sinned, this would be the result. Humans didn't choose that. If that was the case, humans would be, oh, fuck, I don't want consequences.
yeah, we don't want consequences, but
Okay.
they,
But we're stuck
but we
with
still have
them
a free
because
will.
God wants them,
But
doesn't he?
we have a free will. Someone could go right now
I
and
didn't
take
ask you
someone's
about
life
free will. I'm asking about consequences. So we're stuck with consequences because God decided there would be consequences, right?
because humans
Because
decided to go
God
against
decided
God.
there would be consequences, right?
He decided to give humans free will and give them a
Because
chance, and that's
God
how.
decided there would be consequences, right? We're not
Yeah,
talking about free will. We're talking about consequences. I don't
he
know why you're
knew. Yeah,
confused.
he
All right.
knew.
So God decided that when we sin, there would be consequences. And one of those consequences was going to be natural disasters. He decided that, correct?
Yeah, he knew we would sin.
Okay.
That's
Yeah,
true.
we
And he
know,
sent
Nate.
Jesus
Listen,
to
Nate,
come save us.
none of
That's
this
true.
preaching is going to help you here. The thing that's going to help you is to pay attention to my questions. So we'll try this again. God decided that when human beings sin, even the first time, he would in fact create natural disasters as a result. Yes or no?
I feel like I already answered, man. I don't
The
know.
answer is yes.
But
Okay. Number two, God didn't have to do that. Number three, those cause bad things. Natural disasters cause bad things, which means the conclusion is God decided to do bad things.
can I? All right. Can I respond now, though? You're not.
Yeah.
You're really generally not giving me a chance to speak.
Do you
I
agree
already
with my
said this
conclusion?
before. I do. I don't agree
There we
because you're
go.
not listening.
All
You're
right.
not letting
So
me speak. It's like
maybe
you're not hearing me.
I'll put it in syllogistic form so that we can like make sure and actually get through this
I
without like
am. I
well all
let me.
the all the
Like I said,
dodging. So
I'm
premise
not
number
dodging.
we'll say premise
All right.
number one is God
Yeah, let me-
chose to create natural disasters after the sin. Premise number two is God did
Okay.
not have to do that. Premise number three is natural disasters are bad unless you think they're good, which means the conclusion, which just logically follows, is God chose to do something bad. Is this a standard logical syllogism. It's not even hard.
Okay. And all right, so I'll respond to it now. So basically, my response to that is God did not decide to create natural disasters. Natural decay and disasters are a result of sin
No,
entering a person's
it's
nature.
not, Nate. God, you already admitted that that's not the case. God decided what the consequence of sin was going to be.
Genesis chapter 3.
I'll never understand why Christians get up here and lie to my face so often. I don't know
I'm
why you
not
guys
lying.
have no shame. Nate, you already
Read
agreed that before God created any human being, he knew they would sin, and he knew he was going to do something about it. Right?
You're misunderstanding. I'm answering you. You're not listening to me. I'm answering
No,
you.
your current answer contradicts your previous answer, which is why I'm calling you out. Because previously you said that the consequences were a decision that God chose. Now you're saying, no, it's not a decision. It's just a natural consequence. Golly gee, God couldn't do anything about it.
I already said that. I said at the start it's because of sin, and that was my point.
It doesn't matter. Sin doesn't cause natural disasters. God does.
What you're trying to say is that he created disasters. I'm saying no.
He did.
I'm saying natural decay and disasters are a result of sin because
you're wrong. A sin doesn't have to lead to natural disasters. You already admitted it. When Adam and Eve sinned, did God have to make it so that the earth would result in natural disasters?
I'm saying he had to, but not in the sense you're trying to imply.
So then he's not all powerful. That if somebody's forcing him to do something, then he's not all powerful. So God didn't design the rules for sin. God figured out human beings were going to have free will, and then when they sinned, oh fuck, I don't know what's going to happen. We'll just wait and see. So God didn't know.
Okay, but let's read. All right, can you go to Romans?
Did God know? Did God know?
Yeah, I already said.
Okay, did God have control? Did God have control over the consequences?
No, he didn't. He didn't.
God didn't have control over the consequences of sin. So God created human beings knowing that they were going to sin, and then he's like, "Fuck! I have no control over what happens after that." Oh no! So God's just not all powerful. What a buffoon! What an absolute clown!
I thought Isaiah said that God created calamity.
He created humans.
Yeah, it does actually say that. Amos says it too. In Amos chapter 3, it says, "Does not calamity befall a city and it not come from the Lord?" And it also says that God controls the weather. Does God control the weather?
If he were to create humans without
sin, does God control the weather?
You're not even letting me talk about the main point.
Because you're dodging. And you're lying. You're lying to almost 3,000 people right now, Nate. Does God control the weather? Yes or no?
He can. He did it, but he did it before Jesus.
Does he control the weather?
Jesus did it. Jesus is God, so yeah.
Okay, so then every time there's a hurricane, God is in control of that? Could God make it so there was never a hurricane?
Wow.
The dishonesty is getting thick right now. Just answer honestly. Could God
trap me?
So I'm not trapping you. What happens is you know the logical answer and you don't like it, so you're running from it.
But
I'm not trapping you. You're terrified of being honest. That's what's happened.
I'm not terrified of being honest.
So Nate, what's happened is like you know that these are difficult questions because the answers contradict the idea of the omnibenevolent, the omniscient, and the omnipotent God. But the reality is, God never, for 1 second, had to react to sin the way that he did. He didn't have to create the world with natural disasters because he had control over everything. He had control over what would happen when they sinned.
Okay.
Agree or disagree?
I agree that you got the first part right. I agree with what you said before when I was trying to say that you're right. God, because what you're trying to get me to say is that, yeah, I said that natural disasters are a result of sin. Now you're trying to ask me, well, can God control the weather? That's true.
I asked you, could God control the result?
He could, but he could.
Did God design the earth? Yes or no?
He did. He designed it perfect.
Okay, so it doesn't say that. It says it was good. It doesn't say it was perfect. So
he designed it
It
good
doesn't say
without sin.
it doesn't say that either. It says he created
God
sin.
saw,
Isaiah
he saw that it was
45:7,
good.
or evil rather. So God created the earth, right? When he created the earth, did he know that human beings would sin?
Yes, he did. He did
Okay.
know.
And when he
That's what I was
created the
practicing.
earth, knowing human beings would sin, did he then decide that once they sin, the earth would have natural disasters?
He didn't. I don't think he knew that it would happen natural disasters. He also
He
kind
didn't
of, you're trying
know?
to say, no, he knew. I said he
Okay.
knew that the earth would
He
have natural
knew it because of
disasters.
the way he designed it, correct?
Yeah, because he
Okay.
there was
Okay,
already,
so God designed the earth in a way that once somebody sinned, natural disasters would be a consequence. Could he have designed it so that natural disasters wouldn't happen?
well, he could have, but that's because of humans,
He
and
could
we and
have. There, we finally got to it. Okay, so God, you've admitted again, could have created the earth so that once human beings sinned, there wouldn't be natural disasters. So again, what you've just described is a God who created unnecessary suffering, which is a contradiction of the
it was
omnibenevolent
unnecessary.
character.
It was unnecessary.
Do you think they're necessary? Do you think natural disasters are
Not
needed? Do we need them?
well. It's not that it's needed. It's that it's because of us. Because you're forgetting the whole entire
That
point
doesn't
of
answer
why
the
the tree was
question.
there.
Do we need them?
It's no, we don't. We don't really need them, but they're
Okay, then
because of us.
they're not necessary. Something that's not required is something that's not necessary. So
But
that means
your
natural
whole entire logic,
disasters cause
your
unnecessary
whole entire
suffering.
logic collapses. Your whole entire logic collapses because you're assuming that God would have to create us without a free will to without to
No,
love. That's
I
how
didn't
God.
say anything about free will. I don't know why
But
you
that's
keep
what I'm saying.
I don't know why you keep running away to free will. That doesn't solve it.
Because I'm saying your whole entire logic
I already told
collapses.
you God could have punishments without doing the natural disasters. God can punish you. He doesn't need to send a fucking hurricane. No one's
But
saying
y'all,
no one's saying there should be no consequences for sin. Nobody said that. Not once. I'm saying that natural disasters are not necessary.
maybe they are.
What are they necessary for?
Natural disasters. I don't know how my answer isn't making sense. All I've been saying is that they are a consequence of fallen creation. And
No,
you're
they're
saying
not.
that's
They're
not.
consequences of God's design. God designed the
Well,
earth to behave in a particular way, and he knew
well,
that it would behave this way when he made it, which means natural disasters aren't a result of sin, they're a result of God's design. I used to design machines for a living. I spent 20 years designing machines for a living. If I design a machine where if the operator bypasses the safety, the machine chops them in two. Yes, they shouldn't have fucking bypassed the safety, but I'm the asshole that designed it to chop them in two. I'm still responsible for the chopping. So the consequence was by design. God figured out how to make the earth. He knew what it would do the moment they sinned, and he left it fucking the same. He said, when they sin, there will be natural disasters and consequences. That's a
okay, I see what you're saying.
decision. That's a decision he made.
So if you drop a glass on the floor and it breaks, you didn't have to make it break, but if the glass exists in a physical world, then the breakage is a natural consequence.
I'm not all powerful. If I was all powerful, I could have just made it so it didn't break. That's what you're
So
missing
now
here.
we
God
see,
is all
now we
powerful and he's all knowing and he knows exactly what's
yeah,
going
so
to
now we
happen
see
with his
that
design. A
even natural
child who drops a
disasters,
glass isn't in control of the consequence. God is in control of the consequence.
natural consequences teach responsibility and they teach
No.
conscious.
Oh, okay. So now natural disasters are necessary to teach us something. Is that what you're saying?
Well, I mean, it reveals. The reality of a
It's
fallen
crazy
world and
that
the
like
need for
you can't say yes or no. Are natural disasters necessary? Yes or no?
they are, in a sense, they are.
Okay. And what are they
I
necessary for?
I said two valid points. Why? Because they're consequences that teach responsibility and caution, and they reveal the reality of a fallen world that we live in and the need
That's
for us
crazy.
to have redemption.
So I know responsibility. I'm like super responsible. So like I take responsibility very, very seriously. Do you think I was able to learn that without getting swallowed up in a hurricane?
Well, you could have. Yeah, you could. You
Yeah,
can. Yeah.
I've never been in a hurricane. Never been in a tornado. I've never been in a volcanic eruption. I've never been in an earthquake. And somehow I feel I learned responsibility. It's almost like these aren't necessary for anything. And I know right now, Nate, that this particular argument is giving you problems because you keep like you're like digging deep down trying to find an excuse for natural disasters. I want to give you a head start. There's not a good reason for natural disasters. Natural disasters are consistent with a world without God. It's inconsistent with a world
Not true.
that was fine-tuned and designed by a loving God. It's completely inconsistent. No father would build a house for his children and then booby trap every last room of the house to randomly murder 200,000 of them.
Yeah, you're right. He could have, but then you're missing my whole entire point of what I said. I literally just, your whole entire argument falls when I say this. That would remove free will, moral responsibility.
No, it would
God
not.
designed,
No, it would
God's
not.
design.
Listen, when my child
We're forgetting.
disobeys me, I can discipline my child without putting him through a fucking volcano. This is ridiculous, Nate.
He doesn't.
You
God doesn't. God
you
didn't put him
don't
through a
you don't need
volcano.
a hurricane to murder 200,000 people. You don't need an earthquake to kill 200,000 people in Haiti. In 2010, an earthquake killed 200,000 people in Haiti, and another 200,000 people nearly died and were maimed. They lost limbs. They became bedridden. You don't need that for life. That's not something you need.
Okay. Well, what you said right there, we understand what you literally what you just said right there, that God's design is not needed, but it allows humans to choose and to face consequences while
No, it
offering
doesn't.
redemption. Maybe they didn't, and they
There's
didn't
no
choose.
there's
I
no
know what you're saying.
redemption when a
Some didn't
volcano.
choose.
Was there redemption in Pompeii when the entire city was swallowed up in volcanic ash and rubble?
I don't know. I don't. You don't know everyone there. I don't
No,
know.
there wasn't. They died almost. Some of them instantly.
Hmm.
These
Well,
these are
honestly, yeah.
horrific things that exist on the planet because it's not finely tuned and it's not created by a god. Natural disasters will never be consistent with a powerful, loving, all-knowing deity.
I think they do actually. Like what I just
They're
said
not.
before.
You
Doesn't that reflect? Doesn't that reflect His justice and goodness?
No, it's never just to murder a baby in an earthquake. At what point in
It's
time
also not.
does an apartment building collapsing because of an earthquake and half of the residents dying, the other half being like maimed for life? How is that justice? Do you think little tiny babies that get swallowed up in natural disasters deserved it?
No, they didn't deserve it. I don't agree with that.
Okay,
No, of
there you
course not.
go. Yeah. I agree. They didn't deserve it either.
But what I want us to both agree on is that if the world were perfect and humans free, then consequences like earthquakes or volcanoes wouldn't exist.
No, again, free will has nothing to do with natural disasters. You can have consequences and just not have those consequences. It's like if my son does something bad at school and he comes back and I fucking beat him with a baseball bat, yeah, was it a consequence? Yeah, it sure was. Was it the right consequence? No, it fucking wasn't. You can have consequences without being a murderous, bloodthirsting, fucking maniac sending natural disasters. That's crazy.
Okay, so what? All right, so let's. All right, so with that same thing, we can imagine a bridge, a perfectly built bridge, but if someone tampers with it, supports, then it collapses. The collapse is inevitable, and the people that are
No,
on the bridge,
no, it's not
that's
inevitable.
cool.
If you're all powerful,
Yes, it
it's
is. It's
never
not.
inevitable. You can just create the bridge so it would never collapse. You keep
Then we
forgetting that
wouldn't.
God's all powerful. We're
He is
not.
all
When
powerful,
when we
and he is
create things, they
not either.
fail. When God creates things, they don't have to fail. God can create an earth that doesn't fail. He can create an earth without natural disasters. He's all fucking powerful. We're not.
Also, by saying it seems like you're trying to frame it in a way. So you're trying to. That's the classic. If God could have created a perfect world without disasters, then so why allow
I
suffering? That's
didn't
the.
say perfect world. I don't know
You
why
said
you keep
God
putting
could
that.
have.
I
You
didn't
said
say perfect, and I never once
well.
said
You
that the
said
world
God.
should be
You said
perfect.
God could have
Not, I
created a
didn't say that
world.
there shouldn't be consequences. I didn't say that either. Those are
I know,
all
but you literally
accusations that
just said
you've put on me that I've never stated once. What I'm saying is the consequence of natural disasters are not necessary and they're fucking cruel.
Well, my point is, you cannot have a true and free will and a world without natural consequences.
Yes, you fucking
If
can. Again, you're wrong. And number two, I didn't say dick about consequences. I never once said there should be a world with no consequences. I said part of those
you said that
consequences should
part of
not
those
include
consequences,
natural disasters. We'll try this again, Nate. My claim, and listen, because you've done me wrong 5 times on this. My claim is not that there shouldn't be consequences. My claim is that natural disasters are not consistent consequences with a God that is loving and powerful. The same way, beating my son with a baseball bat is not a consequence that is in line with me being a loving father. Consequences have limits. You can't do anything you want to.
okay. So a loving, all powerful God wouldn't allow those natural disasters because they are unnecessary and inconsistent. That's your
They're
point.
definitionally speaking, they cause unnecessary suffering, and unnecessary suffering contradicts omnibenevolence. You can't be
And the reason I'm struggling with
you
it
can't be
is because I'm
you're
trying.
struggling because you're concussed trying to figure out how to get out of the
I,
argument rather than being honest.
no, I need to
So
show you
an
why disasters
omnibenevolent
go.
deity is not consistent with unnecessary suffering.
But I don't think you understand. It's not random cruelty.
It
It's
is.
literally just it's consequences of a fallen
It's not
No,
a,
it's
it's not a
not.
nat
He's not a
the
fucking
Bi-
merry-go-round here, Nate. We already been over the consequence 5 times. I don't know why you keep going back to this. Nate, I'll say it one time and the last fucking time. I want you to listen. If God is in control of the consequences, follow me here. Listen for the last time. If God is in control of the consequences, then he's the cause of them. Just like for the last time, if my child goes and does something at school I told him not to do, I'm in charge of the consequences. I get to decide how he's punished. That's my decision.
Okay.
God
All right.
decided that one of the consequences would include natural disasters. He didn't have to, which means I don't care how many times you run to sin. I don't care how many times you use the word consequence. God chose the consequence when he didn't have to choose the consequence. Do you follow?
I do follow. You said if God is the creator and then of consequences and he's the cause of the consequences basically. And this will be my last point on what you said and then I'll leave because obviously we're not getting anywhere. And yeah. My last point is that literally I'm not gonna try to re-said what I said what I said before. I said God allows natural consequences of human sin because if he gave us let me tell you this, if he gave us free
Nate,
will,
you fucking
that doesn't make
liar. You
that doesn't make
liar.
him.
He doesn't allow it. He caused it. Nate,
He allows it
the
he
the
because
caused
Bible
it.
never the
that
Bible
doesn't
never
make
says
him.
that natural disasters are just the natural repercussion of sin. Not once.
So we'll try this again, Nate. He doesn't
That,
allow
you're
it.
not,
It
you're
doesn't
not,
happen by accident. He designed it. He designed the earth. You already said it. You
he
can't go
can,
back on it. I'm sick of you lying.
he
And
can
last thing I'll
commit.
say to your lying fucking pie hole, Nate, is that in Revelation
You're
21,
being
they have
aggressive right now.
in Revelation 21, they have what in heaven? Do they have free will in heaven?
Yeah, you do have free will in heaven, but you'll
Okay,
have
and
a
in Revelation 21, does it say that there's no more suffering, no more sorrow, no more pain, no more tear, no more deaths, right?
yeah, you'll have a glory. You
Okay,
have
so what
a
that means, I just need a yes or no, Nate.
without sin.
Your yapping is tiring me. I just need a yes or no. So if God can create a heaven where there's no suffering, no pain, no sorrow, and people still have free will, if he could do it, he could have just done that shit here. He chose not to.
You want to know why it's like that in heaven?
No, I don't care. I'm done with this conversation, Nate. You can't be honest, and therefore you can't be on this stage. I'll never understand a person so willing to double back on arguments and disagree with the agreement that they already agreed to. You can't agree that God causes the consequence and then double back on the argument and say, well, he's not in charge of the fucking consequence.
So, 2 points. Point number one. I'm on beer number 2 and about to be going on number 3, so I think I should probably head out for that because I'm about to become belligerent.
I don't blame you.
Second point. Second point. We're the Bible Guide channel not going to be going live tomorrow because I'm going to be putting together the computer and PC that Justin has so graciously bestowed upon us. Praise Doug and his rocky hardness. And so we'll go live again. I'll see you guys on Friday with Justin again. So until then, I'm gonna head out because I can't carry a straightforward thought right now.
I feel it. Thank you so much.
I'm a lightweight.
Dalton.
I'm sorry.
Take care of yourself,
Absolutely.
buddy.
Good night.
W. Dalton. Listen, that happens. That's what happens. Friends, listen, we are almost at 3,000 YouTube viewers. We've got over 2,000 on the horizontal stream, over 700 on the vertical stream. Share it out. Like it and share and chat as much as possible. Tell the algorithm to share it out. Let's break 3,000, friends. Let's do it. TikTok, we're over 600. Let's rock and roll. The night is still young. It's only 9:45. We got more cooking left. And Gretchen, thank you for the super chat, says the only positive thing I'm willing to say about the Verts is that they aren't TikTokers. Gretchen, why? Why would you do this? There's no double schism, Gretchen. We might have to ban Gretchen. Nightman comes and says, on the subject of atheist songs, the song Judith by A Perfect Circle is an absolute banger. Well, thank you. I appreciate that. And Randy, great to see you tonight. Thank you for sending out 20. Count them, 20 Deconstruction Zone gifted memberships and another 20 for 40. Randy sending out 40. Holy shit. 40 Deconstruction Zone memberships is one reason why Deconstruction Zone memberships are skyrocketing compared to DZ Debate memberships. We're at we got 700 more on Deconstruction Zone than DZ Debates. I'm just saying the vertical stream knows how to do memberships. And Hannibal's mom says, Jesus said this, Moses said that, Abraham hit me with a wiffle ball bat, I think you mean. Is that a lyric? Jesus said this, Moses said that, Abraham hit me with a wiffle ball bat. I mean, it sounds like a lyric. I could go for that. I like that. Good rhyme. And Joanne, good to see you, my friend. Says evolution hardwires pro-social behavior. Departures from that come from trauma of some kind, psychopathology, abuse, impaired social determinants of health, etc. Couldn't agree more, Dr. Joe. And great to see you, my friend. I hope you're doing well. Cameron, good to see you, says Justin, my apologies regarding my last super chat. I didn't mean that you and Ian get into any beefing. I meant that for entertaining only. I knew what you meant, Cameron. Don't worry. We're yucking it up. We're playing it up for the camera. Don't worry. We know that you don't want Ian and I to beef. I love Ian, and I don't think we would ever beef. Hank says, nice to see the Dodge counter deployed. Rock hard for Doug. And by the way, there is no schism. Agreed. Just as there is no war in Ba Sing Se. Well, I don't know anything about Ba Sing Se, so I don't know if you're trolling me right now or not, Hank, but thank you. And helping make a deconstruct says, the Christian brain rot syndrome has been a 9-10 tonight. Agree, a 9 out of 10. Dalton, you start the schism, then you support the Verts. Dalton, are you happy or little finger manipulating us with all the schism? Listen, friends, there is no schism. Not between YouTube, not between TikTok, not between horizontals, not between Verts. We're all one family. And Victor says, God did overreact for taking one piece of fruit from his fruit tree. He could have just told Adam and Eve to replace it. Indeed, he could have just punished them by taking away the tree. I mean, there's so many things he could have done. He didn't have to do natural disasters. It's asinine. And McDubbin says, I had a 5-year-old crying in my arms, this because she thought she was in trouble and didn't want us to call her mom. That's the internal shame and inferiority of Nate's God instills on his in his followers. Agreed. In fact, a lot of people that deconstruct from religion have trouble with the idea that they're not worthless. Because in order to be a Christian, you have to believe that you're worthless and deserving of eternal suffering. What a horrible doctrine. And Carissa, last one for now. Thank you for sending out 10 Deconstruction Zone memberships. I appreciate that. And with that, friends, we're going to keep the conversations rolling. And also keep in mind, I don't read the super chats in order that they come. If your super chat hasn't been read yet, we will read it, I promise. If we don't catch it between conversations, we will catch it at the end of the show for sure. So don't worry, we're gonna get all of them read. All right, we're gonna try Jack again. I think we tried Jack earlier, and if I remember correctly, Jack was having some reception, or maybe it's someone else. Jeffrey was having reception problems, not Jack. All right, let's grab Jack from the queue and get things rolling. Jack, welcome to Deconstruction Zone. Are you at least 18, and do you believe in God?
Yes.
Awesome. And which God do you believe in?
You could call me a theist.
So you don't believe in a specific God? You don't believe in Jesus or Allah or Yahweh?
Let's say I just believe there's one God.
Okay,
One
so
God,
you just
yeah.
want to lie about what you believe? Cool.
No, it's not a
Okay,
lie.
so
I just
then
believe
what
there's.
we'll need you to do is say, I denounce Jesus and Allah and Yahweh.
Well, I believe Jesus was real, and
Oh,
yeah.
do you believe that
I,
Jesus is God?
no, from what I've read in the Bible, no, I don't think he is.
Okay, do you believe that Yahweh is God?
I'll be honest, Yahweh, I don't know much about Yahweh.
Do you believe
Essentially,
that any God of the Bible is real?
so I think in the Bible, the Jesus prays to the Father, if I'm not mistaken. I haven't read the whole Bible.
Do you believe that the
Um,
Father is real?
yeah, you could say that's what I would consider
Okay,
to be
so
God.
you
Yeah.
believe in the biblical God.
Yes, yeah, but I also agree with someone who's not Christian, for example, and just believes in God. Let's say someone doesn't follow any religion and they just believe in God, for example.
Right, so you believe in the biblical God, you just didn't want to come out with it. Cool. So what's
Well,
your greatest piece of evidence or argument for the whichever form of the biblical God you believe in being real?
well, don't Christians believe that Jesus himself is God? Because I know there's like Jehovah's Witness. They believe that, for
Well,
example, who Jesus was praying to was
some
God.
of them
Uh,
do, some of them don't.
yeah, I would say I agree with the Christians that I don't think Jesus is God because
Yeah,
he was a human. Yeah.
that's fine. You're
Uh,
just a non-Trinitarian Christian. That's fine. So what's the evidence that the God you do believe in exists?
so mainly just the
Wait,
fact that we exist.
do you
Yeah.
believe that Jesus was a prophet?
Yeah, I think actually I would agree with that. I think the Bible agrees with that. And
Do
by
you think that
prophet, do you
Muhammad
just
was a
mean someone?
prophet?
Yes, yeah, I also think Muhammad was
Oh,
a
so
prophet.
you're a
Yes.
Muslim.
Well, I consider myself a
Why are
theist.
Muslims so terrified of just saying you're Muslim? I never understand why you guys beat around the bush. Do you believe that the Quran is inspired by God?
Yes, and the Bible and the Torah. Yes,
Okay,
I
so
do.
you believe that the Quran is dictated by Gabriel to Muhammad?
Exactly. And then same with
Gotcha.
Jesus.
Okay, so when I
Gabriel went to
asked you if you
Jesus
believed
and
in a specific God, you lied on Allah. You
no,
think
well,
he's proud?
I said I believe one God. Yeah, just one God. Don't really
Uh
disagree
huh.
if yeah with Judaism or
Yeah.
Christianity or Islam.
You
I
think
don't
coming on
disagree.
my live stream and starting out with a lie is going to turn out well for you?
Well, why do you think that's a lie? Theist is
Because
a.
because
I
I
feel like
asked
theist is
you
a
I asked you if you
or
believed in a
or
specific God, and it turns out you do believe in a specific
could
God, and
could
you beat around the bush for like 5 minutes uh, to make it me ask you enough questions to determine that you're actually just a fucking Muslim. So, congratulations, you started out the conversation by being a lying, dodging coward. So we can move on. So, what would be the greatest piece of evidence to, or the best argument to suggest that the God of Islam is real?
well, I'm just trying to have a respectful debate, and I
I
guess
don't think you
I could
are.
have
You don't get
answered better
respect when you
with
start with a lie. So we'll try this again.
I can
What's the best argument or the best piece of evidence to demonstrate that the God of Islam is true?
sure. A few things. I'll start with one. Just the fact we exist and the evolution. The fact that
We
if you look,
exist is
if
proof
you,
for Allah.
of course, you can see, you can
What's
hear,
the
you
proof?
can.
What does that have to do with God?
Well, I was watching your stream earlier. You said for example, you designed machines, right? So
Yeah. Yeah,
how
and
could
you're gonna say that the creation needs a creator, blah 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 blah. But we know when things are created when they're not. Like if I compare my machine to a mud puddle, I know the mud puddle wasn't created, my machine was. So
right?
what's the actual
But
argument that your God created anything?
my argument is, what's more complex, your machines that you designed or humans?
Complexity is not a hallmark of creation.
Why not? Why
Why
would
would
you
it
say
be?
that?
Because in fact, my machine, like the simpler you can create a machine to do the job it was created for, the better it is. Adding needless complexity to anything never makes it better. And the human body has tons and tons of needless complexity. In fact, a huge portion of our DNA is no longer even active. It's been passed down through billions of years of evolution, and we've got pseudogenes, we've got genes that no longer function, and we've got lots of genes that actually harm us. So, like,
Can
why would we believe that this is designed?
Have you looked into evolution deeply?
Yeah, yeah, that's why I believe evolution is true.
So can you explain, for example, how a cheetah all of a sudden got camouflage on its fur
It didn't
when
all of a sudden get camouflage. Evolution is a slow process, and to be sure, to get camouflage on your entire coat only requires one, count 'em, one manifestation. So, for example, the way that like genes get expressed. I'll give you a good example about hands. Okay, so when like people who have digits, or when an animal or an individual has digits in the womb, it doesn't always start out as digits. Sometimes the way the gene gets expressed is the longer the gene gets expressed, the more digits you get: one digit, two digit, three digit, four digit, five digit. That's why people sometimes end up with 6 and 7 digits, is how the gene itself gets expressed. There's not like a number 5 finger gene. It's about gene expression. So for example, if you have a gene to produce one spot, and that gene gets expressed longer than normal, that one time where that gene happens to be expressed longer than normal is enough to give you multiple spots. But that being said, the fact of the matter is we have no reason to believe that spots on cheetahs just randomly appeared all at once.
okay, I understand what you're saying. My argument to that is, I'm talking, so how would a cheetah, the skin change to camouflage in its environment when a cheetah can only see and touch? Do you get what I'm saying? How would the
No,
skin of the cheetah
the
change
cheetah
to its
seeing and
environment?
touching is irrelevant to whether or not it has evolutionary adaptations.
Right,
So,
but
for
how
example,
would,
all you need
how
is
is,
one cheetah to be born with some sort of inconsistent coloring on the coat. We'll call them protospots. Let's imagine that there's a litter of cheetahs that are born with protospots, and it just happens to be that the cheetahs with protospots survive better because they can camouflage better, and those are the ones that reproduce. They don't have to know that they have spots. The fact that they are able to reproduce more effectively is what allows them to live on and reproduce better than their counterparts.
okay, so Justin, do you think we came from a fish, and then that fish turned into a bigger animal, and then that turned into a monkey, and then we came from a monkey? Because
Uh,
to me,
I,
there's no
I
evidence
know that to be the
that,
case because if you bother to read any evolutionary textbook, you would know that that is the case. Everything evolved from a much lower form of life. In fact, mammals, we know for a fact that mammals and sea creatures went back and forth. For example, the whale used to be a land dwelling animal, and so dolphins as well. Both of them used to be land dwelling animals that eventually adapted to their watery environment. And there's lots of evidence why that is the
okay,
case. Have you
okay,
bothered to look into it?
but yes, it's
And
not good
have you
evidence.
bothered to look into the evidence on why we know that human beings evolved at one point from lower life forms?
Okay, let me ask you this. Let me ask you this.
So no,
Why
you
do,
haven't actually. If you even read a single evolutionary textbook,
yes, of course. I believed it for a
sounds
long
like you
time.
didn't,
I
because
no,
you would know that there's lots of evidence for evolution. It's not even a question. There's a reason why
it's spotty.
scientists
Dude,
it's
it's
not
spotty.
spotty. There's a reason why scientists all agree on this.
Dude, it's spotty. I'm telling
It's
you, when you
not.
look into it, it's not
It's
as
spotty because you
straightforward
don't know how to do
as
research.
school. It's as school taught us, and as the textbooks out there, it's not as straightforward as you think.
It
If
is.
you
You just
really
haven't
look
read
into it,
anything.
dude, I have.
You
Okay,
haven't.
but okay, so let's accept, for the sake of argument, accept this. evolution argument.
Also,
Okay.
evolution's irrelevant to whether or not your God exists, by the way.
Well, it's not, because
Like,
if we
I have
didn't
no
come from
idea why you
fish,
think,
if we
I don't have no idea why you think disproving evolution is going to prove your God to exist.
well, because if we didn't evolve from a fish, for example, then what created us? That's my point. That's the point I'm
That,
trying to get to.
listen, if your God exists only because of metaphysical necessity, there's a million other metaphysical necessities that we could plug into that gap. We could say, listen, there's a life granting unicorn that grants life to entities, and that's the metaphysical necessity. It could be fucking aliens. It could be ancient aliens bringing life. It could be anything. There's so many things that you could theorize if all you need is metaphysical necessity, that a God is right out. A God is stupid.
Okay, but can you think of this with me for a second? If let's say we did evolve, right? Why do those other things that we evolved from still exist? Why do monkeys still exist? Why do fish still exist? It
Why
doesn't
would
make
they?
sense
Why would they go away? I don't
because
think you
they
understand
if
how evolution works. I'll draw you a diagram. We have to do this quite a bit actually with people who don't like never read evolution textbooks. Let me give you one second. MS Paint Online. There we go. That's what I'm looking for. I literally just found this app recently, and I'm in love with it. Somebody duplicated MS Paint on a website, and it's amazing. Okay, we'll use red for now. This is, we're gonna call this the evolutionary tree. Now, what happens is, let's say that there's a branch, right? Now, we're gonna do another branch out here. Well, as it turns out, this branch on the left came after the branch on the right, which means both of these branches share a common ancestor here before the branch happened. Now, the fact that this branch happened and this branch happened says nothing as to whether or not this ancestor has to die off. That's not how branches work. That's like saying every time a tree grows a branch, the limb that it's attached to should die off and go away. That's not how evolution works.
okay, and then okay, what started the first cell? What started the first cell?
The first cell, I assume you're referring to like abiogenesis. And if you want to know how the first cell was formed, you should actually read a cellular biology book rather than asking a guy who studied electricity and Bible in school. The reality is,
I don't expect you to have
the
a perfect
reality
answer.
is, the reality is, even if I don't give you an explanation for how the first cell formed, it's irrelevant to whether or not your God is responsible or in existence for anything. You'll never prove your God into existence by trying to figure out where the gap in evolution is.
Well, because in Christianity, it says God created Adam and Eve, created
which
the
is
first humans.
which is
It,
clearly wrong because humans existed prior to 6,000 years ago.
okay, but weren't you a pastor? Weren't you a
Yeah,
pastor?
which is why I'm not a pastor, is because science says the Bible is wrong. There were human beings prior to 6,000 years ago, but according to the Bible, human beings started with Adam and Eve 6,000 years ago, which is what you believe too.
I believe that human is a creation from God. We did not come from
I didn't ask
a
you what you
fish.
believed. I asked you what's the evidence.
Okay, well, for example, if the Earth was 1 inch closer to the sun, we would burn alive. If it was
That's
1 inch further,
wrong.
we would
It
freeze.
it moves millions of miles away and closer to the sun every year. We don't have a perfectly elliptical orbit. I don't know who told you that. Like 14
Okay,
million miles a year.
okay. Have you heard the fine-tuning argument? When you look at how
I
big the universe
I
is,
hear
how
it
is it possible that
every
we,
single day.
okay,
There's not a
how is
day
it,
that doesn't go by that I don't have to debunk fine tuning
okay, how is it possible that out of how big the universe is, we just happen to be here,
because
created here?
that's how statistics work. So the universe is a lot of chaos, and you need pockets that are lower in chaos for life to have time to evolve. Meaning, you need a planetary system that has some sort of a heat source, that has water, and some sort of atmosphere for some sort of life to arise. Not every planetary system has that. And the reality is, we have no idea how many life bearing planets are there in a universe. We've literally just begun exploring the universe. And as it turns out, we're at the infancy of exploring the universe, and we've already discovered that the building blocks of life are self-assembling. We found amino acids on meteors already, possibly even one fully formed protein. There's some debate on whether or not that if it's fully formed or not. And then also, there's a pretty good chance that there was once bacterial life on Mars, and there's another protoplanet, exoplanet, or whatever they call them nowadays, that appears to have bacterial life as well, because we are detecting gases on that planet that we know are almost exclusively the byproduct of bacteria production. And we just started. We started looking like yesterday.
Okay, but okay, you have to agree though, the design of this Earth is not like anything we've seen, as you said. So
I know, it's
even
terrible.
how
It's a
could
terrible design. Why would God design the earth where 97% of the water is poisonous for humans to drink?
oh, okay, what do you mean by that? Like the sea salt, the
97%
salt
of the
water?
water on the earth you can't drink. What kind of a
Okay,
design is that?
there's also spring water. There's spring
So
water in the
I
mountains
know,
that's
yeah.
clean to drink. There's
Yeah, I do you think everyone lives near spring water?
Of course not, no, but
Oh,
I'm
of course
saying
not.
that
Okay, so if you
okay,
want human
but
beings to
it's
be in an environment that's finely tuned, it seems like you would create the environment so that it wasn't 97% poisonous in the most necessary thing that is, which is water. And why in the world would you design it so that the sun
but
would give you cancer?
but Justin, so is space. Space is basically 100% lethal
I
to
didn't, I didn't,
humans.
I didn't, I, that's
And
another problem.
so
Yeah,
so Earth
literally, if you just go high enough in the atmosphere, you'll stop breathing. Horrible
that
design.
this is one of the signs that I truly believe is evidence for a creator that
It's
the
not.
whole Earth is toxic and we're
It
here on
it
Earth and
literally
it's
contradicts fine
okay.
tuning. I don't know if you're even paying attention.
Well, how does it contradict fine tuning? Because other planets in our solar system, we couldn't live on them. We couldn't live on them.
No.
We
You don't know that. We'll try this again. You said in our solar system, the universe is fucking immense. You have no idea whether or not there is life elsewhere, and we already covered that. We already find the building blocks of life out in outer space. We literally just started looking for them. To make the claim that somehow we're special, we're unique, there's no life anywhere else is stupid.
Right, but from our perspective, doesn't it seem interesting at least that how of course okay the water is poisonous, but then there's still a lot of fruit trees, for example.
So
You can
what?
have blueberries. You
So
can
what?
have you can go get
So what?
food to
So
uh,
so
but
what? The same person who designed fucking blueberries designed it so that 3 million children a year would die of starvation. Like
okay, but
this
the
is a
Abrahamic faith,
horrible talking
but
point. Why in the world would a god create the world so that 3 million people a year would die of starvation? Babies, by the way.
be okay.
Children.
Okay, because they go to heaven. Because they go to heaven, which is eternal.
Then
Eternal.
why have them be born?
Uh, to see who deserves to go to heaven or hell.
They're fucking babies. They
The,
didn't do
to
anything.
okay, well, it's
You
different
think
for people.
babies
For babies,
sin?
it's different. Babies go straight to
Do you
heaven if
think
they die.
babies sin?
No, no, I don't. I
Then
don't.
why
I'm
have
saying
them born? If
they,
they're not being
they,
punished for anything, they're not proving anything, why have them be born just to come here, suffer and starve and go?
they go to heaven
I don't
directly,
care if they go to
and
heaven. I'm talking about the suffering. If they don't get to live and enjoy or do anything in this life, they're just born to die, then what's the point?
because their families exist too, right? Their families
So
exist too.
I know, and they're fucking wrecked. If my
So
child
so
died of starvation,
what
I'd be
if
an absolute fucking train wreck. So why would
right
God fine tune the earth so that 3 million children, babies, die every year?
right? So their family to see how their family reacts.
That's fucking crazy. Murder all the babies just to see how their family reacts. That's
This
crazy. You can't
well,
believe that, Jack. That's hideous.
the thing is,
That's
okay,
wild.
God
I
knows
gotta
stuff
write them
that
down on my two clip list. Holy shit. Let's see. I'm gonna
God
write it.
knows stuff that we don't. Those babies go straight to heaven
Jack,
according to
and
the
the note
Abrahamic
is
faith.
gonna be Muslim. Let's see what do I write in the note here. Muslim thinks killing babies is okay just
Did I say that?
to
Did I say that?
see
Did I say that?
the
Did I say that?
parents'
Did I say it's okay?
reaction.
Did I
Yeah.
say it's okay? I never
Oh,
said it's okay, Justin. You can
so
rewind it.
does
You
God
can
do things that are
rewind it.
not okay?
The thing is, God knows
Does
what we
God
don't
do
know.
things that are not okay, Jack?
We don't know. God
Does
is
God
above.
do
We don't
things?
know.
The answer
How
is
would we
no.
know?
God doesn't do things that are not okay, or else God wouldn't be doing them. Do you
How would
believe
we know?
that? Do you think that God can sin against himself?
How would we know?
Do you
God
think that
knows
God can
stuff
sin
that we
against
don't know.
himself?
I
It
don't know. I'm being
sounds like you
honest.
don't know anything.
Well, when it comes to God, that's of course I don't. I'm not God. That's the
Okay,
point.
so how do
God
you
is
know God
above
is
us.
good then?
Well, according to the Abrahamic faiths,
I didn't ask you according to
there's heaven
Abrahamic
and
faith.
hell.
I asked you, how do you know that God is
That
good?
I'm telling you, that's how I know.
I don't
According to the
care about the
Abrahamic,
Abrahamic faith. I'm asking you, how did you as a human being determine that God is good?
because of heaven and hell.
So the fact that heaven and hell exist and tells that God is good, why? How? In fact, if God
Okay.
was good, there wouldn't be any hell. Why does God need to
Can,
torture anybody with fire? By the way, I'm reading your book. I'm only on chapter 3, and I've already got like 45 fucking references to hell. This
can I explain
prophet,
why? Can I
this
explain why?
prophet, this prophet is obsessed with the idea that God is going to torture non-believers in fire. Why does
Can I
not
explain?
believing in this North Korean dictator in the clouds require you to be burned in fire for eternity?
Do murderers deserve to go to hell?
I didn't ask you about murderers. I said non-believers. Why is it that not
But
believing in your sky dictator requires you to be burned forever in hellfire?
because according to God, if you don't believe in him, God does what he wants. He can put
I
you in
didn't
hell for
ask
not
you what you
believing.
believed. I
Okay.
asked you why. Why is it good? Why is somebody who doesn't believe something requiring torture?
Um, Again, if you don't believe in your who created you, then it makes sense, doesn't it?
No, it doesn't make sense. Nope, not at all. Because even if my child grew up and said, I don't want anything to do with you, Dad, I would never want my child to be tortured. I'd never light him on fire for the rest of eternity. So again, I'll ask, what does me not
It's
believing in your sky dictator have to do with me being lit on fire for eternity?
Well, the thing is, God can do what he wants, Justin.
I didn't ask you if he could do
If
what he
he
wants. I
says
asked, why does me not
if
believing in him require me to be lit on fire?
that's again that God knows what we don't. If God says
So
that,
you
for
don't know.
example,
Say I don't know,
yeah,
Jack. Let the words leave your mouth. I don't know.
okay, I don't know. I don't
Fair
know,
enough.
but
Okay, so you
can
don't
I
know
give you
why.
what
So
I
there's no
think,
good answer.
my
Nobody
thoughts?
should be lit on fire for eternity because they don't believe a thing.
But what about murderers, though? What do you think about
I
that?
didn't
Can
ask
you
you
at
about
least
murderers.
agree?
I asked you about believing things.
No, I know, but this is a question to you.
I
Do you
don't
at
think
least
murderers should
agree?
be lit on
Do you,
fire for eternity either. No. I don't think we should
why?
be killing people.
Why shouldn't murderers, rapists, people who do bad things be punished
Because then
eternally? Why?
Muhammad would be punished because he raped a little girl named Aisha.
Okay, do you have evidence for this?
He married her when she was 6,
The,
according to her own hadith. She married her when she was 6 and consummated marriage at age 9. Do you think that 6-year-olds can consent?
well, for example, it's no, I don't. But for example,
Okay. Do you think
it's the
9-year-olds
age of
can consent?
no, I don't. It's the thing is, it's
Gotcha.
not an age.
So then that
Do,
means Aisha couldn't consent.
well, that can I get to that, please? Can
Can
I
you
give
answer the
you my
question? Could Aisha consent?
yes, but can I explain why?
Okay, but she was 9.
Well, the thing is, Justin, the
Here comes
criteria
the
is
apologetic. What's the
puberty.
criteria?
The
Oh, so
criteria is puberty.
okay, so as long as a girl hits puberty, you're allowed to go into her?
And she consents, and she consents, and
She,
she consents,
what do you think
and she
consent is?
consents,
Because I don't think you know what consent means.
and she wants to, and
What's the
she wants to get
definition of
married.
consent?
For example, did you know in the
What's
U.S.
the
the
definition of
legal
consent,
age
Jack? I don't care about the U.S. What's the definition
the
of consent?
it's accepting or yes, like saying yes to something that someone's asking you.
And do you think 9-year-olds can consent?
Today, no. Current day, no.
Why
Current day,
not?
no.
Why not?
Because most are not haven't hit puberty at that age, and most are not
I didn't
mature
ask you
enough.
about puberty. I asked about consent. Okay, so consent requires a knowledge of what you're doing and understanding of the ramifications
Yes,
of what you're doing.
yes, yes.
And do you think 9-year-olds have that?
No, I personally I don't. I don't.
Okay, then why would we believe that Aisha had that?
Well, because Uh, did you know before Muhammad, she was engaged already? Did you know that?
I didn't know that, nor do
She
I
was,
care. That makes it even worse.
and then
So
she
that means
consented.
prior to the age of 6, she was already engaged to be married, which means
Oh,
you think 5-year-olds can give consent to marriage?
no, no, but you have to
Okay,
understand
so
that the families
did
decide this. The families decide this.
Do you think Aisha made an informed decision at age 5?
No, no, but listen,
Gotcha.
Justin,
Okay.
Justin, listen,
Was she the only woman alive that ever gave informed consent at age 6?
Justin,
Was
Justin.
she, Jack? You're gonna answer my
I don't
fucking
think so.
question, or I'm gonna
No, no,
mute
I don't think
you.
so. That's my answer.
Okay.
No, but
So
can you?
so there are other women on the planet that gave informed consent at age 6.
I don't know. I wasn't there, but can I explain,
Okay.
please?
No, I
Can
don't
I
want an
explain?
explanation. I want a fucking answer. In Iraq,
Yeah.
they lowered the age of marriage to 9. Do you agree with that?
Did you know in the U.S. it was 7,
I
a
didn't
hundred
care.
years ago?
I don't care
Did you know in
about
the
what
U.S. it
happened.
was
I
7
don't
years
care.
old,
I
a
don't
hundred
fucking
years
care
ago?
about your whataboutism. We're talking about 2025. In 2025, there are Muslim countries that are okay with marrying off 9-year-olds. Do you agree with it?
I don't know, but
Okay. So you,
okay,
so
but
so the what grounds do you disagree with it?
essentially, by marriage doesn't necessarily mean they're having sex,
On
Justin.
what
It means the families
grounds?
decide that
On
when they
what
get older,
grounds
they
do
will
you?
get
I didn't
married.
ask you about that. I said on what grounds do you disagree with it?
I disagree that you should be past, the woman should be past puberty and she should want
Why?
to do it.
Why?
Because past puberty, they're aware they can give consent.
No, no. In the Quran, you don't have to be past puberty to be married. In fact, you can divorce a woman who hasn't even reached puberty.
And you have to
I
tell
love
the
how he doesn't
difference.
address what I just said. Jack, in the Quran, you can divorce a woman who hasn't reached puberty yet. You know this, right?
I haven't read the whole thing. How would I know? How would I know? Can
Then
you
why are you
get
in
can
this
you bring a verse?
religion?
Can you bring me
Why
a
are you
verse?
in this religion if you haven't read the book?
Can you bring me a verse,
Why are you in
Justin?
this religion? I will until, but you're gonna answer my fucking question first.
Yeah, okay.
Why are you in a religion that you haven't read the book of?
Uh, I don't know, but it's a good question. But as I said, I'm a theist.
I don't care if you're a theist. I'm talking about a specific
I
religion.
said I believe in the
Why are you
Abrahamic
why
faith.
are
I
you
believe in the
in this
Abrahamic
religion?
faith.
You believe in Allah. Stop lying to me.
Yes, I do. Yes,
You're
yes.
going to look
Which, by the way,
foolish every time you get on my live stream in front of almost 3,000 people and you lie. It makes you look foolish, not me. So
Allah
you
just means
started a
God in Arabic. Did you
conversation.
know that? Did you know Allah means
Every
God in Arabic?
fucking everyone learns that at like age 12, Jack. This is
Okay,
childish. We we
okay,
we we knew that before you were even born. Okay,
okay.
so it says in the Quran. We're going to go to the passage right now. As for your women past the age of menstruation, in case you do not know, their waiting period is 3. Talk about divorce. Their waiting period is 3 months, and those who have not menstruated as well. As for those who are pregnant, their waiting period ends with delivery, and whoever is mindful of Allah will make their matters easy for them. So the waiting period to divorce a woman, even if she hasn't reached puberty, is still 3 months, just in case. Now, let me ask you a question. Why did they
Yeah.
have a waiting period for divorce?
I I don't know. Can we pull up a context on this
I can
verse
tell
instead of
you
just reading the verse?
in case they were pregnant. That way they knew who the child was, correct?
Okay, can we get context on the verse, please?
What context do you want?
Is there is there something we can see context?
I'm asking you, what context do you need?
There's usually sections on these types of websites that will explain
What
what the
I've
verse
got it
means.
open right now. O prophet,
Okay,
instruct the believers, when you intend to divorce women, then divorce them with concern for their waiting period.
right.
And count it accurately, and fear Allah your Lord. Do not force them out of their homes, nor should they leave unless they commit a blatant misconduct. These are the limits set by Allah, and whoever transgresses Allah's limits has truly wronged his own soul. You never know, perhaps Allah will bring about the change of heart later. So this is about the waiting period, in fact, for divorce. And the problem you have is if you just divorce a woman, bada bing, bada boom, and she turns up pregnant a couple months later, it's possible that the woman is pregnant with the first guy's wife. This is supposed to prevent that. This is supposed to be the prevention so that you knew whose baby this
What
belongs to.
what's your issue with this?
My
What's your
issue is that it says you can divorce a woman who's not yet reached puberty or menstruation.
Okay, but you wouldn't
So
let
do
me
you?
explain that
So
there's
do
two
you?
families
So do
sometimes
you
that they
believe?
will.
Do you believe that you should
They're,
be able to marry a girl who hasn't reached menstruation?
no, I don't. No, I don't. But can I explain to you
Okay,
the
but the
different types
Quran
of
says
marriage?
so.
Okay,
We
but
know
you're
we
taking it
know
out of
about
context.
Jack. I'm not. We know about betrothal. We know that
Where,
betrothals happen. We
where
know that a
two families
betrothal.
decide
We know that a
when,
betrothal happens, and you're not having sex yet during the betrothal period. This is not talking about a
and the
betrothal
parents
because there's a waiting period. You wouldn't have a waiting period if they weren't having sex.
and Justin, the parents also the parents. There's two families, right? And they're family friends.
Jack,
If
I
two
don't
families
know
have
why you
kids,
don't listen
they
to a
can.
word that comes out of my mouth. We'll try this again. There's a waiting period because they're having sex. You need the waiting period to determine if the baby is yours, which means it doesn't matter. This girl is getting fucked.
But okay, but the waiting period was is it for the divorce or for the baby?
It's for the
Because you
divorce so that we know if she's pregnant who the baby belongs to. Because
that's not in the
what
verse.
you
That's not in the verse, Justin. That's not in the verse, dude. That's
okay. Oh, so what's the waiting period for then? Tell me. Tell me.
in
Give
case
me.
they want to. In
Give.
case they want to stay
Give me it.
together. In case they want
No,
to stay
that's
together.
not even remotely the case.
Have you been in a divorce? Have you been in a divorce?
In fact, I have, and there's no three
And
months waiting, and there's no
did you
three
guys
months
just
waiting,
split right
and there's
away?
no 3 months waiting period. There's some states that have separation laws, but almost no
Forget
states
about
have
laws
them
for a second.
anymore.
Forget about laws for a second. If
And
did you
and
guys
we
separate
and
at
we could just
first?
and we could just read you the rest of the passage since you actually haven't read it. It's okay. We're used to people not reading their holy books. It says, when they have almost reached the end of their waiting period, either retain them honorably or separate from them honorably, and call two of your reliable men to witness either way, and let the witnesses bear true testimony for the sake of Allah. This is enjoined on whoever has faith in Allah from the last day, and whoever is mindful of Allah, He will make a way out for them and provide for them sources as they could never imagine. Whoever put their blah blah blah. We don't care about the petty
You
stuff. As
you
for your
didn't
women
explain.
past the age of menstruation, in case you do not know, their waiting period is 3 months. Okay, why is menstruation relevant here?
Because puberty is important to a woman has to be past puberty to be considered an adult.
No, 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 no. This is past the age of menstruation.
Yeah. So past
Okay, so
menstruation, when a woman menstruates, she's
why are
puber.
women why is their menstruation period relevant?
Because it doesn't allow marrying someone below puberty.
Well, try this again. It doesn't say that. It says
It says
as for your women, Jack, pay attention and learn something for once. As for your women past the age of menstruation, meaning people that are in menopause, they've no longer menstruated now. Past the age of menstruation means you're no longer menstruating.
right, which means she's an adult, doesn't it?
We fucking agree. Pay attention. Women past the age of menstruation, if you do not know, their waiting period is 3 months, and those who have not menstruated as well, meaning whether you've menstruated or not, whether you've stopped menstruating or not, the waiting period is 3 months.
Okay, so how do you know it's not addressing before this revelation came down? How do you know because the Arabs during that
Because it
time were doing
says
horrible things. The Arabs were
because
doing horrible things.
because it says,
So how do you know they?
as for those who are pregnant, their waiting period ends with delivery. It's about pregnancy. You could have just read the whole passage.
Okay,
The
let me
waiting
read. As
period
for
is
those,
for the pregnant. As for those who are pregnant, their waiting period ends with delivery, meaning if you're already fucking pregnant, you don't get divorced after 3 months. You get divorced after you deliver. This is
right?
about divorcing
That
a woman, making sure you know whose child it belongs to. And it's crazy right now that you're willing to get on a live stream and lie about what you think this could possibly be about rather than just fucking opening your book and reading it.
I'm not lying. I'm reading the verse with you.
No, you
I'm reading the
lied.
verse with you.
You were saying that this wasn't about pregnancy. All you had to do was read the whole verse. You weren't
It
you weren't
says,
even
as for
you
those who
weren't
are
you weren't
pregnant.
even patient
It
enough to
says,
figure out
as
what it
for
was
those
about.
who are pregnant. That
You
doesn't mean the
started
waiting period.
making up stuff about what you think it was about.
It's right in front of us. It says, as for those who are pregnant, right? Their
I
waiting
know,
period
yeah.
ends with delivery. That
Yeah,
doesn't
and
mean that
why?
the 3 months.
And
That doesn't
why?
mean that the
And
3 months.
why? And why? Why did it say that?
Uh, because that's just what it says. But that doesn't. You can't say
No,
that means that the
try
three
again. Their
months.
waiting month ends with delivery because we know that they're already pregnant now, and their waiting month has to actually complete. Like their pregnancy have to actually complete before they can marry another. You're not supposed to marry someone while you're pregnant with somebody else's child. So again, this passage, and stop lying, Jack, because we're all smart enough to know when you're lying, is about the waiting period for women in the event that they could become pregnant or are already pregnant. If you're already pregnant, the waiting period is your delivery day. If we don't know if you're pregnant or you're not pregnant, the waiting period is 3 months to determine if you are in fact pregnant. That's what this is about. And if
But
you
can you
bothered if you
think through
bothered to
this with
read
me?
if you bothered to read the Tafsir, it's going to say the same thing. Do you want me to read the Tafsir to you?
Sure, but can you think of this with me?
Sure.
This is in the context of divorce, Justin.
I
So let's say
know. We
before
covered that. We know about
it's
divorce.
it's not saying marrying someone under puberty is allowed. It's saying if you are already, which the Arabs were doing bad things at the time before this revelation
We don't
came
care
down.
about the other Arabs. We're talking about your Arabs.
This revelation came to the Arabs. What are you talking about? This
I know. We're
revelation,
talking about
so
your
it's
specific Arabs. So pay attention.
so it's
I don't
it's
I
this
don't I
is
don't care what the other Arabs are doing. I'm talking about your Arabs.
I'm saying if an Arab married someone underage at that time, then the Quran came down and talked about this context is in divorce. It's not about
No.
saying you can marry someone. Bring me one verse
If
that says you
if
can
you're
marry someone under puberty.
if you're divorcing a woman who's under puberty, that means you married her. Pay attention.
Right, but not according to the Quran. They married
Yeah.
her
Yes,
before the
according to the
Quran came.
Quran. Yeah, according to the Quran.
Bring me one verse. Bring me one verse that
We
says you can
just
marry.
we just read it, you liar.
This is in the context of divorce, though. Do you
We-
not understand? Someone could have married
okay.
a young girl
Do you
before
understand that?
reading.
Do you understand that you can't get divorced prior to the marriage?
I'm saying people could have gotten married before this Quran reached them. That's the
No,
point I'm trying to make.
that's a crazy. This is a rule for the people to live by.
Yes, so that's what I'm saying. So
Yeah,
let's say
it's a rule
okay,
for
let's
people
say
to live by.
let's say
So 100
can I,
years from now, this rule holds true.
can I
If it was
explain?
talking about people who got married prior to the creation of the Quran, it would just say so. Those of you who were already married prior to this revelation, here's what you do. It doesn't say that. You're making that up, Jack, because you're a fucking liar.
Dude, I'm not lying. Okay, can you read?
You are a liar.
Then pull up the tafsir. Pull up the tafsir. Then
I'll
pull up
show you the
tafsir.
tafsir.
Please
A
pull
guy
it up
that
if
hasn't
it,
even read his own book lying on it.
Dude, I'm not lying. It's in the
You're
context of
lying.
divorce.
We're all watching you lie in
You can
in
literally
real.
ask AI, dude.
We're
You can
all
ask
watching you
AI.
lie in real time, and this is the more obvious meaning. Supporting this view, what is reported from Ubay bin Kab, that he said, "O Allah's messenger, some women were not mentioned in the Quran: the young, the old, and the pregnant." So this is about people that are pregnant. If you have doubt, 3 months, and for those who have no courses, and for those who are pregnant, their iddah is until they lay down their burden or give delivery. There are still some women whose iddah has not been mentioned in the Quran. There are the young, the old, those who menstruate has discontinued, and the pregnant. This is talking about the waiting period for those who have menstruated, haven't menstruated, and are pregnant. Exactly what I just said.
Right. But does it say you can marry someone before puberty? That's what
Yes.
we're arguing about.
Yes, because you can't divorce somebody below the age of before puberty if you haven't married her yet. That's
Okay, but
obvious.
what
Jack,
if the Quran comes and someone is already married to someone? Why does that scenario not exist in your head?
because
Why
this
does that not?
this isn't referring to that. This is a law for the future.
Okay,
This
that's
law
totally
applies
wrong.
at all time periods. This is part of your law in your religion. This law
But
still
do
applies.
you know what the Arabs were doing at the time before the Quran came?
No,
Do
and
you know what
neither
they
do
were
you.
doing?
You liar.
They were burying. They
You're
were
lying.
burying.
You're
They were
lying.
burying
Prove
and
it.
killing babies.
Prove it. Prove it.
They were killing babies.
Prove it, Jack. Prove it.
They were.
Prove
Okay,
it, Jack.
but
Fucking prove it. Stop lying to my face and prove it.
dude, can you Google right in front of me? Can you Google
Jack,
right in
prove
front of
it.
me to
You
share?
Google it. That's your argument.
I can Google. I can
Do
can
it.
literally
Give me
Google,
the
but then
evidence.
it won't
Give me
show
the
on
source. Give me the
It
source.
won't show on the stream.
Go find the source and I'll put it on the screen. Go find it.
Okay, I'll tell you my exact Google query. What were the Arabs doing?
No, I don't want your query. Go get the source and I'll put it on the screen.
Bef-
Stop fucking lying to my face.
Okay, I will before the Quran came down. One sec, I'm typing. Sorry. Okay, they were a polytheist. This is from AI. Google AI overview.
Google AI is not a source. Try again.
Okay.
Give me
Wikipedia.
no
Wikipedia.
Well, pick it is better. Go to Wikipedia.
Okay, pre-Islamic Arabia. Okay,
Mm-hmm.
you can. Do you want to just Google it on your end? It's easier if it's on Wikipedia.
Read it.
Just
Read it to me. Give me
Okay.
the part. Give me the part where it says that they were marrying girls and Muhammad stopped it. Marrying prepubescent girls. By the way, the Hadith says that she was married prepubescent. Just so we're clear on this.
Okay, but the hadith is there's I don't read the hadith. I just
It's
read
her
the
Hadith. It's the
I
one
read the
narrated by
Torah,
her.
the Bible, and the Quran. That's all I
You
read.
you don't read any of them.
I only read the Bible, the
If
Torah,
you
and the
read any
Quran.
of them, you would know that according to the Quran, you can divorce a woman who hasn't reached puberty yet.
Okay, I'm trying to find it on Wikipedia, but this is a known fact, Justin, that they
It's
were
not a known
horrible.
fact.
They were doing horrible things. It
No,
is
it's
known.
not. Nope.
They were
No, it's not.
they were
Stop
they were
lying, Jack. Stop lying,
dude, it's not a
Jack.
lie.
Every time you lie to me, I'm gonna call you a liar. Stop lying.
You won't even Google it, dude.
I'm not doing your homework for you.
It's literally
So
it's right here.
so
They were
again, you haven't given me the. Read me the part where it says that Muhammad stopped them from marrying prepubescent girls.
okay, I'm trying to find it. It's a bit hard to pull it up on the
Well,
spot, man.
find it. You're the one that says it exists, not me. Every source, every claim I ever make on this live stream, I know where the source is, and I'll show it to you.
Okay, okay. Let me see if I can find it. Okay, because I use AI a lot, so that's why it's just
You
easiest.
don't. AI is
It's
not a
easiest.
source. It's lazy.
It's but it pulls from data
No, it doesn't. It
everywhere.
pulls from fucking Reddit and chat forums. It's not a source.
All right, all right. Okay.
Sure. I speak Arabic, and it's
Mm.
crystal clear saying that it's if it's a 3 months for whom got menopause doesn't have periods and whom doesn't get the period yet. And the Prophet himself got married to Aisha when she was 6, and he had an intercourse with her when she was 9. So he did it himself. What are you talking about? Do you speak Arabic, Jack?
No,
No, I don't.
no, he's
I
whiter than
speak
me. I
Arabic,
can
man.
tell.
I can't read it. I can't read it to you right now if you're gonna understand it. It's crystal clear, brother. They can marry kids, and they
Okay, I
do.
can't find a freaking source right now.
Yeah, I
Okay.
know, because there's not
I'm
one. You're making it up,
I
Jack.
no, Justin, I use AI, dude, and this is what AI was telling me, dude.
But AI is not a
This is
source. I don't care
it's
what
not
AI
like I
says.
didn't make this up, Justin, okay?
You
AI was
are.
telling me. Okay.
Jack, your book says that you can divorce prepubescent girls and that they have a waiting period in case they're pregnant. That means they're fucking little
I
girls, Jack. How about you be honest for 5 seconds?
okay, Justin, I will agree that the Arabs before the Quran came
I didn't
were
ask you
doing
about
that.
the Arabs before the Quran. This
The
is the
Quran then
are the commands
came.
are the commands in the Quran eternal or not?
The
Are the
I don't
commands in
know.
the
I don't know.
you
I don't know.
don't know if the commands in the
I don't-
Quran should be followed forever?
Well, for yes, till the end of till
That
the end of
means
time.
that
Till
means this command is good until the end of time. There's a waiting
uh,
period to divorce a woman who's prepubescent. If
right,
he
but
was
it
only
doesn't.
referring to a specific case about girls that were married before the giving of the Quran, which he's not, he would have just said it. He didn't say it. This is a horrible lie, Jack. I've heard a lot of like Muslim apologists try to square up this passage. You're the first one I've heard that is literally lying to my face about it.
Dude, it's not a lie, dude. I'm
It
trying to
is.
find a source. It's because because God was angry with what the Arabs were doing. He saw a lot of them were marrying young girls. So he came down and brought that
So he came and
you
fucked his
must
own young
divorce.
girl. The
You
prophet
must
said, "Yeah, I'm
divorce
going to
them.
go fuck a 9-year-old." That's what happened.
And also, by the way, scholars
So
say she was
so
19, by the
God
way.
was
She was
so mad.
19.
No, they don't. So
They
scholars were
do.
so mad. No, they don't. Scholars were. God was so mad that they were boning little girls that he gave Aisha at 6 so that he can bone her when she turned 9.
No, dude. You're taking it you're No, dude. No.
Jack, don't
What
lie to
about
me.
beating woman,
I
Jack?
Jack, I do this every day. I've heard all of these bad arguments except for this new lie that you've made up. These are not true things. I don't know who told you this. I don't know which imam gave you these lies to repeat, but they're lying to you. Jack, you sound like a white guy from the Midwest. How did you fall into this toxic religion?
Dude, I'm in Texas, dude. All right.
Yeah, you're fucking
Okay.
in Texas. How did you fall into this perverted religion?
I told you the Abrahamic faith appealed to me. I told you that.
I don't care if they appeal to you. I'm asking
I
you,
told
how did this specific religion fall into your purview and you think it's true?
because it's part of the Abrahamic religions.
I don't give a fuck if it's part of. I ask you
Yeah,
why you think
well,
it's true.
That's why I think it's true. Because
Do you think
I
that
believe,
Muhammad split the moon in two, Jack?
well, like Jesus turned water to wine. Yes,
I didn't
do.
ask you about that. I asked you, do you
Yes,
believe
I
that
believe
Muhammad?
he did. I believe it
Why,
was a
and
miracle.
why
like
would
Jesus,
you believe? Why would you
like,
believe that a guy split the moon in two? That's
because
asinine.
I also believe Moses split the sea. I also believe
I
Moses
didn't
split the
ask you
sea.
about Moses.
I'm saying just like these prophets did miracles to prove to people that they were prophets. That's why God gave them superpowers so that people would actually believe them.
Yeah, Muhammad had superpowers, I'm sure. How
Well,
come
so
that
did so
the
did Jesus and Moses,
how
dude.
come
So
Muhammad
did
didn't have the superpower of foresight when he said that the end of the world was near?
where can I get a verse of that?
Yeah, it's in chapter 21. In fact, we'll pull it up right here.
Is that Quran? Is that
21
Quran? Is
verses
that in the Quran?
37 through 40. Yeah, everything I tell you is in the Quran. I
Can
already
you
know that you
Yes,
don't
can you
believe the
everything.
hadith because you're a heretic, and that's fine, but I'll show in the
can
Quran. It says, the
can I
time of the
please?
people's judgment has drawn near, yet they are heedlessly turned away.
Yeah. Okay. Near is relative. How do we know? Okay.
Is
Okay.
near 2,000 years almost? 1,500 years? What
Well.
is
Okay.
near?
Two
What
two
what
thousand
what
years
meaning
compared to
does the
eternity.
what meaning does the word near have in the
Compare that to
context that
eternity,
he
Justin.
didn't say
Compare that
it?
to
He
eternity.
didn't say compared to eternity. He said near.
Because after Judgment Day is
So
eternity.
now near is basically 1/3 of all human existence. What use does the word near have anymore? If near can mean 1/3 of all human existence, according to the Quran, it loses all meaning.
Can we read the context, please?
Jack? What do you think his hearers thought that this meant?
Can we please read the context,
Not
Justin?
until you answer my question. What do you think
He's
his audience thought this meant?
that the day of judgment where people are judged for what they've done is near.
What do you mean by near? How near?
Does it say? No, it doesn't. So I don't know. The thing is,
I know you don't know
time
because you're up
relative to
here. You're up here
eternity.
lying to me, Jack. His audience would have thought that it was near, at the precipice, about to come anytime, maybe in a couple of generations. They wouldn't have thought fucking 1,500 years later. That's crazy.
But can we compare mathematically 2,000 years to eternity is like a blink of an eye.
No, we
Is like a
can't
blink of
because
an
human
eye.
beings only existed for 6,000 years in your worldview, which means near is now almost 1/3 of human history. That's asinine.
Can we read the tasphere?
Sure, you think it's going to help you?
I'm curious. I haven't.
Do you think it's going to tell you that
But
near means
but
something other
regardless,
than near?
I feel like near here can be debated. I feel like near here could be debated
Oh yeah, why?
because of my argument of eternity compared
Says
to
the
near.
hour has drawn near and the moon has been cleft asunder, and if they see a sign, they turn away. None of the tafsir actually address the interpretation of the word near. It's almost like the
And
word near should just
and
mean in a short period of time.
what?
Weird how that works.
Let me ask you this: what if he was talking to a group that was gonna, for example, pass away soon? Wouldn't
Then
that make sense? Wouldn't that make
no,
sense?
no, because he's not.
Okay, but can we just read the verse before and after?
Let
Because
me
sometimes
let me just invent a fictitious narrative to make near not mean near. He says the
can
people's
we
judgment has drawn near, and whether you die or not, your judgment isn't as soon as you die. Your judgment is a set point. People who are dead right now haven't been judged yet. You know what the judgment is? There's only
can
one judgment in the
can
Quran.
can we please read the verse before and
Do
after,
you know that there's
Justin?
only one judgment in the Quran?
Yes, Judgment Day.
Okay,
Yes.
and has the judgment happened?
No,
Okay, that means this is not about people that are about to die, is it?
no, you're right. You're right.
There
Good
we
point.
go. Finally
You're
got
right
an
about that.
admission. Okay,
But
so
can we read the verse before and
Muhammad,
after, please?
there is no verse before. That's the beginning of the
Y-
chapter.
In the second verse, I'm just curious.
Yeah, it says, whatever new reminder comes to them from their Lord, they only listen to it jokingly.
Okay.
Jack, we've
Okay.
talked before, haven't we?
No, we haven't.
Okay. I talked to an American Muslim literally just a couple of days ago from Texas, I believe. It's crazy. Okay. So the Quran just says stuff that like just blatantly not true, which is another problem, and it contradicts itself. So, for example, in Quran 51:49, God says, "We created pairs of all things," referring to like animal kind. So perhaps you would be mindful. That's not true. There's a bunch of animals that replicate asexually.
Okay, Tasfir, please. Tasfir. Can
I
we
don't
see
know
what?
why the tafsir is going to save you. We'll try this again. Before you run off to a tafsir, can you address the actual passage?
Yes, pairs means male and female. Is there
I
any animal you
I
know that
agree.
doesn't
Yes.
have? Yeah.
Yeah, there's a lot of animals that reproduce asexually. Yep.
But no, I'm saying, do you believe there's any animals that don't have two genders?
Yeah, a bunch.
Okay, may I have an example, please?
Yeah. So, for example, there's a lot of all female species. Let me grab the New Mexico whiptail lizard. This species consists entirely of females that reproduce through parthenogenesis. In fact, I've got a friend who's got fish that only reproduce through parthenogenesis, not a male in the bunch. Says, and there's a Britannica
T-
source on it. It's called unisexuality.
okay, I don't believe in this alphabet stuff, LGBTA,
I didn't
LGHDTV
ask
stuff.
about anything that I talked
Okay,
about
but
asexual reproduction.
but then tafsir, please. Can we just see the tafsir to make sure I'm correct? Because a lot of
Well,
times
you're
when I
not.
read
You're
when
certainly
I
not
read
correct. You're not
the
even
Torah
remotely
or the
correct.
Bible or the Quran, I sometimes I get proven wrong because of the context.
Yeah, we've demonstrated you haven't read the Quran. So it says we constructed the heaven, meaning we made it as a high roof protecting from falling, which is crazy, by the way. The Quran over and over again dictates that the heavens and the earth are flat. But which tafsir do you think is going to help you here?
Well, you wanted me to explain how we were created in pairs, and my answer was that there's male and female
But there's
genders,
not.
but maybe I'm wrong. Maybe I'm wrong about what that verse meant. That's all
There's
I'm
lots.
saying.
There's lots of animals that don't have a pair.
Okay, oh, we created pairs of all things, so perhaps you'd be mindful. So, okay,
And this is not the only verse that says it. You know, there's multiple verses that say the same thing. For example, male and female, sweet and bitter, day and night. There's not a pair of all animals.
okay, but those were a good amount right there of pairs.
It
That's
doesn't matter. He
so.
says
But
pairs
did
of
it
all
say male and
things.
female? Did it say male and female? That's all I
Yes,
want
it
to know.
did. Yeah, the
Okay,
footnote says,
and we
for
created pairs
example,
of.
male and female, bitter and sweet, so on and so forth, day and night. And it says this is the case for all things.
Okay, okay, and I don't think this is an issue. I don't think this is an issue. I
It
don't
is
think
an
this is an
issue
issue.
because not all animals have two genders.
I
There's
I
a quite a few animals that reproduce without any
can you
sex with an opposite
can you
gender. I
can
just
you just
told
give me
you.
a name of one? Sorry, the
Yeah,
species
I
name.
just New Mexico whiptail lizard.
Okay, I'm just googling it real quick. Okay, New Mexico whiptail lizard gender. All female species with no males in the population. This is because they reproduce asexually through a process called parthenogen, parthenogenesis, uh, where unfertilized eggs develop into clones of the mother.
There's a bunch of fish too. There's a whole laundry list of fish that do this, and like a other like smaller forms of life too. I don't like. Aren't there some worms that reproduce asexually?
Okay, but wouldn't you agree that, okay, maybe not all things literally, but metaphorically there is a lot of things that do have pairs. So
I but
it's
it
kind of
says
hard.
all things.
Right, but is it metaphorically or
No, it
do
says
you think
all
it's literally?
things. Did Muhammad metaphorically split the moon, or did he literally split the moon?
I think literally it was like a miracle like Jesus did and
Why
Moses.
do you think it's literal rather than metaphor? If you think that verses can just randomly be a metaphor, what's your measuring stick for determining what's a metaphor?
This is where the tafsir might help, but
I didn't ask you about the
yeah,
tafsir. I said what's your
my
measuring stick for determining what is a metaphor and what is not?
yeah, it's a good question. Yeah. Well, for example, like this Son of God is a common thing in the Abrahamic faith. Son of
I,
God.
I, I didn't care about an explanation about the Son of God. I said,
Yeah.
how did you determine what is and isn't a metaphor?
Probably, yeah. Like if something literally happens, it's not a metaphor. Like, or literally is described, it's not a metaphor.
How do you know if it's being literally described?
By comparing what I see in reality.
Right, exactly. So when the Quran says something that contradicts reality, you say, "Oh fuck, it must be a metaphor," because your hermeneutic isn't the Quran says things that are sometimes wrong. Your hermeneutic is the Quran can never say anything wrong. So every time it says something I don't like, now it's a metaphor.
Right, but
Yeah,
right,
that is right. I know. Thank you for being honest.
but you have to agree that that verse has truth in it too. That verse
No,
has
it
truth
doesn't.
in it too,
No, it
Justin,
doesn't.
because it is right. There's male and female. There's bitter and
Not of
sweet.
all
There,
things.
okay, most things. You can say most things,
Well,
right?
it should have
And
said most things.
does maybe the Arabic version does? Maybe the Arabic
But
version does.
why would they translate it on Quran.com without that translation then? Do you think the translator
Did,
of Quran.com just botched it?
I'm not sure, Justin. I'm
That'd
not
be a
sure.
crazy thing to believe in. Now, also about this nonsense with the mountains, why did the Quran say in at least two different places that the mountains were placed on the earth to be like heavy paperweights? It says that they were placed on the earth so that the earth wouldn't shake.
Because today or recently we've learned so underground, under the mountain, you know how mountains are very tall, right? Most of them. Some are short, some are tall.
Yeah, I know. You're going to say
Underground.
something about roots. I'm not asking about the roots. I'm asking about the claim where it says that mountains are placed on the earth to prevent it from
Yeah.
shaking.
Okay, but you interrupted me. I was going to answer your question. That below the mountain, essentially, there's another mountain that's basically as tall as it goes high, but it goes into the earth, and that's what stops the tectonic plates from violently shaking. The whole earth. If we didn't
Yeah,
have mountains, the whole
that's
earth would be
entirely
violently.
false.
No, it's not, Justin. It
That's
agrees with
entirely
science.
false.
It agrees with science, Justin.
No, it doesn't agree with science.
Yet,
In fact,
okay,
earthquakes are literally the thing forming mountains. Tectonic movement is the thing that forms mountains.
okay, but if
That's like
mountains didn't exist,
geology literally 101. Not a single mountain on this planet is preventing earthquakes.
wrong, dude. Totally wrong, dude.
No,
Totally
it's
wrong, dude.
100% right. How do mountains
It's
form,
okay.
Jack?
Okay, can you look up isostasy?
How how do
Isostasy?
how do mountains form, Jack?
Uh, because I don't know. That's part of the Earth's creation. They were created by God. They were
They
created
certainly
by God
weren't
Almighty.
created by God. In fact, I'm going to draw you a picture. It's not hard. We know how mountains form. I learned how mountains form in the fifth grade, Jack. In the fifth
Okay,
grade. That's when I learned about tectonic plates and mountains. It was
you're
a long time ago. I didn't need any special training to do it. And I know you're like itching to jump in, but you're just going to make yourself look silly if you do. So I'm going to put a board up. Here's the Earth's surface. It's green. Now, mountains form
can
when
I?
tectonic plates move towards each other, and
Okay,
sometimes they force the ground up.
okay.
Sometimes it happens like this, where one goes up and one goes down.
I
Now,
remember this from elementary.
sometimes it does both. Sometimes tectonic plates move towards each other, and you get a mountain like this, and you get like a bulge down below because the tectonic plates don't always move. Sometimes this is called a slip. Sometimes they slip past each other. Sometimes they don't. Sometimes they peak. And sometimes they peak and they bulge. This bulge is typically what people want to refer to as the root. But this does not prevent those tectonic plates from moving anymore. Oh, sorry,
Wrong.
you can't see it on the screen. Let me move this down
I
further.
can
Hold
see it.
on.
I can see it. I can see it.
No, you can't see it.
Can I please read evidence of the mountains as stabilizers claim in the Quran?
Yeah, first of all, the Quran's not evidence, but so the top picture, which was kind of cut off, shows it. Yes, is there a bulge below some of the mountains? For sure. Is that preventing tectonic plate movement? No.
Okay, can I read, please, Justin? Just a small, short
Go for it.
passage.
Is it in the Quran?
ISO, it's no. This is on Google.
Mm-hmm.
It's called isostasy. Mountains have deep roots that extend below the Earth's surface, similar to how an iceberg has a large mass hidden underwater. This concept is part of isostasy, which explains how mountains help keep the crust stable by providing a deep anchor in the mantle. This is exactly what the
Keeping the
Quran
crust
describes.
stable has nothing to do with the prevention of earthquakes.
Dude, come on. You're being insincere now. You're
No,
being
I'm not.
insincere. It does, dude. You're being
No, it does
insincere
not.
now. You can look it up, isostasy, dude. You,
I did.
you're
Yep.
being insincere, dude.
No, I'm not being
How
insincere.
how is
Not a
providing
single mountain is preventing tectonic plate movement. Not a single one.
okay, but it's stabilizing. That's different
No, it's
than fully
not.
preventing. It says
No,
right here, dude, on Google. It
no,
says right here
it
on
doesn't say
Google, dude.
that. That mountain formed using tectonic plate movement. Mountains, I don't know if you know this, didn't always exist. That's why we have like seashells and
Dude,
shit on top of some of the mountains because they were once flat and underneath water, and tectonic plate movement caused the mountain to exist. They
okay,
weren't
but dude, I
placed.
feel like you're being insincere with the
No,
stabilizing
I'm
part.
not. In fact, if you just go to the Wikipedia page, it says isostatic equilibrium is the state of gravitational equilibrium between the Earth's crust and the mantle, which that the crust floats. Do you know what it means to float?
Yes, of course.
Do floating objects move?
Yes.
Okay, and when floating objects move, we call them tectonic plates. What happens?
Earthquake.
Fan-fucking-tastic. We got there. Yep.
Okay, but I feel like you're being a bit insincere by saying that the mountains just don't do anything to help stabilize the earth, because literally
They,
that's scientific
they
fact, dude.
don't. No, it's not.
That's a scientific fact.
No, it is
You
not.
can ask Google, dude. You can ask Google, dude. You
Again,
can ask
Google
Google.
is not a source.
For science, it's a great source for
No, it's
science.
not.
What do you mean? Where do you go for your science?
Google is
For
not a source and it will never be a source.
Okay, I have it on Wikipedia too, if that helps,
In
because it's
fact, if you
you
bothered to read the entire wiki page on isostasy or whatever you call it, it literally contradicts you. In addition to the vertical movement of the land and sea, isostatic adjustment of the earth also involves horizontal movements. It can cause changes in Earth's gravitational field, rotation rate, polar wander, and earthquakes. It literally states verbatim that isostatic adjustments causes earthquakes. I don't know
okay.
where are
Can
you
you
getting
scroll
these
down a bit?
bad talking points, Jack, but this is fucking embarrassing.
Can you scroll up to where it says depth of compensation on that wiki page? I think I'm on the same page as you. Depth of
Yeah.
I think you passed
Did
it. You
you
passed it.
and did you
Down a bit.
did you hear the part that I just read to you where it says that it causes earthquakes?
Right, but look, there's a place in that it says in stable regions in the same wiki page. In stable regions, it lies in the deep crust, but in active regions, it may lie below the base
Yeah,
of the lithosphere.
exactly. Yeah, because mountain ranges are sometimes still active. They're still moving. The tectonic plates are still moving, Jack. That's what earthquakes are.
Right,
Crust
right.
moves up, crust moves down. They're moving.
Right, but I feel like it's insincere to say that it's not stabilizing Earth at all.
It's
The
not
mountains won't.
stabilizing the earth. It's not preventing earthquakes. It's actively causing it.
I don't think so,
It's
dude.
actively causing it. It says it verbatim on the actual wiki entry.
Man, I don't know, man.
You do know you're lying to me and you're lying to yourself. That's what you're doing. You can't accept the actual truth that this toxic, barbaric religion isn't real. It's not true. The Quran is full of lies. Mountains weren't
Dude,
placed on the earth to stabilize it. Mountains are some of the oldest remnants of actual fucking earthquakes.
okay. I'm disagreeing, man. I'm disagreeing, but
Well, you'd be wrong.
I'm just
Your own source disagrees with you.
I'm disagreeing, man. I'm disagreeing on
You're
this
disagreeing with yourself.
because I see also it's saying it stabilizes.
You don't. Also, what layer of the heavens are the stars in?
Uh, I don't understand the question. What do you mean?
You know, in the Quran, there's layers of heaven.
Yes, seven levels. Yep.
Yeah, and the lowest level is the one closest to the earth, right?
Yes, which is outer space. Yeah.
No, that would be a higher level. The lowest level would be the part that is just above our face, where airplanes are.
Wrong. Wrong. Wrong.
No, you'd be wrong.
Wrong.
No, outer space is an indefinite area. There's no layers of outer space.
Right. But
Outer
what's
space
outside?
is
What's outside outer space? That's where the
there's
heavens
nothing
are.
outside outer space. No,
Above space.
The Quran doesn't say that. The Quran says that the heavens are just above the earth, and it's laid flat like a bed. There's not a single passage in the Quran that says that the heavens are far away. Every time the heavens are mentioned, it's basically the draping over the earth every single time.
And do you know what the heavens mean in the
I
Quranic interpretation?
I do. It's the same as the Bible. It's the sky above your face. That's why it says, indeed, they didn't have any idea that the earth was round. They had no idea that outer space even existed. It says, indeed, we adorned the lowest heaven with stars like lamps and made them as missiles for stoning eavesdropping devils, for whom
Okay.
we also prepared the torment of blaze. You think that heavens
Listen.
are full of stars that are crashing to the earth to kill off devils?
What verse is this? Can I get the number and chapter so I can read it? The
Yeah.
context?
Yeah, we're in chapter 67, verse 5.
Okay, this is I'm not again, I don't know. This seems metaphorical, but let me look
Yeah,
into
when
it.
you don't like what it says, it's a metaphor, I'm sure.
But did you know the heavens in the Quranic interpretation either means outer space or
No,
actual heaven
not
or actual
once.
heaven?
Wrong again.
How, okay, can you show me?
Yes, I can show you because the heavens, it says, are just above the earth. In fact, they're touching the earth. Let me grab you some passages. We'll start in Quran 13:2. I will never understand why people who have never read this book believe in this nonsense. Okay. It is Allah who has raised the heavens without pillars, as you can see, then established himself on the throne. He has subjected the sun and the moon, each orbiting an appointed term. He conducts the whole affair. So the idea is that there's a flat earth, a flat heaven over top of it, and that the sun and the moon are orbiting the flat earth and
What?
heaven.
Sorry, what verse, Justin? What verse? Sorry. Is
I'm
it
in 13:2.
okay, can you please read it?
It is Allah who has raised the heavens without pillars, as you can see, then established himself on the throne. He has subjected the sun and the moon, each orbiting for an appointed term. He conducts the whole affair. Do you think the sun and the moon orbit?
So we have, okay, let me think about this.
The
So
answer
we
is
have
no.
the moon orbits around the earth and the earth orbits around the sun.
The sun doesn't orbit.
Okay, that's, and then, okay, so if this, but think about this, put yourself 1,000 years ago when this came. On Earth, when you're looking at the sun, doesn't it look like it's orbiting around you?
Yeah, that's why it's wrong, because everybody in the ancient world believed, not everybody, the Greeks had it figured out, but in the ancient Near East, they believed that the Earth was a flat disk, and that the planetary bodies were all orbiting this flat disk with a dome over top of it, the firmament.
Okay. And is there a
And
tafsir? Is there a tafsir?
the tafsir has never helped you out once today. I don't know why you think it's going to now. Which one do you want to read? Pick one.
Just the one related to the verse we were. we
In
were
fact,
looking at.
this is even better. The first text here says, Allah mentions his perfect ability and infinite authority, since it is he who has raised the heavens without pillars by his permission and order. He, by his leave, order, and power, has elevated the heavens high above the earth. So it's got a location relative to the earth, distant and far away from reach. The heaven nearest to the present world encompasses the earth from all directions. That's what I said. The heavens nearest to the earth encompasses the earth in all directions. And so also high above it from every direction. The distance between the first heaven and the earth is 500 years from every direction, and its thickness is also 500 years. So the lowest heaven would be in the first 500 years, meaning the stars, all of the stars are located in the lowest heavens closest to the earth. The second heaven surrounds the first heaven from every direction, encompassing everything that the latter carries, a thickness also of 500 years, so on and so forth. So he's talking about the various layers of heaven. So the lowest heaven is the one closest to the heavens. So when it says that the stars are in the lowest heaven and they're used as missiles against the devils, it's crazy. It's
Metaphorical,
nonsense.
that has to be metaphorical. That
Oh
part,
yeah, that part's
that part.
metaphorical. Yeah.
That
Whatever
has to
lie.
be,
Yeah,
bro.
whatever
That
lie you
has to
gotta
be.
hey, whatever lie you gotta tell yourself. You can lie to yourself, but you can't lie to us. And it says
Also,
the heaven is like a dome over the earth, meaning without pillars. Oh, it's almost like these people believed that there was a fucking dome over the earth that had the sky below it, and that it was a flat disc, just like the Hebrews, just like the Christians.
dome is a circle, dude. That's the atmosphere.
No,
That's
I
the
agree.
atmosphere,
Yeah, the dome is a circle. You got it.
which it says.
I said that. Yeah, it's over top of a flat disc Earth.
Where does it say flat disc? Where?
Because the earth is laid out. It says it's made even.
That doesn't mean the whole earth
It,
is
it
flat,
says
does it?
it says it's level. It says the earth was spread out level. There's so much flat earth imagery in here. It's unbelievable. It says, as for the earth, we spread it out. How superbly we did smooth it out. Quran 51:48. Quran 88:20. And the
And
earth, how it was leveled out. Quran 76:6-7.
and how do you
Have
know
we
it's
not
not?
smoothed out the earth like a bed?
Yeah.
Crazy. Quran 76. In fact, you're being so needlessly obtuse with these passages. I'm starting to think that you're a troll. Quran literally says, "We have we not smoothed out the earth like a bed?" I'm sorry. Is a bed a sphere or is it flat?
From your perspective, is the earth
I didn't
flat
ask from
or
my
round?
perspective. I said, is a bed smooth or flat?
Flat.
Fantastic. So when it says that we have smoothed out the earth like a bed, is that flat earth imagery or sphere imagery?
Flat, but it's not referring to the whole earth.
It is flat. Yeah, it is. It
It's
says
referring
the
to
earth.
from a human perspective.
It doesn't say human perspective.
But
All right,
you have to.
listen. All right, listen, Jack, you lying liar. I think we're done with listening to your lies. We're going to move on to the next guest. You have a toxic, perverted religion, and we hope you learn better, okay?
May I ask?
Nah. All right. Friends, we're going to move on to, like, you said he was a troll. I don't actually know if he was a troll, to be honest. Like, I could feel like there was moments of him being in actual mental and emotional pain as we were talking, which I don't think you would get with a troll. I could be wrong. He was insufferable, though. Let me grab a couple of super chats, friends. We'll get our next guest pulled in here. We got time for one more. We'll see. We'll see what happens. I don't know. Or I'll just stay up way too late. Carlos, thank you for 50 DZ debates. I really appreciate that. Big W. 50 is fucking huge. Carlos is single-handedly going to catch DZ debates up to Deconstruction Zone. And Aaron says, I'm not surprised that dirtverts, really, demand on whores shaming us. Their vision is narrow. They see not only the folly of their, not the folly of their ways. Dirtvert isn't slander. It's the, oh my God. It is in the dirt our dear Doug resides. Well, that is true. Doug does reside in the dirt. But listen, both streams Both streams are beloved to Doug. And Good Question says, Justin, for Doug's sake, I plead to you to disavow the need for competition between horizontals. Listen, you might be right. You're right. I have insinuated that there is a membership competition between the two streams. I'm adding fuel to the fire. All right, no more. Today I watched a video where 2 months ago you were prodding us to compete. Was it 2 months ago? Maybe 2 months ago. That was before the schism. I was joking. It was a metaphor. All the things that Christians. It was metaphor. I'm gonna go with that. You're all right though. Devil's Public Defender, great name by the way, says anyone who thinks the earth is finally tuned for human life should try walking into the wilderness without any food, water, or shelter. Indeed, that should be the case. Good to hear from you, Devil's Advocate. Appreciate the $20 super chat. And Gary says, to prove your faith to Allah, feed your babies blueberries and lift them 1 inch towards the sun. That's pretty good, actually. That's pretty good. Also, go Bills. Gene says, I live in a world where literal goldfish get better results playing Elden Ring than Muslims get understanding consent. Screams internally. I will never understand how a grown-ass human being come up here and say that Aisha consented. Drew says, Jack doesn't care if children suffer and die if his God is okay with it. Indeed, Drew. You know what we should have done with him? I don't know why I didn't think of it. We should have done a baby paste with Jack. I wasn't thinking about it because I'm used to doing it to Christians, but Muslims can go baby paste for sure. Iron says, Jack, you need to leave Islam right now. Agreed, Iron. I don't care what state he's in. That's a toxic religion. Get out of there. Game Master says, this Midwestern Muslim is literally the reason Dalton's third question is paramount. Let's you save you from wasting your breath on bigots. Rock hard for Doug, stopping wet for Sharon, and keep cooking, brother. Well, thank you, Game. I appreciate that. And you're right. Sadly, he did himself in with a little bit of too much imbibing. Lockfurry says, first of all, thank you for the $50 super chat. That's huge. He says, it's literally except when I want it to be metaphorical. Easy. If it supports me, it's literal. That is the case. If I like it, it's definitely literal. If I don't like it, gotta be a metaphor. And Drew says he doesn't realize that mountains are formed by plate tectonics. Indeed, Drew, that was the case. But you know what? Even when we got him there, Drew, even when we got him there, he had more lies coming. And he wanted to go to a source that he hadn't even read. Had he read it, he'd know that his source disagrees with him. Thank you, Drew, for the $20 super chat. And Drew also for the additional 10 says from Wikipedia, certain areas such as the Himalayas and other convergent margins are not in isostatic equilibrium and are not well described by isostatic models. This is a good point, which I started to illustrate with my drawings. Not all mountains are isostatic. Like, he thinks that some of them are, but that doesn't fix it. He says that mountains were placed on the earth to prevent it from shaking, and it doesn't. It doesn't. And Lockfurry says, I have 13 plus concussions and make this Muslim look smart. Well, shit. I don't know if you're a boxer or a football player, but I hope you're okay. That's a lot of concussions, but you're right. This guy wasn't bright. And St. Tommy says, Jack's combination of ignorance, baseless confidence, and apparent incapacity for embarrassment is truly exquisite, making for a Michelin star level barbecue offering to D&G with a sinfully pleasing aroma. Well, thank you. I enjoyed that barbecue. I was a little tough on him, but I don't know. I think he had it coming. Penelope says, I'm listening as I work, and I started laughing at the caller's desperation. Crazy. He was desperate for sure. By the way, have you considered sprinkling catnip in your hair? It might create some fun visuals. I didn't think about that. Now that you mention it, I don't even know if these two cats like catnip yet. I haven't experimented. We'll find out soon. And 2 more super chats. We'll get our next guest in here. JMR says, I'm starting to think that Jack doesn't know Jack about Jack. That's Jacked. Indeed, JMR. And JMR, actually, for those who are unaware, invented Sinfully Wet for Sharon. This was JMR's brainchild. Thank you, JMR. We love that saying. And last one from our friend Gretchen says, can I opt to have my ovaries removed through my nostrils rather than listening to Jack lying context dude anymore. Don't make me start a new schism. Sorry, Gretchen, no new schism. He's done. We got him out of here. We're not going to keep him on any longer. All right. Dakota's been waiting for a hot minute. We're going to bring Dakota in and have another conversation.
Can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you. How you doing, Dakota?
Hey, I'm doing good. How you doing, Justin?
Doing well. Thanks for asking. Dakota, are you at least 18 and do you believe in God?
Yes, and yes.
Cool. And which God?
I'm actually polytheistic.
Oh, cool. I actually think polytheism makes better sense of the world than monotheism. Like if
I
you're going to
agree.
believe in God. Okay. So is it a specific polytheistic setup or a generic one?
More generic.
Okay. Do you know any of the names?
So I'm actually, this is gonna sound funny. I'm actually recently deconstructing from Christianity. I grew up Christian my whole life, so it might just be me, monkey barring onto the next thing because it's easier. But what I kind of
Gotcha.
grasped onto was after kind of like thoroughly deep diving into the Bible, especially like learning stuff from watching your stream, actually. Uh, I didn't know before that there was other gods mentioned in the Bible itself, and seeing all of the like the weird stuff about God, where he doesn't like really like add up to being like kind of moral or like all knowing and things like that, or all powerful. I kind of started thinking like maybe this is just one God that got really popular through I think like maybe deceit or just appealing to people, and he kind of was just like the one that kind of stuck out, and the other gods were real too.
Sure. So what would be like the evidence that this polytheistic system like exists?
Right now, I think the strongest evidence for me is the ubiquity of belief. So just that every single culture like around the world is kind of founded in a kind of a theistic principle. That's probably what I would tend to.
Yeah, but a lot of people believing something really doesn't add to the validity of it. Like everyone used to believe that the earth was flat prior to the Greeks, but they were certainly wrong about that.
Yeah, that's fair. Yeah, it definitely is falling into the bandwagon a bit, but yeah, no, I don't have a very strong counterpoint against that because if I go to personal revelation, that's not really going to work because everyone has their own personal revelation, right?
Right. Yeah,
So
that is the case. That is the case. Yeah. Also, I think one of the questions I would ask is why the polytheistic system of the Bible rather than the polytheistic system of like the Greeks or the Egyptians?
So that is another thing I was struggling with, and it's because you just have, I think, an attachment to the things that you grew up with, right? So that's just what I was exposed to. But I by no means am saying that those other ones are incorrect. It may just be that, like I said earlier, this is the God that kind of just got the most popular, and so therefore it's the one you hear about the most. And I think in terms of like the Christian God, I genuinely believe that it's not it's like a deceitful God, if that makes sense. Like their goal is to, I don't know, maybe get worshipers or whatever the case is. That you can't really, imagine what a God wants, right?
So
But
this is a really interesting point. So I've spoken about this on stream before. I read like 3 books at a time because I've got a little bit of ADHD. But I'm currently one of the books I'm reading is the Disputations of Origin, and he says something really interesting because he admits that there are other like deities or powers that enable
mhm,
people to do like miracles and stuff or like healings. So he's like, I'm not. He doesn't dispute that people are doing miracles in the names of other deities, but he says that these other deities are doing these to distract you from Christianity because they want their offerings. They want their animal offerings and their incense offerings and their wine libations, right? So
right.
the
I
general
apologize to cut you off. Who was it? Who wrote this?
this is Origin, and it's in book 3 of his Disputation with Celsus.
Okay, cool. Thank you.
So anyway, the general idea, what he was trying to say is, yes, there's these other divinities, as you might call them, that do exist. And the reason why they're trying to dissuade you from Christianity because they don't want their sacrifices and offerings to cease. But inherent in this explanation is that somehow the gods benefit from what we're doing. And
Yeah.
that's the part that gets me. I don't know how the gods benefit from us giving them offerings, whether it's wine or animals, or from worship. What do they gain from us worshiping them?
That's kind of hard to say. I think from my perspective too, just because how can you know? Like, does a dog know what its owner wants, or does it just react to the stimulus that it gives it? Right. So I think it could be kind of like that, where it's like we're almost like entertainment or pets in a sense. Or if there is, when you're dealing with the supernatural, it could be that there's some type of essence that they might be getting, right? So if we have like a soul or something, then there could be some form of power or, I don't know, authority gained from us like participating.
Is there a benefit to worshiping one or multiples of these gods?
Um, is there a benefit for, sorry to answer in a metaphor, but is there a benefit for like a dog to obey its master, right? It gets free food, it gets housing, it gets a good life, but does it know?
That's what I'm looking for. Okay, so if the benefit for worshiping one or multiples of these deities is that there's a material consequence here on the earth, then why is it that it seems to be so inconsistent? For example, I mean, most people on earth literally don't believe in these deities, yet there are a lot of people that benefit greatly. Bill Gates certainly doesn't believe in these deities. Elon Musk, certainly Donald Trump. I don't even think he believes in the Christian deity fully.
I
So,
agree.
um, it seems to be that you can get all these great benefits without worshiping the deity, and there's a lot of people who let's say worship Yahweh or Jesus. And in the
Mhm.
Bible, Yahweh does say that He'll provide for those that worship Him properly. Yet
Yeah.
that doesn't seem to be the case throughout history.
Yeah, I would agree too. And I think that there's many cases you could point to for Yahweh in particular being a liar. And obviously, I'm going to know more about Yahweh than the other deities, right? Because that's the one I've been more close to relatively. But like you can like just a quick general one is like Exodus, right? When he like lies about well, I don't know. I don't know if he ever directly lies to Moses, but he makes Ramses keep them as slaves, right? He doesn't let them go free, and then he like keeps cursing them. So I think in terms of like the Christian God or Yahweh, he is a deceiver and just lies to people. Maybe he's malicious. Maybe he just wants it for power, or whatever the case is. But I do think that maybe you can, and this is me rationalizing it. Maybe you don't have to be direct. So if there is like, let's say Dionysus, the god of wine, right? I believe. Um, if you imbibe and you party, there's that kind of social connection you get. You get that kind of high you get socially, or like if you go to a concert. Have you ever been to like a concert and you feel that kind of like, I don't know. It's hard to
Well,
describe physically, like that feeling.
unfortunately, Dakota, I've got like a touch of autism, which is why my son has a lot of autism. Like I don't feel anything at like concerts and things like that. It
Mm,
it doesn't do anything for me.
I see. I see. Well, yeah, that's gonna be hard to translate then, but it's probably why you're so good at debating.
So like I like that's one of the reasons why I had a career in engineering because I'm really good at like black and white, like focusing on one thing really well, and
Right.
I suck with like interpersonal interactions and understanding people's emotions and feelings, and like those are things that I struggle with because just how my brain works.
Well, I have that problem, and I don't have autism, so you're one step ahead of me.
It happens, yeah. But I mean, the so uh, the reality is I deconstructed like you. I left Christianity, and for a short time, I believed in like a generic God concept because I was like, well, why throw the baby out with bathwater? And I get that, right? And you want to believe in a God, but I think it becomes harder and harder to hold on to God concepts outside of the formalized religions once you start looking into like science because there's really no good reason for us to exist like if there's a a polytheistic, like we're just toys in the polytheistic world, right? We're like
Yeah,
pawns. So like
I would agree.
there's no real benefit for believing it. Like you could think that if you believe it the right way and you worship the right deity, they might benefit you, but there's no real evidence that that's the case. We have no evidence in the polytheistic worldview that there's like, I don't know, an eternal reward, like an afterlife.
Can I raise
So
an argument that might
yeah.
that would at least give you something to chew on potentially?
Hmm.
What if I posed that the baseline for like our quality of life in the modern era is much much higher than the baseline for our life, almost exponentially, going back hundreds of years. So like 100 years ago it was way way worse quality of life than it is now, and then exponentially so 200 and 300 and 400 years ago.
Well, the interesting thing about that is like the things that make our quality of life better is kind of rests on knowledge. Like we gain lots of knowledge and ability to do things. But like if we were created by one or multiple deities, they could have just given us that knowledge. It seems like our knowledge accords better with the idea that human beings are evolving and learning
Hmm.
than with the gods giving us knowledge.
That's fair, and that makes a lot of sense logically. But I think I don't view gods as like all knowledge, as all knowing or all powerful. I guess it'd be more like a I don't know, if you're trying to scale their ability or power or divineness. I guess I would say it'd be more of like a demigod kind of thing where they kind of exist more ethereally and they don't have access to all information or knowledge.
Yeah, no, I agree. Like in the polytheistic system, most of the gods don't have the omni properties, and that's why it makes more sense. Is because the gods are more like superhumans, you might say.
Yeah, yeah.
Um,
I don't think they have like
yeah.
physical bodies. I think in most cases that was like I think all texts written about gods are just humans writing. Um,
Have
and
you read When Gods Were Men by Esther Hamori?
I have not now.
I think you should. I think you'll like it, and I think it might have some really interesting information that could speak to your current viewpoint.
Yeah, I'll definitely check it out. You said it was When Gods Were Men by who?
Esther Hamori. She
Esther
has
Hamori. Yeah, I'll check it
a
out.
recent book out that's interesting too, called God's Monsters. But I would read the other one first, When Gods Were Men. I think it started out as her PhD dissertation, and she ended up selling it as a book later. But um,
Cool.
it does a lot of explaining, and it is going to touch a little bit on like the idea of a superhero, like superhuman pantheistic type deity. That's really good, but I think let me ask one more question because
Yeah.
it's getting kind of late and I've got to end before midnight. But
No,
in
of course.
in the like the worldview that you're currently kind of constructed for yourself, um, is there one God that's like at the top of the heap, and does it want us to know that?
I would say, and this may be my bias towards Christianity, just because that's the only one I'm really focusing on right now, right? Just because that's what I've been exposed to the most. Um, I'm not quite sure, if I'm being honest. I don't think I'm prideful enough or arrogant enough to say that I know for sure. My guess right now would be that uh, if it is a thing where it's about garnishing worship, right, and that maybe gives you authority or power, then I would say the Christian God is probably one of the stronger ones, just because, or the closer to the top, so to speak, just because there's so many people that believe as that being like the primary God and things like that. But I don't necessarily think that that is an evergreen thing. Like I think, for instance, in the Greek times, the pantheon then probably had a lot more authority or had closer to the tip of power.
Mm.
And maybe I'm scaling it based off like how do I say progress of knowledge, if that makes sense,
Mhm.
or
So
technological advancement. But then you
do,
also have like geography, right? Like people in certain areas are going to be less, technologically advanced just because of the geography.
does the God want us to know about it?
Um, I would say yes, but it may depend on the god. But I
Okay,
would say
so
yes, because historically, all accounts of gods are about them trying to like lead groups of people or give people like knowledge, right?
mhm. So if the God wants us to know about it, then why not just reveal itself to all of us?
I think that might be a limitation. So, for instance, if we say that the Christian God is the most powerful God, right? Let's just like work with that as our baseline. And in my opinion, the Christian God became the most powerful God through like deceit. So, like, it was maybe like luck. But luck is preparation meeting opportunity, right? So it just happened to be that Yahweh was in the perfect opportunity to garner authority on earth, and he got a lot of people to believe in him, convinced a lot of people, and now it's like the most popular religion around the world. If that's the most powerful God that exists now, but he still can't do anything on earth, then it probably is just a lack of ability or whatever to garner them to be able to interact with people.
But the God did reveal itself to others, right? Like we would say, like maybe to Abraham or Moses.
Potentially. I don't know if I believe the counts of man. That's the problem now.
Okay.
Because there's so many, like, if you look at God in the Bible, right? It doesn't make any sense. Like, there's a lot of things that he does that don't align with what it says it would do. You know what I mean?
What power do you think it would need to reveal itself?
That's a good question. I don't know.
It seems like it could just show up.
But it hasn't. Yeah, I guess that's a good point, huh?
Which is probably
that's a good point, isn't it?
I think it's more consistent with either God that doesn't care if we know about it,
right,
or like the lack of a God.
Yeah, I mean, the most logical answer for me right now is that it's like a game, and God's just playing a game, and it's like, yeah, I'll show up one day. If not, that just is what makes the most sense to me.
Interesting. Well, Dakota, I had a good time talking to you about your polytheistic worldview. It's actually kind of interesting, and I got to be honest, I'm just happy to talk to someone who didn't believe in the Abrahamic faith for a couple of minutes. Because
well, I'm glad I could help you out. I was getting pretty bored of the last person. I'm not gonna lie; it was pretty not very intellectually stimulating, to say the least.
No, there's so much pivoting and dodging and lying. It's hard. It's painful. Yeah, it's hard for me too, man.
I appreciate you talking to me. It was a really good time, and I'll definitely look at that book. It was When Gods Were Men, right?
Yeah, you'll
definitely.
like it.
And what was the first author you're talking about?
Esther Hamori was her name.
Sorry, the first one. You said it was like 3 books, I think.
Yeah. So, well, I think there's actually 7. So you want to do the disputations between Origen and Celsus. You can buy a book that has all the disputations, or you can just buy Contra Celsum. Contra Celsum is the name for all the books between Origen and Celsus.
Okay, cool.
It's
all right, yeah, definitely.
Online.
I'll add this to my list.
You get one really cheap.
Yeah, I appreciate it.
All right, cheers, friend.
All right, cheers. Have a good night.
The one thing I love about talking to people deconstructing is like they're willing to engage in question and answer, and whatever the answer is, like that's fine. Like that's the crazy thing when you talk to like an actual theist, like someone who believes in Allah or believes in Jesus. They can't just answer simple questions and be like, "Oh yeah, that makes sense. That's the logical conclusion." They have to find a way to pivot. Like they're in constant mode of being concussed, rather than just because they enter like a panic. The minute something could contradict their worldview, they panic and they go into damage control mode. All right, friends, I'm going to read all of the super chats we have left, and then I've got to call it a night before it gets too late. Today's Wednesday, but I've got to get some sleep tomorrow and the next night. I may or may not be live on Thursday because I don't know if I'm going to be able to go live on Friday. I have yet to, or maybe I'll go live during the daytime on Friday. We'll see. McDubbin says, get Jack off. I agree. And Nick says, hello, Dalton. Well, he's gone now, but I'll let him know, Nick, that you said hello. I'm sure he'll appreciate you. And friends, if you haven't followed Dalton channel on YouTube, it's Bible Guy Official on YouTube. Gretchen says, welcome to Clipville, Jack. You're in weird company. And I got to tell you, Jack's going to get clipped. I've got to clip out of this conversation Fucking two Jacks. There are two Jacks getting clipped in this conversation. Sojourner Apologetics, and then probably Nate. Nate's getting clipped. So this is a very clippable episode. Anyways, Mr. Oso, good to see you, says sent one DZ debate memberships. Well, thank you. Along with Ray, thank you for sending a DZ debate membership. And Dr. Fudge says also, schisming is fun and exciting. Schisms for all. I understand that the schism talk is kind of fun. It's kind of like creating a little bit of an internal Discord lore, but there's no schism in real life. And Chris says whores inverts and just different Doug nominations. That is the case. That is the case. And Adam, good to see you, my friend, says Johannes and Duncan cook them up extra crispy. Indeed, guys, the chat is off the hook. Today was really fun. We had at one point almost 3,000 people on YouTube, and chat was going insane. So I do try to catch some of the chats as they're rolling. Sometimes they're helpful. Sometimes they're moving so fast I can't really engage, but thank you for that. And Ben Dova says, thank you for your donation, but I say to you, my friend, thank you for your donation. And Bunny says, give the kitties kisses for us, and you know I will. They snuggle, guys, they're so cute. They snuggle with me every time they take a nap. Like when they get tired, they'll come and find me and take a nap with me. It's adorable. They're great kittens. If you don't have kittens in your life, that's okay. Just know that, like if you ever need kitten watched and you're in my area, I'll watch your kitten for you. Lord Illuminous says, petition, add the book of Flava Flav to the Bible. I didn't even know that was a book. When did this happen? I would love to know about Flava Flav. And Duncan, from Jay, says, Duncan the deceiver who brought forth the schism for his role by Doug's will is to sow chaos and test the ties that bind us. Also, verticals for life. You can't say that they're causing division and then end with causing division, Jay. And Steve says, North versus South, Coke versus Pepsi, Biggie versus Tupac, horizontal versus vertical, the next great debate. Guys, there's no debate. The debate's already been settled. There's no schism for Doug's sake. And Brittany says, creationism comes from wanting to feel special. I agree. Even if you're not part of a religion, I think getting into creationism is about feeling special. It may not be religiously focused, but it's about like, hey, I want to feel like I have worth, I have meaning, and I'm not just going to die one day and no longer exist. It's like trying to like fend off nihilism, but reality is, oh fuck, you don't have to do that. Nihilism's not an inevitable consequence of being an atheist. And Doc Pluromanaut says, perverts. Doc, are you perpetuating the schism? Perverts believe in intelligent streaming. We believe in natural selection of content. Actually, I agree with that. I agree with that. We agree there. And Tim says, and the beast will be marked with a vertical line. That wasn't in Revelation 13. There was no mark of the vertical or horizontal variety. In fact, it was a 666. Hail Nero. Welcome to the real, says, needing an arc. I know a guy. Classic. Absolutely classic joke. In fact, just for you, my friend. Hold on. Just for you. Don't worry. We welcome jokes. Nainoa, I hope I said that right. Nainoa, if I remember correctly. Horizontal claims Duncan. Vert can have Dalton. I love Duncan. The Duncan Dalton schism needs to happen. I want to start calling him Duncan from now on. I know Doug is true in the name of Shale Amen. Indeed, Shale Amen, Shale Amen. May the courts be with you. I agree with this sentiment 100%. And Pharaoh says, can you explain transcendental for morons like me? Transcendental means it transcends all time, space, and matter. So it's essentially something that exists immaterially in all locations and all times, even though it exists outside of time and outside of location. It just exists transcendentally. I don't believe anything exists transcendentally. That's just me. Heart 204 says, when are we getting drunk Bible stories? Oh my gosh. So I talked to somebody who's putting together a drunk Bible stories YouTube series. I don't know when my episode is coming up, but I did talk to him about it. Hopefully, we'll still be able to do that. I need to check back in on that. There was one other person that started doing it, and I messaged them like a year and a half ago and said, "Hey, do you want help?" And I never heard back from them. But I want to make it happen. We need like a drunk Bible series. The same thing with drunk history. It has to happen. There's so many good ways to do this. And Smilo says, Justin, what's your YouTube channel? Well, it's either DZ Debates for horizontal or Deconstruction Zone for vertical. If you type either one of those into YouTube, my friend, you'll find me. It's also in the link tree in my profile if you want a direct link. Chris says, Dalton shall now be known as Paulton the Schismist. That's good because we all know that Paul was a heretic. And Robert Wiley says, at Justin, didn't you show that Old Testament prophecies are constrained by time limit of listeners' lifetimes? No. I've contradicted that talking point. That is a top popular talking point. I have no idea why people made up that talking point out of Deuteronomy 18. I don't believe that to be the case. In fact, in Isaiah chapter 8, he entails that it's a prophecy for the future to be revealed. There's all kinds of prophecies for many generations later. For example, the prophecy of the Babylonian exile. That generation is going to be gone for 70 generations. They're all dead, right? That's past the life of generation. Also in Exodus and in the book of Numbers, it says that generation of the Israelites had to wait and wander 40 years, it says in the book of Numbers, as punishment. It was a prediction they would wander 40 years in the desert, and in order to give time for that generation to die off. And then there were prophecies that were given before that came true after that. Anyways, I know the talking point. I don't think it's a good one. Anyone who knows the Old Testament knows that this isn't going to fly. This is basically just a way of trying to say that all prophecies of the Old Testament failed, but I don't think it's a necessary step. You can just read the prophecies as they are and say, look, they don't fit, you know? Author Jack says, my new favorite hymn, Doug in 3 persons, horizontal, vertical, and 3D. Could you imagine if they started doing 3D streaming? Fuck, you know I'd be the first one there. I think I kind of pioneered the dual streaming platform between TikTok and YouTube. I don't know anyone else doing it that didn't learn it from me. I figured out how to do it properly, and I've been teaching other people to do it because I want the community to grow as big as humanly possible. But we are at the precipice of a streaming revolution, friends. Luke says Z's quote from Blaise Pascal of Pascal's Wager. I don't know who Z is, but we've seen before, beautiful dog Luke, that Pascal's Wager never wins. It's always bad. It never goes well. And Snipnut says a photon walks into a hotel. The desk clerk says, welcome. Can we help you with your luggage? Photon says, no thanks. I'm traveling light. Because it's massless. Although I am aware that photons do have mass when they're not at rest. I'm sure it's almost negligible, but and not only does it have mass when it's not at rest, they're never at rest as far as I'm aware. Like photons don't rest unless something is like physically containing it. That's my understanding. I don't know how you physically can contain it, but TM says a system of objective morals can be built from 2 simple, self-evident axioms. Well, first of all, you're wrong because an axiom requires assumptions. Humans live and have value, and no one's life is worth more than another's. Well, again, those axioms are assumed by the individual, TM. Like, I have to agree that humans have value before we can say that there's an objective way to have morals. So it still turns out to be subjective. Like we don't have objective morals. Now, once you decide on what your moral framework is, then you can go about using objective means to reach your goal. And I agree that form of it is objective. But no, like valuing human life is still subjective. And Crazy Robot says, at least a primitive morality seems an inevitable emergent outcome of evolution of life, as in self-preservation. That's objective in a big sense. Indeed, yeah, like if we agree that certain behaviors allow me as a human being to live, then you can't stop society from developing morals. Like if I figure out that, hey, I don't want to be harmed, therefore I'd rather live in a society where we don't harm each other, and this all happened on its own, then it evolved. Tim says the singularity is the mathematical center. The object was of a known size. So agreed, yes, the singularity isn't a thing that exists. The singularity is a point at which math can no longer explain the state of affairs. Fern says, stop the woo, bro, please. Listen, I apologize. The woo went a little bit long. That's on me. And TM says, and we can expand the system to include all life. Oh, on your last super chat, says a system of objective morals. And then you said, and we can expand. Well, it still wouldn't be objective, TM. I love you, but that's just the case. It's still not objective. It's still very subjective. And Soul says Trinity and duality at the same time. Fuck me. I know. He certainly did say a lot of words, though. None of them meant anything, but he did say words. And House, good to see you, says we need all horizontal and vertical dimensions to exist, just like Doug and Sharon. Learn this and do not fall into schism temptation. Agreed, House. And you know as well as everybody, a house divided cannot stand. And Susie says, oh, Doug, to be a rock and not to roll. It would never happen. Doug's favorite genre is obviously rock and roll. And TM says, if morality requires God, why do countries who don't believe in him, like Japan, have so much less crime? Well, the problem is they're going to say, well, God put morals on people's hearts, which is, of course, a losing argument, because how come we can't agree on what those morals are? Then they'll say, well, we know what they are, that people misbehave, and then it moves into mind reading, and we know that Christians aren't good at mind reading, or any atheist. Marie says, if a caller came on and started reading about Enkidu super fast, would that count as Gilgamesh Would that count as Gilgamesh galloping? It would. It absolutely would. Some cash for the kitten treat fun tonight. Well, thank you, Marie. And amazing joke. That was really good. That would definitely count as Gilgamesh galloping. And Dr. Joe, good to see you, says character is revealed by action and behavior. I couldn't agree more. The minute you tell me you know what God is like, you're telling me that you've made an evaluation of its character. And Reverend Nate says, Justin's face when dude said slavery was bad according to God, literally laugh out loud. I wish dude hadn't just said that. I'll try and not twist scripture. I'll never understand why apologists will get up here and say God didn't condone slavery. Slavery has always been bad. You're taking the Bible out of context. We've seen it happen 1,000 fucking times on this live stream every single time. Every time. And they say it with confidence. And every single time they roast themselves into oblivion. That's why they get clipped. Design says, are these people being taught slave apologetics by Jeff Bezos? I think that's the case, actually. I don't know if they're forced to use bottles or not to urinate. Well, you know, jury's out on that. Mike Conscious, good to see you, says he means it was the good kind of slavery. I wish. I need some songs like Joel. I love Joel's songs, but I don't want to take his thing. Soul says, I'll pray for you. It's okay. I'll think for you. You know what? I should have said that. I've said that quite a few times before, but I hate to repeat myself so often, you know, say the same thing so often. But you're right. I mean, when people say, I'll pray for you, the best thing you can say back is, well, I'll think for you. McDubbin says, rock hard for Doug. Indeed, let us join together in worship and praise to the tune of Deacon Dalton's angelic mukbang. I should have asked. I forgot. I wonder what he was eating. I hope it was good. Ice Cream Assassin. Again, I fucking love this name. Of course, you guys know I love ice cream. Says, if I owned a bear trap, I named it Isaiah 14. I would name it Isaiah 14. This is the case. So many Christians walk into their own trap of Isaiah 7:14 had to have been fulfilled in Jesus. I'll never understand it. The minute I hear prophecy uttered from a Christian's mouth, The trap is set. They're going to lose a leg. That's what's going to happen. They're going to get their leg amputated. Space Lord says, isn't everyone's origin from ancient days? No one just pops into existence. No, we agree on that, Space Lord. But the point of the passage is that specifically this person's origin has a deep lineage, which is in King David. It's not necessarily about a city. It's because if that was the case, then we would have to conclude that Bethlehem and Ephrathah are the same city, but they're not. They're different cities. You can't be from Bethlehem of Ephrathah because Bethlehem is not in Ephrathah. It's talking about the lineage, my friend. Scruffy Wanderer says, I like to compare Jesus to Santa. Both have made up stories about them. Both are based on historical characters, and no one uses their birth names. Agreed. And Scruffy, you're in for a treat because in December, I run a live stream called Jesus is Just Santa Claus for Adults. And it's delightful. I really hope you get to be here for that. JM, thank you for the $2 super thanks. And Maelstrom says, so if God made natural disasters because it's a fallen world and it's because of human sinful nature, why is there extreme weather on other planets? Very good point. Natural disasters, extreme weather, seem to be just a side effect of how planets work. Why are there asteroids, meteors, and whatnot hitting the moon? There's natural disasters on the moon. It's crazy. Ann Johnson says, why wasn't God powerful enough to stop Adam and Eve from eating off the tree? Well, you guys know my opinion. I think he wanted them to. I think the goal was to have them eat the fruit. He didn't want them to not know right from wrong. Design says, me in God's store sign, free will, me takes will, what? Okay. Me in God's store sign, free will, me takes will God hell. Design, I love you. I have no idea what you're trying to say right now. Maybe I'm dumb. I don't understand this super chat at all, my friend. But thank you so much for being here and supporting the stream. And Stargate Master said, Nate's argument is the same as arguing that sin has the powers of creation. If man's sin has the power to oppose God's will, then he's not all powerful. Indeed. It's like saying, I threw up my hands. Oh no. What could I do? God's confused. Oh no, they sinned. Oopsies. I didn't see that coming. I can't do anything about it. Of course not. And Mr. Morpheus says, Justin, put your chef hat on. You cooking them. Good to see you, Mr. Morpheus. Thank you for being here. I hope you're doing well. We need to connect. I'll send you an email. Design says, officer, I wasn't speeding. I was merely allowing the car to go 95. Exactly. I'll never understand why Christians will look at the things God did and says, no, he allowed it to happen. That motherfucker caused it. He causes everything. Everything is causally inevitable from that sky fairy. And McDubbin says, you better not ban Gretchen. I was joking. I love Gretchen. I would never ban her. She's a stalwart disciple of Doug. Indeed, the Verts are poisoning your... The Verts are not poisoning Dubbin. They want to sanctify the DZ community of us whores. Listen, McDubbin, I support both streams. You know this. I love both streams, and I love TikTok as well. Everybody's the same here. B-Dog says, glad to see you still cooking, fellow seminary, biblical studies, missionary pastor's kid. This is still my go-to place for deconstruction. Well, thank you, Bean Dogs. And you know what we're going to do here. We're going to deconstruct. I'm currently enjoying reading through the Quran right now. And man, do I have a lot of tabs in my Quran already. I'm already almost through the 3rd chapter, and it's just fucking full of tabs. That book is insane. If you thought the Bible was crazy, the Quran, some crazy shit in there. But it's fun. Chris says, no schisms in Dougism because they're called fissures. Oh, no. There are no fissures happening, Chris, but that is correct. That would be the right word. Jagged to Tiger, thank you for the super chat, says, I'd love for you to debate heavier hitters. Well, get them in here. Of the YouTube debaters, you are the best I've seen. We need you to take on big formal debates. Well, the problem with formal debates is you have to get invited. I don't know what else to tell you. Like, if Oxford fucking calls me, I'm there. OSU calls me, I'm there. I don't know what to tell you. Like, I don't have a magic wand. I can't say, like, get me on a stage with so-and-so. You know, if there was a way to do it, I'd do it. I don't know what to tell you. But trust me, eventually it'll happen. They won't be able to ignore me. Like, Matt Dillahunty got on a stage with Jordan Peterson. That only happened because he spent 15 years building his debate repertoire. Everybody knew who he was, right? I'm still in that building phase, friends. I'm still building my brand. Eventually, they won't be able to ignore me. I don't need to force myself to get on a stage with somebody. Eventually, they won't be able to ignore me. They'll have to invite me on one of these stages, or else, somebody will demand it, So I think it'll happen eventually. We'll see. I would love to get on stage with like Cliff or any of these other apologetic clowns. It'll be like insanely light work. Space Lord says, Jack, monkeys exist in the same way as you have cousins. Indeed. Yeah, indeed. The fact that I have cousins is the same thing. My cousins don't disappear because I have a different branch. And Megs, thank you for the $5 super thanks. I appreciate that, friend. Chicken Chaser, I hope your chickens are doing well. Saying why chimps exist if humans exist is like saying, why does my fourth cousin exist if I exist? The question proves their ignorance. I know. I'll never understand the stupidity of people not understanding how evolution works. It's crazy. It's not hard. It's not hard. And Reverend Nate says, Jack approves baby paste. Prove me wrong. Indeed, Jack does. And guys, I have to make a formal apology. I didn't baby paste anyone tonight, and I think I had an opportunity to do a baby paste, and I missed it. That's on me. That's my fault. I apologize. I have to do better, friends. I have to. Active Fool says, it all boils down to might makes right. Indeed. That's it. It's all might makes right. And Cynthia says, Aisha was a 90 kilogram and 2 meters at age 9 in 7th century Arabia. Indeed. Yeah. Oh my God, Puny. Puny says baby toothpaste. I don't know if I've done baby toothpaste in like over a year. I did baby toothpaste, I think, once. Baby Gogurt is a new favorite of mine. Tell you what, Puny, next time I do baby paste, I'll do baby toothpaste. I'll make somebody brush their teeth with baby paste. McDubbin says there are little who reach puberty at age 8 and 9 years old. That's fucking gross. I need to wash my brain out with salt and soap. Depraved. Indeed. And again, I don't care even if you hit puberty at age 5. You're not ready to consent. You don't have informed consent. Your brain is not developed. You have no life experience. You cannot consent. Kenneth says, Doug don't need an apologist, eternally rock hard. And not only that, you know he's real. He's right there behind me on the shelf. You can see him with your own 2 eyes. He's looking back at you. And author Jack says, Jack is giving us Jacks a bad name. And you're right. You're right. Don't let those other 2 Jacks dissuade you from having a name Jack. It's a perfectly fine name. And Nightman, great to see you, says there are marrying kids in Iraq right now, Jack. They are marrying kids. Not just in Iraq, in Iran. In most of the Muslim countries, they allow for marrying children. And a high percentage of them are doing so because it's not prohibited by their religion. Tim says Trump won't release the Muhammad files because he's in them. And that's the case. Yeah, it's crazy that we get on here and we chastise Islam for the things that they do to little girls, yet we fucking elected one of them. We elected our own pedophile. And Chicken Taster says, all doesn't mean all, I'm dead. I know. Guys, words don't mean words to believers. They are meaningless. Words have no meanings if you believe in one of these holy books. And Eric says, thank you for being a voice of reason. Well, thank you, Eric, for being here and supporting. I do my best. We're here for logic and reason. And Dan says, but have you considered Nuh-uh, Jack? That was his strongest argument, I think, was Nuh-uh, actually. And Verillion says, Jack embodying the Texas education system. Indeed. could you imagine if he went to a real legitimate school and learned how like science works? Read an actual book? He could have done that. And Janet says, Justin states there are fish that reproduce asexually. Jack, I don't believe in LGBTQ. He's not saying the fish are trans, Jack. Yeah, listen, I know that InfoWars would lead you to believe that we're turning the frogs gay, but that's not what it means to reproduce asexually. Although there are frogs that reproduce asexually. But that's not what that means. And the LGBTQIA, the A at the end isn't asexual. That's not what that stands for. Lockfree says, Google is so last year. Ask Jeeves. Oh my God, for the win. I remember Ask Jeeves back when it was first introduced, and then that little butler up there answering your questions. It was the first iteration of like, can I get the internet to talk to me? Janet says, I don't understand how people so easily take their books to be true on faith, but require voluminous mountains of proof to not believe it. This is a fair point. Janice, when I was a Christian doing apologetic work, I had my opinion change on this very thing. I had a very good atheist friend, and he said, you are assuming that the Bible is true until somebody disproves it. I said, and he goes, that's not the way you make something true or not. You need to read the book and ask yourself, can you prove this to be true? And I came to the quick determination that no, I can't prove it to be true. I'm assuming it's true until somebody disproves it. But that's not how you come to truth. Good point. Outwitted by fishes, tectonic plates move horizontally, but when they collide, they move vertically to create mountains. It seems like a fairly significant schism. Indeed it is. And it certainly doesn't stabilize shit. Anthony Pride says, where is Forrest V. Valkai when you need him? Well, I think Forrest is a biology guy. He really would be a great person to get on here and run an evolution or biology live stream. I haven't done that yet. I really need to run a live stream where I bring up like a biology expert and just do the evolution debate. I would love that. We need to make that happen. I'm working on that. I'm reading 3 books right now. One of them is an actual evolution college textbook. I'm learning a lot. It's a lot of fun. So we'll see. Hopefully in the future, I'll be able to hold my own a little bit better. I'm reading Origin, I'm reading the Quran, and I'm reading Evolution right now. And it's been a good time. Sam says, sorry, Justin, but the Steel City is more rock hard than Doug. I mean, it is made from steel. It is made from steel. We'll give you that. Go Penguin Steelers. Here's the thing, Sam. I actually don't hate the Steelers. I know I'm supposed to. I don't. Like, once Ohio is already deemed out of the playoffs, I'm happy with the Steelers winning in our absence. Like, what the fuck are we going to do? Brown's going to win anything? Of course not. So I don't hate the Steelers. But if we're playing against the Steelers, motherfuckers, I want to win. Brett says, thank you so much for loading this year's debates to DZ podcast. It made my workday go by faster. So I haven't uploaded all of them. I'm almost there. But I've got almost all of our debates on podcast audio form on all of the podcasting streams. I've got a couple more yet to do here in the next week or two. And then I've got to keep up every week. I got to add them up. But we're doing it. We're getting it so that the podcast will be regular for those who want to do podcast. Lockfree says, praise Jormungander. What? What's Jormungander? You know what, Lockfree? Praise the Big J. And Mr. Oso, good to see you again, says Jack is a mandatory clip. It might snap him out of his BS that makes him feel like he has to defend the pedophilia. He'd probably be a pleasant dude. I actually agree, Mr. Oso. I hope that when the clip drops, he'll catch it and it'll make him think about how his action makes him appear to the general public. Lockfree says, oh, the gods want my essence. Kinky. I mean, depending on how you interpret essence, that that you can really, I mean, if the essence penetrates you, I'm just saying, there's a lot of ways to read that. Daniel says, if mountains prevented earthquakes, there'd be zero earthquakes, especially in California of all places. In fucking deed, as it turns out, there's a lot of earthquakes near mountain regions. That's the case. That is the case. Lynn says, thank you for doing this work. Our country is uneducated in so many areas. Live streams by smart people may be our only hope. And I have no idea what MTQBW is. I apologize. I don't know what that means. But Lynn, thank you for the 666. Hail Nero. And I agree. I think debates are a really good form way, a good form of, it's a good way to transmit data. We'll say that. And to convince people. This is KL. Thank you so much for the super chat. Says, love the show. You are surgical with it. 100% fire. Well, thank you. This is KL. I appreciate that. And my goal is to stay surgical. I don't let people dodge. I don't let people redirect. I don't let them pivot and evade. I keep them on the point like a surgeon. Science lover, good to see you again. Says, growing up, I was taught it was wrong to try to fit a round peg into a square hole. Then I found Doug and Sharon and learned the truth. Actually, all shapes are good with Doug and Sharon, all of them. Actually, Sharon is not actually square. Her backside is rounded. So she's flat and square, or round and square. There we go. Jay Stro, the gesture, says, I want to talk about possibilinism soon. Well, we've had that argument before. Like, if it's possible, then it must be true. Certainly we can have it again. Ancient Warrior says, have you watched the Promised Land series on YouTube? Oh my God, no. And I know I'd love it. I just haven't done it yet. I apologize. The Exodus as a comedy. Maybe tomorrow I'd do it. Done like The Office. People might know about, but I just discovered it. I'm usually way behind on stuff like this. Me too. But my gym partner has been watching it. He's been urging me for weeks to watch it, and I just haven't done it. That's my fault. That's on me. I got to do it. I watched a couple clips. I know it's funny. I just haven't done it yet. That's me. That's on me. I'm going to get to it, I promise, because it really looks good and relevant. And Isabel says, bought a skull, tentacles, Kraken glasses with a bottle. Yes! Love me some Kraken. You can even put it in your hot chocolate or your coffee. It's delicious. It's amazing, actually. And Mr. Morpheus, good to see you again, says, Justin, who was the first drug addict in the Bible? Answer, Nebuchadnezzar. He was on grass for 7 years. That is good. That is good. Where's my drum? That is good. I like that. It was predicted that he would feed on the grass like a wild animal for 7 years. I mean, we know what that means. Dude was lit. And Carlos, thank you for gifting out five DZ Debate memberships. I appreciate that, friend. And Carlos, I agree. No schism, only Dougism. Rock hard for that super chat. Agree wholeheartedly. And Jay says they should pray for better evidence instead of praying for me. Indeed, Jay. Stop praying for me like my heart is hard. Pray for some fucking evidence and you'll convert everybody here. Everybody. Migo Man says, sorry, you just not Illuminati enough, bro. That's the case. It's me. If I only knew about the Illuminati, we'd be square. Also, Mr. Morpheus, I think you sent the same super chat twice by accident, but thank you so much. Or my software picked it up twice. Jono says, yes, the A does stand for asexual. Does it really? Am I fucking crazy? Hold on. Fuck, it does. Lesbian, gay, bisexual, transgender, queer, intersex, and asexual. Guys, I had no idea. Are there asexual humans? Am I missing something? I've got questions. All right, there's a breakdown on this website. It says asexual. sometimes shortened to ace, people don't feel sexual attraction. Oh, okay. Okay. The asexual isn't referring to having children. Okay. When I say asexual, I'm referring to people or things that reproduce without a mate. When this uses the word asexual, is referring to people that are neither attracted to male nor female. It's a different use of sexual. It's about desire. It's not about having babies. I can't believe that's never come up before in conversation. I feel like I should have heard that before. Well, we learn something every day. Jono, I appreciate that. Now I need to be cognizant and aware of that. And Lynn says, my QBW equals may the courts be with you. Oh, we finally got an abbreviation for may the courts be with you. Thank you for that. I haven't seen that before, but we say it a lot. We need to keep that. MYQBW, may the courts be with you. And also with you, I might add, in my best Catholic priest response. And last super chat from our friend Mark. Thank you for the $25 super chat. It says horizontal to vertical is as Rome to Constantinople. Context. Rock hard for Doug and Civilly what for Sharon. Agreed with you, Mark. Agreed with you, Mark. And now, friends, who's live right now that we can go raid? Surely somebody is live at this moment that we can go raid. There's got to be somebody. Let me find. I'm going to open up YouTube real quick, and I'm going to see who is live. There should be somebody live at this point in time. I bet there's somebody live on YouTube and TikTok that we can all go raid. 1 second. Oh, Dark Knight's live? Is he streaming on YouTube yet? Man, we got to get him on YouTube. I don't see any of the usual suspects live on YouTube. It looks like they must just be live on TikTok. So, friends, we're going to go raid Dark Knight. Dark NYT. Let's go raid Dark Knight on TikTok. If you're on YouTube and you have TikTok, go to TikTok and raid Dark Knight. Tell them Justin and Doug and Sharon sent you. And thank you, friends, for being here. Thank you for supporting the stream. Thank you so much for liking and sharing and commenting. And we'll be back again probably on Friday, although I don't know if I'll be able to stream Friday night. It might be Friday during the daytime. I'll have to let you know. But that being said, thank you so much for being here.